Sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy, porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano, de estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano, y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir de mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano. De estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir. De mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano. De estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir. De mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy, porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano, de estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano, y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir de mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy, porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano, de estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano, y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir de mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, I'm sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The bad mood is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano. De estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir. De mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano. De estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir. De mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. I'm sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Lo siento mucho, pero me voy. Porque a tu lado me di cuenta que nada soy. Y me cansé de luchar y de guerrear en vano. De estar en la línea de fuego y de meter la mano. Acepto mis errores, también soy humano. Y tú no ves que lo hago porque te amo. Pero ya, no tengo más nada que hacer aquí. Me voy, llegó la hora de partir. De mi propio camino, seguir lejos de ti.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. Nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Everybody.
So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Split. And we're down to a very final day of week number 2. And now it's time for the players to put on their Sunday best, because we're going to go in with 6 matches for today.
Yep, and speaking about ready, who's ready to beat anyone on the battleground? It's time for seamless and uninterrupted gaming time with the Vivo V17 Pro. Remember, you can play PUBG Mobile on the Vivo V17 Pro, bringing you more immersive, more powerful, and more outstanding performance. And it's time for the glorious chicken dinner. And speaking of the chicken dinner, right? Man, yesterday was insane. I mean, we saw a really 100-degree in terms of the change in leaderboards yesterday. I think a lot of the mid teams are starting to perform a lot better. We are seeing a lot of gaps being covered up. And speaking about gaps being covered up, Illuminate the Murder walking away with 4 chicken dinners.
Yeah, that's a really huge run for Illuminate, and they are climbing all the way back up, and they're chasing Mega Conquerors as well. But it's still Bigetron Esports on top of that table. And yesterday we saw some amazing nades coming from Zuxi, and when he got knocked down, he still primed 3 nades and immediately blew RRQ.ATHENA up in the air.
And speaking of nades as well, we saw a couple that were pretty decent coming from Jones. I think in terms of grenade plays, right, we haven't really spoke too much. But before we talk about grenade plays, let's take a look at what the schedule and the teams are up against for today. It's gonna be really interesting. It's gonna be a total of 6 games. But before we get to that, let's go through a little bit of a refresher course onto how the PMCO Southeast Asia League 2019 Fall Split runs. We're going to have 20 teams from 4 regions plus 4 wildcard teams, and they will be divided into 3 different groups already done through a draw event with 8 teams in each group, and it's going to consist of 4 weeks of games, 6 match days per week, and we're going to have 4 games from Tuesday to Thursday, and then from Friday to Sunday we're going to have 6 games per day. Monday is going to be the rest day.
That's right, and that's going to be tomorrow, of course. But today, it's the very final day of week number 2, and the PMCO C League phase consists of the 4 highest ranking teams from Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia to qualify to the PMCO Grand Finals, and that excludes 4 regional top 1 teams. The top 12 teams in the PMCO C League will advance to the PMCO C Fall Split Grand Finals. And we're looking at the charts here. There's so many teams who are still hungry to fight for that spot, and NFT currently on that skyrocket form. They are currently sitting at 17th spot, and they just need 10 points to draw things up against AROV. And speaking of that, today there should be a lot more of these teams playing it out with a whole lot of prize on the line.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the weekly breakdown for the Southeast Asia League itself. And first place, looking at $2,000. Second place, $1,700. Third place, $1,500. Fourth place, $1,002. And then fifth place, they get $800. And sixth to eighth, they're gonna get $600, $500, and $400 respectively. That's gonna amount to a total of $8,700 per week. And at a grand final at $34,800 throughout the entire month.
That's right, and not only that, there is the Gunslinger of the Week title to be given out by the end of today. So somebody's going to be walking out with that 1.5K US dollars, and that will tell up to $6,000 in total. We've already got week number 1 being snatched by Bigetron Esports, so week 2 we'll have to tally up all the kill charts and see who's going to be walking away with that. And of course, each team has given an allowance per week, so each team gets a total of 1,002, and with the bonus being given out, it will tally up to $31,200.
Absolutely, a lot of money on the line for all of these teams. But let's take a look at what games will be played today. First up, we're going to start off with Vikendi, and then followed by Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel again, Miramar, and then we can cap off the day, or rather the week, with another game of Erangel.
That's right, and now today we're seeing Group C battle out against Group A, and we've already talked about how difficult this situation could get. There's a lot of teams still trying to secure themselves that top 16 spot. CG now on 24th place with 132 points. XForce on the 23rd. Superstars on 22nd. And Snowlings 21. The only tie team on the lower charts of the table. And followed by that, they have AMPLFY Hero Skills on 20. And on 19th place, there's Freaking Zoo. Bapak will come out on 18th spot with 221 points, and right above them is AROV Esports, now sitting on 17th place.
And then we also have VIP Squad at 16th place with 240 points, Team Secret with 256 points, Yoodo Gank with 262, and to cap off the last team of the bottom half, Ryu with 264 points. And over onto the upper half of the leaderboard, it's gonna be insane. So many movements between all of these teams. We're gonna have NFT, the team that you just mentioned from Indonesia, 269 points in 12th place. We've got ReaperKillers from Vietnam, 11th place, 279 points for them. Orange.CG with 308 points, Boom ID with 333 points, and Box Gaming still the only team that has yet to win Chicken Dinner in the top 10 teams, coming in with 339 points. We've got FFQ from 7th place with 350 points.
That's right, and to me, it's such a huge surprise because Box Gaming worked so close to getting those chicken dinners, but yet it's a 0 chicken dinner on that top 8, and we're looking at Purple Moon on 6th place, followed by EVOS Esports. Aro has been falling pretty sick lately, but they are still in the top 5. RRQ.ATHENA is now sitting with 5 chicken dinners as well as 460 points. Mega Conqueror at 3rd spot at ILLUMINATE. Wow, after 12 chicken dinners, they are still at 2nd place, and Bigetron Esports, it seems like it's going to be pretty hard to topple this amount because they walk away with 807 points with 15 chicken dinners.
Yep, they are 190 points from 2nd place Illuminate, which means they are almost certain to actually retain the champion of the week, and it's going to be insane. But I'm sure if we look at the points, I don't know, it's going to be close because Illuminate, they still have one more chance to play today because it's going to be Group A versus Group C. So all the Thai teams are playing. I think we also see Mega Conquerors come in. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Group A and Group C react to yesterday's games. But before we get to that, let me ask you, Contra, if you were to form your perfect 4 right now, out of the top 4 teams, alright, out of Bigetron, Illuminate, Mega Conqueror, and RRQ.ATHENA, which are your perfect 4? Like, how would you form your dream team from 4th place onwards?
This is a really tough question.
Ooh,
There's so
many
players in this league itself. I
know,
really have
I know.
to be careful. Like, if I were to select anyone, there's definitely going to be Armjohn on that list.
Hey, you can't choose him, right? Because he's in the top 3, so you can't choose him.
Okay, so
it's going to be out of the top 3.
Out of the top 3, I'll take
And
some members from
RRQ as well.
RRQ.
You can't take anyone. Okay, you can't take anyone from top 4. That's the game
That's
that
not
we're
fair.
playing.
You just say top 3.
I said top 4 because you can take anyone from EVOS if you want as well.
Okay, that'll be fair, but of course, Limited Murder, Shining Bright, they need another 2 chicken dinners to chase up against Bigetron Esports' amount of dinners. Now, back to your question here.
Ooh, it's tough.
Ooh.
Okay, maybe I'll start off, right?
All right.
It's a little bit fair to you. Give you a little bit of a minute to consider. I'll take Oro from EVOS. Alright, I'm gonna take him. I'm gonna take GE and Marco from Box Gaming. And then I will cap it off with Stalker from Orange.CG.
Wow, that's an interesting combination.
Yeah.
Now, we're looking at Yoodo Gank as well. If I were to take one man in my team
it has
from
to
a
be.
Malaysian team,
It has to be
might
Zilly.
just be Zilly
Right.
because he's been performing really well, and he's a new addition coming into its Yoodo Gank. And right now, they're still sitting pretty much high on the ladder, but they're getting pushed down the charts as well after, you know, getting a lot of all these other teams with that huge consistency swinging up the charts, especially for NFT that we talked about. But okay, I think I figured out my top 4 as well.
I'll go ahead.
There's a few members of Box Gaming that I did want to mention. GE has been performing well. Armjohn, I cannot pick Armjohn,
Yeah.
so I'm going to go with Oro as well
All
with
right.
that. And not only that, I'm going to add Nga on the line because
All right.
he's a really good player. And one more of the members of Purple Moon that I really would admire is Nawan. I think he's been performing pretty fine as well. But I know the combination's a little bit messy because not all of them are,
they might not fulfill a certain role. Right.
different roles.
I get it.
But it's still a dream team.
Yeah, I agree. And that's not to say that any of these teams are not performing or not in our list, but it's just that competitive that we have to, you know, crack our brains. I did it over the night, so I had I had the advantage over you, alright?
Alright.
Coming in, we're gonna look at CG. They're coming up on the screen right now. Look at that, still in happy mood. I love how positive Crucial Gaming are. To be fair, even though they are still at the bottom of the leaderboards, they have been climbing a lot of points in week number 2. And
Yeah.
they are closing the gap. They are, what, like 20 points away compared to what they performed in week 1? I think they are performing a lot better coming in this week.
That's right, and now we're getting ready for our very first match of our Sunday matches. And this one's gonna be pretty much a rough ride for some of the teams. Or should I say, this is just a warm-up before things kick it up all the way up a notch. But, you know, they always surprise us with some amazing plays every now and then. So I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be some in match number 1 because we're heading into Vikendi.
I'm a little bit surprised as well because yesterday we saw the first game where it was in sunset mode. Every single game we've played thus far has been on daylight and clear. But it was the first time because I was at the interview that and I was like, wait, what? Is it me? Is it my monitor? No, it's not.
It looks a little bit more romantic.
Yeah,
than
it's
on the other
lovely,
day.
right? But sad is the case that we cannot bring all of these teams into the grand finals. But nevertheless, we're gonna kick off the day with a real classic match in Vikendi. I'm gonna go through the map once again. It's the second smallest map thus far, 6 × 6 kilometers, playing area of slightly above 40%. We're gonna have a total of 27 towns. So there's so much towns because it's an empty field.
Yeah, I would say that there's so many places for them to even hide out inside of those empty fields. We're, well, in those forests as well as those rocks, so we're bound to see somebody in those phase 7 or 8 circles if we do get all the way that late in towards the game. Now we're seeing a little bit of that flight heading from the corners of Cosmodrome in towards Winery. So all these places will be occupied by a lot of all these teams with Illuminated Murder usually floating in towards Coal Mine. But I'm looking at CG right here because CG, you mentioned about them being the newcomers towards the league, and they're pretty much having those high spirits, trying to rake up points after points. But I would say that they definitely have improvements. And yesterday, it seems like I found a little bit of that fun fact, you know, like Bigetron, of course, get themselves so many of those records. So yesterday, XForce actually got only 1 point each match. So that's one of the record lowest that we've ever had. So I'm not saying that the team is not up to par with the rest. They are, of course, representatives from the wildcard region, but, you know, this is how tough the competition is.
Yep.
You really need to find a way so that you secure yourself on the top of the leaderboard or try not to drop out first.
you switch off for a minute and you are gonna find yourself sliding through the leaderboard. And talk about sliding, look at the circle all the way at the south side. This looks similar to what we saw a couple of days ago where 50% of the playing area is actually in water. And that's gonna be tough because we spoke about, you know, sea rotations. We spoke about a couple of teams as well. I think AROV actually really loves sea rotation. I think the only 2 really huge sea rotations that we saw were either Bigetron and AROV. I think the only other team that did it was also Superstars as well, which they actually tried. They waited out in the water. But coming to Vikendi, what are your thoughts on this? Because I hate this. There's so little playing area, and because it's all the way to the south side, all the teams in Dino Park, they're going to face a lot of aggression.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that early rotation is key factor coming in towards the early phase. And if you were to be coming in towards this zone real late into towards the party, a lot of these areas will not be playable at all. Like, we're talking about 50% of the map already getting covered by water in phase 1. And if we see in towards the later phases, it might just push in towards either Viha, Movatra, or even the south side, or even Dino Park, if I must say. Then there's so many of these places that could be occupied, and if you were to drive in, you are bound to get sprayed down.
Yep, absolutely. Like, it's so much open space. We spoke to Mator, or rather, I spoke to Mator yesterday as well. He said, you know, Vikendi is one of the challenging maps. That's why we rarely see repetitive winners on it. As well as Miramar, these 2 maps, completely no cover. You gotta rely fully on smokes, vehicles, whatever you can get in the middle of all these open grounds to actually find some sort of protection. But interesting thing now, I want to point out about Vikendi though is Dino Park. They call it a Dino Park, but there's essentially only 1 dinosaur in the middle of it.
Well, they're small little, like, figurine, like, dinosaurs as well.
Come on, that's not part of it. Come on, it's a Dino Park. You would expect to see like a Bronchosaurus. You're gonna see its T-Rex, all that stuff.
Oh,
Isn't
we do have
that-
the T-Rex with only. Do we?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think just a little bit, but of course, if it's animated, it'll be even cooler. So
Oh,
who knows? One day they might just give a little bit of that map updates coming our way, but that's just wishful thinking from us.
Yeah,
Well,
it would not happen. We know it would happen. But you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna tell you something about Team Secret. They've fallen out of top 8.
oh, top
Okay,
8.
I know it sounds very serious, but they are 6 points behind Yoodo Gang,
6
and
points
they
behind
still
Yoodo.
have a chance to climb back up into to overtake them. Right, Yoodo Gang, they put on a stellar performance. Not to say that Team Secret is not performing, but we saw the rise of the mid-table
Yeah.
competition, and Yoodo Gang have overtaken them.
I will definitely agree with that, and not only that, I think throughout this whole week, they were one of the teams that dropped out early as well on the groups that they were playing out against. And I feel like it's not really beneficial for these guys in terms of the way that they were rotating pretty late in towards some of these circles that we saw. Either it's their usual drop into Al-Azhar when it comes to Miramar, or could it be Erangel when, say, Bigetron is not playing? Then they're also taking a very, very late approach from the side of Novo Ratnoye. Now, Vikendi definitely favors them because they usually drop in towards the south side of Movatra as well as Vihar, so they can actually control at least one good town. And even if they don't want to stay inside of that compound, then they could even move off with a rotation and leave not much loot behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, not leaving loots behind means that, whenever a new team reaches there, they might just waste a couple of time trying to loot. Although they are experienced enough, the moment that they see there's a lack of loot or, there's not much stuff they can pick up, then they kind of figure out that, this area has been looted, let's just quickly move on because we're just wasting our time. Unless they want to take up compound and actually just gut the entire area. So coming into this first phase of the circle, a lot of these teams, like I said, or rather like you said, it's going to be traveling a lot. We talked about Dino Park being in the middle of all of it. Snowlink's going to go for a little bit of a drive. What do you think about Snowlink? I think they are a bit inconsistent in the way they play.
I would agree with that.
But they have moments of brilliance. We saw a couple of ticks against NFT, against Purple Moon as well, where they are able to storm compounds and actually third party pretty well. The only issue is when it comes down to open play, I can't say for sure that I'm very confident that they can win the team fight.
I think that's a little bit lackluster, and not only that, I feel like they are usually way too fixated on one of the fights that they take up. Like, if they were to pick up a fight, they might just get carried away, and when the circle closes in, then they say, oh my, we're suddenly playing by the circle.
Yeah, they lose track of the circle and how much time they have to actually close up a fight. So hopefully they will improve on that. But coming in, we're going to see Yoodo Gang going up against Snowlinks. We just talked about Peter I and SYX going to be playing into the hut. I like Yoodo Gang's position. They have a higher view and they have more ground to actually play with. But the issue is, if Snowlinks want to play the defensive game, and because both of them are inside the zone, they don't have to put themselves out there. It's a bit more safe, per se.
Yeah, in that sort of sense, I would say that they can hold on to this compound, but Zully has a little bit of an idea of all these UAZs being parked behind, so he has a couple of options to take out those vehicles, but RRQ just arrived to the scene and spots out Hazel. So this is going to be pretty tough for the LYNX, as we already mentioned how difficult this could even get. And LYNX, they immediately move off, and they also send a little bit of return fire towards the side of RRQ.
Yeah, this would be a very different case if the road is actually a river. Then RRQ has a very good chance, because you know what, they are pushing them against the shore, they've got more hills to play with. But because this is a road, and it can go either way. It's open ground, it all comes down to who's able to pick that first blood. And the moment that one member goes down, the opposition team definitely has a chance. But look at that. The first knockdown coming from Bapak, and the first blood will go to Bapak Esports. They draw it against the murder. Matoy falling, and here comes ILLUMINATE with the return fire as well. Good against the fire.
Oh my, and Matoy is way too far off, trying to scout out ahead, and it's going to be parked. So get a little damage from afar. Gets a little bit of cover from that rock, but Asper is going to be fighting back, trying to look for Jones. Drops him down real low, but not enough to actually finish the job. And they're trying to take down this snowmobile as well, and eventually ILLUMINATE the Murder knows that they need to sprint off.
Yeah, Trixnidi as well, trying to be the pin king of this entire area. He's making sure that Illuminate doesn't have a free shot on his rest of his allies. They got Bard as well that's coming in from the north, so they should have a really good figure, I would say, on where Illuminate members are. But they're just gonna get off. Both of them just gonna draw one blood.
Oh yeah, and now here comes LYNX once more. They're challenging their fellow Thai teams from across, and it will be Senior as well as Ernie taking the top side of the hill, while we know that Snowlings, they're already inside of the middle of the pack. So anywhere the phase closes, there's still a whole lot of time for them to actually pick up all these battles, and I feel RRQ.ATHENA, they don't really want to start out way too aggressively. Usually you see RQ plays out a passive game throughout the season, all the way up till phase 5. That's where they start to react, start to try to take as much as they can. And now it seems like G9 is going to be able to find Peter right outside the walls and try to respond to this. But that's not going to be able to connect any of those shots of M16. And Costa seems to be pretty clear other than having Snowlings around.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tough. Like, you know, they are still in the first phase of Circle. Like we said, 50% getting cut off. That's why we see so many teams close to one another. But the lack of fire means that all these teams are still paying respect to the opposition. They know that they don't want to reveal themselves. And speaking about revealing, Masgaga from NFT going to be going up all the way onto the hill. Where are the rest of NFT? That's the question.
Well, he's just moving as a solo unit for now, but D2E is just going to close up upon him alongside with Ernie as well as Senior. So he's in the really bad spot to be, and immediately Masgaga runs across and knows that this place is already looted, and now turns the fire towards the side of D2E, falls down on the ground, but it will be Papoy driving off to his back, and NFT, they got nowhere to hide.
Yeah, they came into the wrong compound. They are already taking out base. Papoy down to half HP. You got Liquid and Cold trying to push up against them, but RRQ, if they play this one like they usually do, they should be able to get 1 or 2 frags off NFT. But here we go, the signal for NFT to retreat is there. Meanwhile, I don't think RRQ has a tough game because the circle is actually in the favorite in the middle of it, and they have this really nice ridge to protect themselves. And on top of that, they have a few huts that they can play around with. So I like RRQ's position. They're in the middle of it, and they don't have to worry too much about rotation.
Yeah, I would agree, because if it does not close in towards any of those cities, they could easily rotate back towards the northeast side, because it's a little bit empty on that section, but AROV's going to be driving by. LYNX have already soaked in a little bit of that damage, but still trying to get some of these clips as G9 tries to shred down the vehicle of AROV, which is going to be clipped on the back, but NFT Esports looking for a little bit of that kill as AROV just arrived to the party, and Smokey's just hung by the corners of the wall. G36C on the side of Jenny, and he spots out G9.
AROV being sneaky as well, but Jenny gets spotted by Ernie, will get taken out, but we spoke about the aggressive AROV, and here they come. They are challenging 2 teams at a time. You've got Smokey and Boyka trying to fight NFT, and then you have Jenny as well as Putra that's trying to fight against RRQ. Man, AROV, talk about being an aggressive team. Well,
I think that they kind of drive off course, so they had no other choice but to get stuck in between these 2 teams. But here comes Mega as well, and it's not 2 teams that we're talking about, it's all 3 as Putra goes in, try to bring down Pawns as well, but he managed to go in to take down Online 24. So lucky for him, they managed to still get a knock on towards Putra in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, AROV looks like they actually bite more than they can chew, but we're going to see how they cope against NFT. Obviously, they have the best chance against NFT because they have 2 members there. They have Boyka and Smokey. In the case of Putra and Jenny, they were all alone, so it wasn't a surprise that they got wiped out by the respective teams. But now we're going to see Papa R lose 1 member in Bud, Kong as well, trying to look for members of Papa R before he secures the kill. And that's going to be 1 member down for the Malaysian team.
Now, there's a little bit of that early skirmishes that we are seeing across Vikendi, and usually there's only players getting taken out from the 16-minute mark. But I like that sort of aggressiveness that I'm seeing for today on the Sunday round of events. What Rafa is going to be able to find Mount Barring as well. But that's going to be off camera. What Boyka alongside with Smokey, they seem to be a little bit safe, hiding right by the corners of the coast. But here comes Yoodo.
Yeah, he finds members of Bapak Esports. Remember, they have already lost one member, but they are still fighting it. And we did a small little tree, and there's absolutely nothing to protect them. And Bapak Esports finding themselves taken out really, really early in Vikendi.
Wow, a lot of all these Malaysian teams are getting picked off one after another. Same goes to members of the NFT, of course, but that's only against RRQ.ATHENA because of the way that they sent Masgaga to scout out ahead. So we talked about those early rotations benefiting the early birds in this whole phase number 1. And definitely Mega, now they have all 4 intact. They could easily just see where exactly did the rest of AROV go if they could go out to scout. But there's also other of these houses that's already being occupied by teams such as Snowlinks. And right down below, we're seeing a little bit of congestion coming in from Yoodo Gang, Purple Mood, as well as a little bit of murder right in the middle. So this circle still going to be zooming in towards Movatra of Diamond Park as well as Milnar.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well, but look at that. There's a crate at the bottom, and if Superstar want to go for it, it's actually clear. There's absolutely no team that's on the south side. So you're right. You're going to see a lot of pressure down the middle. And I think the interesting part about CG, as they come on your screen, is that they are playing that slow rotation. It's a bit different to what we saw coming from week number 1, where they played really aggressively. They were trying to figure out which towns to take, but it looks like they're trying to shape up what they, whatever points they can get. And now we're gonna see Martin Illuminator go for a very long drive. He might just run into members of AROV.
Oh no, he immediately goes by the corners of the shore, and he received way too much damage, and he's all by himself. Illuminate has already lost Matt Toy in the early stages of the game, but now that he's out here, Boyka might just be able to go on a hunt, but he's still got to be really careful about this. But Purple Mood, they're moving in as well. They really want to secure and find out who's exactly by the corner of the map.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Purple Mood, they have 3 members there, but look at the way they're converging. They're so close to one another, and Navin already spotted by members of AROV. You see Boyka and Smokey as well. They have a really good cover because they actually can look at where Mega Conqueror is coming from if they choose to third party this fight. But there's NFT to consider as well. So these 4 teams are gonna lock on for really, really long, and smack in the middle of all of them is Martin from Illuminate the Murder. So man, it's gonna be rough. I don't even know where he can go, because you can't swim because you get spotted by AROV. You can't go south because you're gonna run to Purple Mood. And if you go in the open, Mega Conqueror, all 3 teams, not only Mega Conqueror, is gonna find you.
Oh yeah.
Somehow.
The moment that you speak about Mega Conquerors, they're receiving a little bit of damage. I'm not exactly too sure which one actually dealt those damage, because Purple Moon also going on an engagement. So I do believe it's between 2 of these Thai teams. Well, Martin's just gonna be camping out for the longest of time right out in the open. And over on the other sector, we also saw EVOS Esports trying to defend against AMPLFY Pure Skills. So that's going to take a little bit while Yoodo Gang having Geek on top of that kill, though. We're seeing a little bit of that tap coming from RRQ.ATHENA.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing coming up from Illuminate America, because generally they like to stick S4. Matoy is usually the one that's the scout, but because they lost Matoy early into the game, they've only got 1 member in Martin to actually travel out as the replacement scout. And we spoke to Matoy yesterday. We asked him, like, in terms of leadership, how do you guys do it? Who's the shot caller? He says Martin is the one that usually makes the call. So now you have a shot caller all the way at the coast.
You already lost the scout as well.
He has no support as well, right?
So it's like your hands are just
it's really
tied behind your back.
Yeah, it's really tight because there's no way they can actually come and save Martin as well.
That's
so
right.
it's rough for Illuminate the Murder. But we did speak about the circle and how they actually have an advantage. But now Smokey again taken up by Martin, and this is the way he's gonna buy his space out. He knocks down Smokey, but he can't really go in for the kill. So that's the thing. You knock down one, they're just gonna heal up and they're gonna come for you as a pair.
Yeah.
And what do you do then? Like, what really is your choice?
He's also lobbing a little bit of that nade over on the side of Boyka as well. Now, it seems like he just have to do what he can. Like, he's just playing like a solo squad in the sense. And now here comes Alas, still trying to pick off Oro from the outskirts. And we talked about Oro not exactly feeling all too well, but he was the man of the match in the early stages of the week. And yet again, he still survived after dancing off in the snow.
Yeah, we're gonna see a little bit of a rotation coming in as well. Let's be careful for AMPLFY. They've got the higher heal, but the circle is indeed behind them. So EVOS, we spoke about how well they defense, but we saw the highlight clips as well. AMPLFY, they can take a compound really well if they put in the right conditions. And EVOS, they have to be careful. They cannot underestimate what the opponents can put forth towards them.
Yeah, yesterday's run inside of Vikendi was really bad for EVOS because they were the first one to drop out, if I do remember correctly. And I remember AMPLFY Pure Skills also being part of the fight as well. So
they were the
ones
ones sieging into
2.
Miramar, I think. I think that was it Miramar?
I think there was another one inside Miramar too.
Yeah.
Like these two teams, they've been taking out each other for about 3 games for now. And this time, after giving enough respect, they're just going to let each other go at it. But Ryu, they're just hiding by this thick forest of trees. And there's already CG as well as Team Secret already close by. And Team Secret, we talked about them being on top of Movatra, moving down south here. I think that they already know who they're dealing with against.
Yeah, and we're gonna have FFQ as well, smack in the middle of all of it. EVOS gonna be traveling up a little bit north, and AMPLFY, we saw them doing the rotations. They have that smaller compound to work with because the zone is not gonna be touching them for any time soon, so they should be fine. I'm more worried about EVOS because then out in the open, they were the last teams to arrive, and because of it, they don't have anywhere they can really seek cover from. So EVOS, it's gonna be tough for them, but I'm sure they'll try to figure something out. But coming back to this stalemate, this 4-way stalemate is so interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and Boyka has already lost Smokey in the process as well. So 2 loners by the beach. Wouldn't really call it a beach when it's so cold right outside, but AWM with the 8 times going to be benefiting somebody to pick up the pack, and the nearest one towards them will be Illuminate the Murder. And with that being said, the circle closes up towards Team Secret. So how long can they hold this up for? There's going to be a little bit of that trade-off on that south side, and the 4 teams that we talked about, they're about to go to war.
Yep, there we have it. Purple Mood starting it off. They're going to go up against Superstar. Both the twins are trying to push in as the zone closes on them. And onto the north side, we're going to see Drone from Ryu fighting against Crucial Gaming. We spoke about how they're trying to find a pace as well. But Drone, this is going to be a really good grenade if it lands right onto any of the members of Aeons. But now Purple Mood, Na'Vi taking a lot of shots coming from ILLUMINATE. And they will get the first knockdown through Hyuga. Look at the spray control.
Oh, it's going to be really rough on that barrel. And that Hollow's not helping at all. And Hyuga trading back. He's only got that M4 from this distance. But can he trade off against Purple Moon? He's going to flung one nade out. And he's already being parachute with those bullets flying his way. Coming from Zooms as well, CZ.
Yeah, they're playing it a little bit safe, but there we go. The spray's coming in from the side of Superstar. They want to cover more ground, but once again, the grenade not going to be landing on the mark. Illuminate and Huma should be fine for now, but Hyuga and Leon still trying to push into the compound, still trying to apply pressure on Purple Moon. Na'Vi doing a good job behind the half wall, but how long can they wait out? Look at that, the zone's closing in, and Superstar, time is running out. The Molly going to be burning on the Huma. Does he know that? No, he doesn't, but Hyuga got the vehicle. Here they go, Superstar trying to make a run for it. Meanwhile, Purple Moon, they've got a vehicle on their own, and they're traveling out onto the eastern side. Oh, Illuminate taking a lot of damage. Contra.
Oh, they're coming by close, and they thought that they rotated across, but it's going to be CZ dropping pretty low. He needs this burst escape as well as a vehicle to escape out of the situation. While there is still Zooms getting stuck by the corner as well. Illuminate and the rest of Superstars are wrapping things around, so CZ might just get taken off, and Purple Moon might lose 2 members in the process.
Yeah, it's really obvious that they want to bait out Superstar. They sent 2 members ahead, try to bait them out by saying, you know, we got a vehicle, we've already driven off, and they left CZ behind. The only problem is Superstar, they're not biting it, but so much damage from the zone. LYNX is going to bleed out.
Oh my goodness, both of them bleed out, and this circle is just gonna take them instead.
It's
He
3
lost
members on the
only
ground.
member left, and he needs to pick a side. He's gonna leave that member behind,
Oh,
and
no.
immediately goes into the rescue. He's down to only 3 packs, and instead, he might just get dropped out as well.
What
Oh,
is
say
this?
goodbye to superstars.
What was that? They made the late rotation. You saw Purple Mood. They expected that happening to the team, and they were the first to react. They left CZ behind, but look at that. Even with leaving him behind, he still made it out of the zone. But that might change really quickly because NFT from the northern end spots them out. SnowLynx as well. It's gonna be really bad for Purple Mood because Zooms is taking a lot of hits coming off from I.
Oh no, both of the teams that went to war, they both lost out in this situation, and now Zoom's just gonna have that vehicle detonated, and SnowLynx not giving him a good time as well. He's gonna make a run, but those bullet clips will connect, and he's lucky that that UMP spray, most of it landed on the vehicle instead of focusing towards the side of Zooms, who's running away.
Yeah, it's a really rough circle, but we gotta go back to that later on. Like, what was that coming out from both Purple Moon and Superstar? And more importantly, Superstar bleeding all 4 members out. What a waste. But now, Yoodo Gang up against FFQ at the top of the hill. We are gonna see who's gonna be the real kingpin of this tight zone.
It's just inside of the lumber mill where Yoodo Gank is currently at the same shack, while the rest of FFQ, they're all separated by the woods as well. AMPLFY Pure Skills are locking tight towards the side of Ryu as well, because Ryu has already left the building, but it will be Khan that gets knocked out only inside of the washroom, and now here comes Bomb trying to close things out. Revs towards the side of Vigor, immediately goes in to close things out against AMPLFY Pure Skills, but he's inside of the smoke, brings out the micro Uzi. Can he trade all the way back? Only on the ground. He is not knowing where exactly Drone is, and Drone is going to be able to get one back.
Yeah, vice versa for the rest of Ryu. They no idea where Vigor is. Although Point is on the ground, and Vigor gonna be able to get 1 kill. Meanwhile, Purple Moon gonna be removing SnowLynx. SnowLynx finding members falling really quickly. But at the side, CG, they are making not a single sound. Wow, CG just playing the patient game.
Oh, it's just rough for both Ryu as well as members of AMPLFY Pure Skills. Now, we're seeing a little bit of Vine Spray connecting towards the side of Drone, but it will be Liquid taking out members of CG as well. So we're seeing all these teams going on a rough rotation in towards the midfields, and it's RRQ inside the circle.
Yeah, Amplifier. So we saw Meow catching on fire. Gotta go to the bathroom to wash that up. Meanwhile, the members of the rest members of AMPLFY just gonna be providing that suppressive fire. They're gonna spot up Point as well. Gonna be a really accurate shot. And Ryu, they are 1 member down, but they are caught in the open. The smokes are running out, and Drone makes a desperate run for the hut. Korn gonna shot him out as well. Ryu, 2 members out.
Yep, and there's just no way that they can penetrate the defense coming from AMPLFY Pure Skills. Those smokes have already negated them from looking in towards the right direction, and now Kong's just trying some random spray once again, trying to find where the last member of Ryu is currently at. Nepikor already outside of the blue, so this Molotov is hoping to flush them all out.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most insane circles so far. 30 still alive just now in the phase 6 circle. It's a crazy one. And where we see Team Secret coming from the bottom. They have been running for so long, but Purple Moon now win. He finds both Rotfire and Pawns as well. Can he actually close this one out? There's Stone there to help. But no, Pawns will bleed out. Meanwhile, Navin trying to close up on the gap. I'm sure the Stones know where he is. And he's going to spot out Navin as well. That's going to be a flag, but no. Stones with the quicker fingers. And he's going to find that one.
Yeah, that's just quick reactions coming from Mega Conquerors, but here comes BFU closing in towards the side of AMPLFY Pure Skills. Alex is going to join alongside the party as well. The CF being parked on towards the window pane, but here comes BFU. They know that he's inside, and here comes the spray down. He's the first one of the casualty, and the next one will fall. Alex, now Team Secret down to only 2 men. Can Kong pull it off? Here comes Uzi. Oh my goodness! AMPLFY Pure Skills!
AMPLFY, the king of the toilet. The moment they came out, they found 4 kills on Team Secret. This was really bad for the Malaysian side. They thought they had the upper hand because they have more members, but no, AMPLFY, they're not willing to let those restrooms go.
They just all walked in one after another, and they were trapped the moment that they try to flank the side of AMPLFY, but Yoodo Gank in another tight situation as Mega drives by, crashes in towards the compound of CG as well. CG only down to 2 men. Can they deal with all 4 of the titans of Mega Conquerors? Mega Conquerors are trying to fight back against RQ as well, so they've got to buy enough time for themselves. And here comes the Tigers, EVOS Esports.
RRQ, they heard all the vehicle sounds coming in, but Mega Conqueror still trying to hold their ground. They know the crucial gaming in this hut, and they want it for themselves. They're gonna spray down the doors as well. They've got a vehicle to play with, but look at FFQ. They're slowly coming in from the hill, and there we go. Chopper gonna be able to spot up Foxy from the side, and EVOS finding members knocked out. DTE comes in with the third party, and RRQ, they are not ashamed of it. They want points, and they are hungry for it.
Yeah, we're seeing Online 24 popping up, taking members out of the Vietnamese team. FFQ now only down to 1 man, and Emilia gets wiped away as Darley will be the last one out. Now we're seeing ourselves 7 teams on the table. iShots slowly crawling in. Now I'm getting a little bit claustrophobic here because we're seeing only tight spaces for them to work with. And here comes
this grenade. We talked about EVOS having a really good run in the tournament so far. He's gonna blow up the vehicle. I'm not sure who got that kill. It's actually Ernie. No, Empty from Crucial Gaming got that one on Stone. And Mega, they know, oh, they are surrounded and they got wiped out. 6 more teams to go, and it's phase 8.
Well, I won't say that there's any much advantage, although there is a little bit of dance off here. And D2E with 1 DOF health left. He managed to take down 1 member off inside of EVOS, but he still gets knocked out right from above. It's going to be Ernie securing the kill and takes down the rest of EVOS Esports.
Jaxi tried to go for the return kill there, but RRQ, quick as always, came in for the revenge and they secured that one in the back. Meanwhile, we're going to see Crucial Gaming. They've got 1 member on the ground and empty. A Yoodo Gank through iShots, trying to push into this compound, but he's caught in the wide out in the open, and it's actually 3 teams that's fighting him out. I'm not sure if he can make it in the zone, but RRQ, look at this rotation. They're going to run straight into CG.
Yep, that's right. And AMPLFY skills are still defending their lives for this one. They will camp out into the washroom, but Congo right through the window. That was some great shot.
All the way from afar as well, on the opposite end of the circle. But now RRQ, they finally got the compound they want. Can they find members of CG? There's Empty and Ross is hiding in the same room. And I wouldn't recommend that because 1 grenade can actually take them out. Just 1. That's all it takes.
That's right. And now the members of RRQ.ATHENA, they've already heard out members of CG. But they know that CG needs to come out to take up this fight no matter what. So smokes have been utilized by CG members. Crucial Gaming only down to 2. They need to challenge the defending champions, and Vigor knows what's up. They're just waiting for them to come by, and there we go. First member off on the side of CG is only down to Empty, and now Ernie's gonna look for the hunt as well, hoping to connect some shots. They know that he's by the corners of the house, and now Empty's just gonna play a little bit of that healing game for the time being.
Yeah, they've got a lot of area they can work with. They don't have to rush themselves. RRQ, they have the most members still surviving in any team so far. They've got Empty all by his own, and he's starting to burn out. Look at that. The zone's taking so much HP off.
Will he fall? No, he will not. D2E, he's also low, but gets taken down from Matoy. Matoy is looking for more kills. 4v1 situation. CZ gonna be tagging the circle. Here comes spray down. Martin will he suck him down. 1 HP. No! CZ knocks him out, but the circle will take his life as Illuminate. Jasper getting scouted out. Marty scouts out G9 as well. They go in for the knock, and Jasper's going to be only one left. Like Illuminate the murder. They're gonna murder him. Jasper, no! Run! But the circle is closing.
Oh, he's getting cornered up. There's no way he could outplay this.
What are they gonna do? Jasper here, he's gonna get pinned here, and he goes for a wrap round. Martin will come on top.
Out inside, whips down, spraying all the way back. Illuminate the murder goes in for the push, and now down to Martin. And oh my goodness me, BTR finds their winning ways once more. Martin's gonna try to reply, and Doc knows that there's names coming out his way, and he's forcing a fight. Spots out Ryzen, takes him down. Oh my goodness, 1 health for the side of Freaking 2.
And he survived somehow. BTR, they got to.
But Ryzen's dropping pretty low.
Ryzen drops so low here. Illuminate the murder. I like that the circle is still favoring them here, but BTR, they've got the pin against the corner, and they can't play this aggressively. But an ace! Oh, from Armjohn once again! What was that?
And now it's only down to Luxy. He said he's not confident with 1v1, but this time he needs to pull a miracle out. And so Liquid, can he do a 1 versus 3? Last one, Nate out towards the direction of Benby. Immediately sees it right through. So it's gonna be an easy cruise for South VIP. Circle's gonna close right all the way in, and VIP is waiting for this victory round. And Liquid, now bleeding out, is only down to bandages as well as first aid. And this is too little too late. Say goodbye, say goodnight, because why?
Nice try there, but at the same time, Illuminate the murder. They are on the low ground one advantage here. Marco was previous knocked, but he needs to heal himself up. But look at this, the circle is gonna eat him alive. Can he go for you again? Loki, Superman jump, can he know? No, Martin trying to knock, can he get another one? But Marco is out in open here, but the circle, Armjohn, 1v1, let's go.
1v2, it's a 1v2, going in for the spray down, but it will be Illuminate.
สวัสดีครับพวกเรา Illuminate the Murder หลังจากที่เราได้เห็นความสามารถของ RQ และ BTR แล้วพวกเราก็มีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้มาดูเหมือนกัน
ภาพความจำไม่อาจจะลบมันไปนานเท่าไรยังจดจำคิดทบทวนเรื่องราวเรานั้นยิ่งทำให้มันเจ็บปวดใจก็ไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเมื่อในวันนี้ฉันไม่มีเธออยู่ข้างกายภาพวนเวียนล่องรอยรูปคู่เรายังเก็บมันเอาไว้ฉากสุดท้ายคงไม่ได้ทำให้เธอย้อนคืน
จากที่ทุกคนฟังเพลงเกินความจำเป็นไปแล้วนะครับเพื่อนๆทุกคนก็สามารถส่งคลิปวิดีโอมาใน Facebook IG @PUBGMOBILE ได้นะครับ
For a little bit of delays there, but as of now here, I have to get from RRQ.ATHENA, we have D2E, the winners of this matchup himself here. D2E, you feeling good? Good, you feel a little tired and stressed here. But of course, D2E, I gotta ask, first things first, finally getting your chicken dinner for today. Yesterday's match, you guys had a little bit of a rough run. I gotta ask, how did you, what happened exactly from yesterday's match that, caused you guys fall off early on?
คือเมื่อวานมันมีปัญหานิดหน่อยครับที่สื่อสารกันไม่ค่อยลงตัว
There was something wrong with our communication, so we didn't get chicken dinner yesterday.
Okay, so coming to this game itself, finally getting a chicken dinner here, what kind of things that you guys did to secure that chicken dinner now?
ก็เมื่อคืนหลังจากที่มีปัญหากันก็เลยไปคุยกันครับภายในทีมว่าปัญหามันเกิดจากอะไรแล้วก็เลยวันนี้ก็เลยเล่นออกมาดีขึ้นกว่าเมื่อวาน
We discussed our problem yesterday, and we find a way to fix our problem, and we got chicken dinner today.
All right, great enough here. But now let's talk a little bit more in towards the map of Vikendi. Okay, in the final circle here, it was down to four of you guys. What made you guys make the decision to have two guys on the outside just healing up before actually going into the circle? You guys could have just left one guy to heal up. Why two instead of one?
สองคนมันชัวร์กว่าคนหนึ่งครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดว่าทิ้งไว้คนหนึ่งแล้วมันปั๊มพลาดขึ้นมามันก็จะแพ้เลยแต่ถ้าเหลือ2คนมันมีโอกาสคนหนึ่งปั๊มพลาดอีกคนหนึ่งก็ปั๊มต่อ
We want to play safer.
Play it safe. Okay, very safe. Okay, right now here. Last but not least here, anything you want to tell to your fans here? Especially after yesterday's performance, coming in today, coming in strong. Anything you want to tell to the fans?
ฝากเชียร์ทีม ATHENA ด้วยครับ
Please support us.
All right, pretty short, pretty simple here. Thank you so much, D2E. Congratulations on taking your first win of the day. And please go have your break here. And thank you so much. And we are going to be going in towards the analyst demo to break down on how the game go here. So let's head over. Oh, before that, let's take a look at the overall match ranking for the previous match itself. Based on the ranking, you can see on the 16th place here for Vikendi, LYNX was on the last place with 2 points. Followed by Superstars on the 15th place with 2 points. Bapak Esports on the 14th place with 2 points. Illuminate the Murder on the 13th place here with 3 points. 17th place will be secured by AROV Esports with 3 points. Team Secret will get 11th place with 4 points. And NFT Esports on the 10th place finish with 4 points. FFQ will be on that 9th place with 6 points in total. However, let's take a look at towards the top 8 position. For those of you who are waiting for the results here, here it is. EVOS Esports on that 8th place finish with 1 total kill and 7 points. Purple Moon on that 7th kill there with 5 total kills and also 7 points total. CG finally making their way all the way to the top here despite having a lot of struggles for coming in from these teams here. It is wildcard. Comes in towards this tournament, secures himself 6th place here with 9 points in total. Ryu will be on that 5th place finish with 6 kills and also summing up towards 0 kills, summing up towards 10 points in total. Yoodo Gank on the 4th place there with 10 points in total. Mega Conqueror on the top 3 finish with 14 points. Man, my oh my, Team Amplify on the top 2 finish here, wiping out so many people in that small compound with 12 total kills and 26 points. Last but not least, RRQ.ATHENA with 11 total kills and 31 points. That was a crazy match to watch in the map of Vikendi. I hope you guys enjoyed it. But as of now, let's break it down a little bit here on how the map exactly go. But definitely, the man of the match for that round is none other than pure Amplify Kong. He is definitely one of the craziest matchup itself here. We saw how Amplify, they made sure they guarded the compound. Kong with the Uzi sprays took down so many players from inside Team Secret. The long range snipes from Kong just securing time and time a lot of kills here. So I'm not surprised why he was the man of the match. So that's pretty much the results for the first match here. But let's take a look at the analyst breakdown here for this matchup itself. So we're going to be coming into it here. Let's take a look at how the map all began in terms of the map control. The map was pretty much a northeast section here, traversing down towards the southern side where it's going to be passing through Winery itself. But what was really interesting that was the final circle ended somewhere in the vicinities of the southern side of Dino Park, which is kind of tough to play, because if you think about it, the first 2 phases of the circle, it was kind of really tough to work with, because if you pay attention, the circle was like 50% in the water, and a lot of teams opted to choose places where they have a couple of towns to work with. You had, and as the circle progressed, you can see everyone was kind of congested. Everyone was kind of congested in a way where they were finding those compounds, which resulted in unable to predicting enemy movements here, because every single compound was pretty much secured by all these teams, and they could not find the best way to actually secure to approach that fight. Look at this. Mega Conqueror was already in the house. Same goes for NFT as the game progressed. RRQ was one of the only ones who were inside that circle itself. Even because of all these compounds and all this pressure shooting here, you can see Illuminate Martin. He saw cars coming from Pubg as well. He had no choice but to dock towards the shorelines, which resulted in a very, very unfortunate event, because if he gets knocked, there's no way anyone could actually save them. But as the game progressed, all this team were kind of stuck where, hey, how do we fight this? Do we fight from the south or do we fight from the north? But eventually, as the game progressed here, you can see Amplify. This was a crazy play here. Like, they messed up a little bit here. They were stuck in this bathroom tub. But all these teams, you can see, RRQ was getting all these informations coming from Amplify. Rio was pretty much stuck out in the open, and whereas CG was just laying low for quite some time. And yeah, the sprays here coming from Vigo, they just shut down all the guys from Vigo. There was just no surprises there. But what was really surprising was that you can see everyone who tried to head down towards the mountain, every single one was pretty much getting shut down from the side of CG. Because if you think about it, the guys in the compound had perfect vision on towards all the direction. And not to mention, they don't exactly have compound. If you pay attention to this, look at this. This one whole big patches here are pretty much coverless. And if you think about it, the only ways for Yoodo, Gank, or maybe the rest of the teams here was pretty much to rotate from here, or maybe through the words of FFQ. Whereas FFQ, their only way was pretty much down south as well. But it was super tough. If you take a look again, no compounds, no cover, no nothing. The only thing that they needed to do was just smoke their way on a couple of vehicles, and that allowed RRQ to just go bananas. Or in this case, speaking of vehicles here, look at how Mega Conqueror tried to approach that fight. They crashed into CG and still got wiped out. CG just played it low, and all these teams had no choice but to flank in towards the final circle. But as the game progressed, after coming out on top, we went down towards a final healing game here. And I like what D2E mentioned about the final circle itself, where you look at this fight. CG was one of the players here who just playing for those places while healing those games. But the reason why RRQ decided to leave 2 guys was because if you pay attention to this, there's pretty much nothing, not much cover from here to here. And also to rotate in towards the circle itself pretty much leaves them exposed, where Amplify has perfect vision, RRQ likewise as well. And
I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the day why they went for those healing game here. And I like the point where D2E mentioned that, hey, they knew there's guys inside the house, but there was one more exact player that they didn't know, which is CG, who eventually crawled their way through and just died off here. So they might have missed it, which is kind of unfortunate. But as the game progressed, well done coming from RRQ.ATHENA, understanding the mechanism and taking that final chicken dinner itself. So stay tuned, stick around. Once again, this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall State. My name is ICBaby12. I hope you guys enjoyed the analysis here, and we're going to be taking a short break before we go into its game number 2. See you in a bit.
fall? No, he will not. D2E, he's also low, but gets taken down from Matoy. Matoy is looking for more kills. 4v1 situation. CZ gonna be tagging the circle. Here comes spray down. Martin, will he suck him down? 1 HP? No! CZ knocks him out, but the circle will take his life as ILLUMINATE. Jasper getting scouted out. Marty scouts out G9 as well. They go in for the knock, and Jasper's going to be only one left. Like ILLUMINATE the murder. They're gonna murder him. Jasper, no, run. But the circle is closing.
Oh, he's getting cornered up. There's no way he could outplay this.
What are they gonna do? Jasper here, he's gonna get pinned here, and he goes for a wrap around. Martin will come on top. Out inside, but stop, spraying all the way back. ILLUMINATE the murder goes in for the push, and now down to Martin. And oh my goodness me, BTR finds their winning ways once more. Martin's gonna try to reply, and Doc knows that there's nades coming out his way, and he's forcing a fight. Spots out Ryzen, takes him down. Oh my goodness, 1 health for the side of Freaking 2. And he survived somehow. BTR, they got to. But Ryzen's dropping pretty low. Ryzen drops so low here. ILLUMINATE the murder. I like that the circle is still favoring them here. But BTR, they've got the pin against the corner, and they can't play this against the But an ace! Oh, from Upjohn once again. What was that?
And now it's only down to Luxy. He said he's not confident with 1v1s, but this time he needs to pull a miracle out. So Liquid, can he do a 1 versus 3? Last one nade out towards the direction of Benby. Immediately sees it right through. So it's gonna be an easy cruise for VIP. Circle's gonna close right all the way in, and VIP is waiting for this victory round. And Liquid now bleeding out is only down to bandages as well as first aid. And this is too little too late. Say goodbye, say goodnight, because why?
Nice try there, but at the same time, ILLUMINATE the murder. They are on a low ground one advantage here. Marco was previous knock, but he needs to heal himself up. But look at this, the circle is gonna eat him live. Can he go for you again? Loki, Superman jump, can he know? No, Martin trying down, can he get another one? But Marco is out and open here, but the circle, Joan, 1v1, let's go.
1v2, it's a 1v2, going in for the spray down, but it will be ILLUMINATE.
สวัสดีครับพวกเรา ILLUMINATE the Murder หลังจากที่เราได้เห็นความสามารถของ RRQ และ BTR แล้วพวกเราก็มีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้มาดูเหมือนกัน
ภาพความจำไม่อาจจะลบมันไปนานเท่าไรยังจดจำคิดทบทวนเรื่องราวเรานั้นยิ่งทำให้มันเจ็บปวดใจก็ไม่รู้จะทำ
ลังจากที่ทุกคนฟังเพลงเกินความจำเป็นไปแล้วนะครับเพื่อนๆทุกคนก็สามารถส่งคลิปวิดีโอมาใน Facebook IG @PUBGMOBILE ได้นะครับ
fall. No, he will not. D2E, he's also low, but gets taken down from Matoy. Matoy is looking for more kills. 4v1 situation. CZ gonna be tagging the circle. Here comes spray down. Martin will suck him down. 1 HP. No! CZ knocks him out, but the circle will take his life as ILLUMINATE. Jasper getting scouted out. Marty scouts out G9 as well. They go in for the knock, and Jasper's going to be only one left. Like ILLUMINATE the murder. They're gonna murder him. Jasper, no, run. But the circle is closing.
Oh, he's getting cornered up. There's no way he could outplay this.
What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Jasper here, he's gonna get pinned here, and it goes for a wrap around. Martin will come on top. Out inside, whips down, spraying all the way back. ILLUMINATE the murder goes in for the push, and now down to Martin. And oh my goodness me, BTR finds their winning ways once more. Martin's gonna try to reply, and Doc knows that there's names coming out his way, and he's forcing a fight. Spots out Ryzen, takes him down. Oh my goodness, 1 health for the side of Freaking 2. And he survived somehow. BTR, they got to. But Ryzen's dropping pretty low. Ryzen drops so low here. ILLUMINATE the murder. I like that the circle is still favoring them here. But BTR, they've got the pin against the corner, and they can't play this against SSG. But nice! Oh, from Upjohn once again. What was that?
And now it's only down to Luxy. He said he's not confident with 1v1, but this time he needs to pull a miracle out. And so Liquid, can he do a 1 versus 3? Last one, Nate out towards the direction of Benby. Immediately sees it right through. So it's gonna be an easy cruise for South VIP. Circle's gonna close right all the way in, and VIP is waiting for this victory round. And Liquid, now bleeding out, is only down to bandages as well as first aid. And this is too little too late. Say goodbye, say goodnight, because why?
Nice try there, but at the same time, ILLUMINATE the murder. They are on the low ground one advantage here. Marco was previous knocked, but he needs to heal himself up. But look at this, the circle is gonna eat him alive. Can he go for you again? Loki, Superman jump, can he know? No, Martin trying to knock, can he get another one? But Marco is out in open here, but the circle, Joan, 1v1, let's go.
1v2, it's a 1v2, going in for the spray down, but it will be ILLUMINATE.
สวัสดีครับพวกเรา ILLUMINATE The Murder หลังจากที่เราได้เห็นความสามารถของ RRQ และ BTR แล้วพวกเราก็มีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้มาดูเหมือนกัน
ภาพความจำไม่อาจจะลบมันไปนานเท่าไรยังจดจำคิดทบทวนเรื่องราวเรานั้นยิ่งทำให้มันเจ็บปวดใจก็ไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเมื่อในวันนี้ฉันไม่มีเธออยู่ข้างกายภาพบนเวียนล่องรอยรูปคู่เรายังเก็บมันเอาไว้ฉากสุดท้ายคงไม่ได้ทำให้เธอย้อนคืนมาไม่อยากจะขอให้เธอนั้นกลับมาแค่อยากให้รู้เอาไว้ว่าฉันยังคิดถึงทุกเวลาและห่วงคำหนึ่งฉันยังคงนึกถึงตรงนั้นและฝันของเราอยู่เสมอไม่อยากจะขอให้เธอมาบอกลาแค่อยากรู้ว่าเธออยู่ตรงนั้นเป็นอย่าง
หลังจากที่ทุกคนฟังเพลงเกินความจำเป็นไปแล้วนะครับเพื่อนๆทุกคนก็สามารถส่งคลิปวิดีโอมาใน Facebook IG @PUBGMOBILE ได้นะครับ
Players, welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia. The stage has been set and the battles have begun. Now, the stage is yours.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Split 2019. That's a little bit awkward for us in game 1. We suddenly just got cut off, and you were right, we were speechless. Like RRQ, man. What a flush out. We spoke about how they were a little bit lacking in terms of points coming into the first week, but what better way to try to bump themselves up in the last game or in the previous game through Vikendi. They actually got the chicken dinner, and man, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that it's a great start of the day, coming in as a huge run for RRQ.ATHENA, because yesterday we saw it was quite a rough run.
Ooh, yeah, it was really tough for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like there's a lot of things that could go better on those runs over on the Saturday run. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of cases where a lot of these teams have actually figured out, oh, this is where we can improve, this is what we can do better. You know, it depends on what the teams are doing. But speaking of which, are you actually ready to beat everyone on the background?
I'm ready, but are you guys ready though?
Yeah, because it's time for seamless gaming, seamless and under the gaming time with the Vivo V70 Pro. Remember, you can play PUBG Mobile on the Vivo V70 Pro, bring you more immersive, more powerful, and more outstanding performance. And I've got a question to ask you. Do you think the AMPLFY hiding in the toilet was the best, I would say, 4v2 situation coming into this competition so far?
Well, I would say that's
I can't think of
one of
anything
the
more.
best. It's not really the best, if you ask me, because I've seen 1v4 happen, but it's not really the case where, you know, it's like, oh, I'm out in the open. It was the Zuxi flush that we saw the other day, and this is one of the better ones that we saw. But would you say that it's a clutch, or could you say it's a little bit of the blunder coming from Team Secret side? It's really hard to tell between the two.
And I was speaking to Team Secret right after the break as well, because I was asking them like what went on, you know, what were going in thoughts, and they were saying that they did not know that there was actually someone hiding in the house. And I don't really blame them, because you saw Pubg, you know, trying to run to the hut, and they actually checked every single room, but they did not go into the toilet. That's the issue, right? They didn't check the toilet, and there were actually 2 members of AMPLFY just hiding at the blind spot. It was such a sweet blind spot. Because of how thin the walls were, you don't really expect someone to hide there. And when Team Vivo gave the captain to his team, alright, the house is clear, they went in, and then AMPLFY just took them out. So can't really blame Team Secret too much.
That's right, and we're looking at the champions right here winning out, and a little bit of big dabs coming from Ernie himself. So he says, okay, back to the glorious days where we are securing a lot of all these big chicken dinners. And as we speak about that moment, you know, it's rude not to knock on the doors first before you enter. So once they went in, got way down, and yep, that's a goner for them. But Mega Conqueror's here. They were pretty much having a pretty good time right outside, zoning a lot of all the other teams. But, you know, Purple Moon alongside with Team Superstars, those were pretty tough fights to even win out. And Superstars, I would say it's a shame, because all 4 of them drop outside of the 5th zone.
Yeah, they were actually. It was really weird for them, because they actually bled out outside. Like, we were both wondering, alright, Superstar, when are they going in? Are they going in? And then, like, suddenly, by the time you pan the camera onto them, all of them were bleeding out. So, not too sure what the call was them for the team was to kind of react in that situation. But you can see Yoodo gang, they are feeling pretty confident. They are happy. Hey.
Well, they're doing the dance again. You know, like the towns call it the chicken dance. The Indonesian says it's the meme where, you know, what's gotten into you? That's what it says.
Oh, that's what's gotten into them? Like, everyone's doing it, and I was looking at the hotel lobby, and everyone's doing it as well. And we gotta find out what they're for. Apparently, it came from some TikTok video, I think.
Yep, I believe that is where it came from, according to Luxy. But now, will they be dancing up inside Erangel? It's time that we head towards match number 2, as this one's going to be one good ride. And I would say a lot of all these other teams that we saw playing out in that Vikendi run, there was CG in the final circle alongside with AMPLFY. So you're seeing those wildcard teams having a solid, huge improvement as compared to, a couple of weeks before. Well, it's only 1 week past, and now it's the conclusion of week 2 as we're seeing flight number 2 taking off from Georgia Pole all the way to Lipavka.
Yeah, this is gonna cut the map straight up a little bit, slightly north, and this means that teams that want to drop the military base is gonna have to glide for a little bit, especially for Mega Conquerors, because I don't know, do they actually still drop at farm? I don't really pay attention because I know they drop at farm when Bigetron's always playing in Group B, and when they're not, they still drop at farm and south of Muter, but I haven't seen them dropping there for quite some time now. I think they switched up a little bit.
Yeah, I believe there's a little bit of a switcheroo going on in some of all these games, and you really got to adapt and evolve in all these matches. And I feel like farm loots aren't exactly the best anyways, so it's better going in towards Milta to secure those sort of compounds and slowly get those secured vehicles usually inside of the city. Well, if you're dropping in the farm, you might scour around the outskirts to try to even pick up maybe a buggy, maybe a Dacia, or the trike. Well, I am not a fan of that trike.
Yeah, I can kind of figure out why. Look at the circle right now. It's going to close slightly to west, central west, if you put it that way. And interestingly enough, we're not going to see AROV drop into Novo, which is pretty interesting because they have been dropping there for some time. So the thing about AROV is that I mentioned a couple of days ago that they are one of the teams that drop everywhere on the map, depending on what the circle demands, depending on the flight path. They drop in Novo, they drop in Primorsk, I think they drop in Ruins as well, and now they looks like they're going to contest slightly with Bapak and EVOS. So interesting drop zones, or rather drop spots for AROV.
Yeah, I gotta say that is something that's really refreshing as well. Like, we're seeing superstars, they usually will occupy Quarry as well as Fairpure, and AROV will be their noisy neighbors inside of Primos, but because of that early rotation, SS is going to take Primos first, which leaves AROV no choice as well if they were to back away with that plan, take those vehicles down this city. So now it's either they take on EVOS or head into Gatka, where Bapak will be playing out, and I feel it's going to be a really hard battle for them to even conquer either sides, because EVOS, most of the time when they fight inside of Georgiapol or Hospital, they don't lose.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you're dropping in someone's preferred town, per se, that team, more often than not, knows the ins and out of town. Just like how RRQ is really comfortable with Pochinki, so are the rest of these teams with their respective cities and towns. So that's going to be a tough thing because, AROV, number one, they've got to make sure that they've got enough members. They got to know where their opponents are. They got to know which, walls they can have, which houses they can kind of take siege from. And this could possibly pose a little bit of a trouble when they are going up against teams like EVOS, because we know EVOS, they are really good in building in defenses. They're really good in terms of taking out their members when facing a suppressive fire. And I'm just interested how AROV is going to do this, because, hey, AROV's got to do what AROV's got to do.
Yeah, I would certainly agree, and they're currently sitting right at the edge of, the qualification of the top 16. And it's a little bit of that push and pull going on within those Malaysian teams, but I was having a conversation right outside during that few minutes break. They were just giving some cheesy taunts against each other between Yoodo Gank, between AROV, between EVOS. They were just hanging out for a little bit, and it's like, oh, we're gonna drop into your city. We're gonna challenge them. We're gonna challenge you. Let's see who's gonna take the win. It's like, oh yeah, come on.
But, yeah, come on ahead. Like friendly banter going on.
Maybe Boyka meant his words.
Wow.
It's like, okay, let's say hi to another Tigers. We're the yellow Tigers. Say hi to the white Tigers.
Well, we're gonna see which Tiger actually comes up on top, because AROV, they're gonna take for a little bit of a drive down south, where if they continue all the way, they're gonna run into Superstar. Obviously, we know they drop in Primos as well as Port and Fairpure, so that is where they're gonna be situated at. And speaking of which, they are up on your screen right now.
Yep, that's right. Superstars, they tried to contend against Purple Mood in that previous round that we talked about. They almost won the trade. Like, we saw all these members of Purple Mood, they're already deciding, okay, should we commit? We've already lost one member out. Like, there was Zoom's already driving past, and they said, okay, it's time to go. And there is one extra this year, just for now, and he moves a little bit later than the rest, and still survives longer than the members of SS did.
Yeah, Superstar is still just a really weird car, but we spoke enough about it. You know, we constantly say it could have been a mistake. It was a really frantic circle as well. They were not sure whether or not they want to take the fight with Purple Moon, and hence why they waited so long. And by the time they got on the move, a lot of the members were really low on map packs. Either that or they were just caught too far away from the zone. But now we're going to see a lot of these teams travel, especially the ones that are north. We can see Yoodo Gank, LYNX. They have to be careful because EVOS and NFT, if they want to play aggressive, they can actually set up shop in South Jeoju-pu. And when LYNX tries to go through there, they might just get pincered by both of these two teams.
Yeah, it seems like they're already doing that, but they're still Cole, still inside of Georgia all by himself. I feel like it's not going to be too much of a problem for him to get those vehicles by the corners of the containers. But Mega Conquerors now in the corners of Novo. How many percent do we have a chance for that to zoom in towards the island? I think it's only about 10%.
Well, if you want to talk about
tough.
pure percentage, it's actually 10 because I'm counting by the number of greens and how what's the possibility of the circle closing in onto there. So it's about 10 to 15%, depending on how the circle, what mood the circle is feeling like. Maybe I'll screw a couple of these teams up. Try to go all the way south. Maybe I'll go top. So you never know what the circle is gonna do, right? But the best you can hope for is actually put yourself in the middle where RRQ are, right in Pochinki.
Oh yeah.
And this is what we see a lot of these teams are doing. They're actually trying to travel through the middle. The only issue is there's so little bridges going in, and this is where we see LYNX. They're right behind NFT. They gotta be careful.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a tough one here as we see LYNX already creating a little bit of distance between both of these teams. And as we talked about that circle before, like a friend of mine, Choo once said, it's always best to wish for that circle to close in between the river of both islands, and that will be one hellish circle to actually watch. And that came true in the previous season, and Illuminate the Murder was the one to walk away with that chicken dinner.
Hey, it's fun for us casters because we're gonna get a very exciting match. And speaking about exciting, Bapak Esports, we talked about them running into AROV, and here we go. Both Malaysian teams going head to head. Putra gonna get the first knock on tonight. He's trying to fire right behind the house, but he doesn't have much angle to work with. Look at the rest of AROV. They're trying to join up with the rest of the team.
Oh no, this Bapak is separated in towards two. Here comes a little bit of that smoke to negate a little bit of that vision. So AROV won't be having those clear view, but Boyka's already repositioning himself over on the top side of the hill to try to take advantage of the knocked member coming from Bapak. And now bullets being sent his way as well. It's not going to be all too easy for him to even come in. Well, XForce securing the backside of Esports.
Yeah, AROV right in the open, but there's no team surrounding them. And RRQ, they are hearing all the shots. They are actually too far to actually take part in this, but Bapak taking a lot of fires from AROV. And Jen is going to be the first one to bail out, trying to provide a little bit of a side view, I would say. But now fighting back, Spooky taking a little bit of hits, and it's down to half HP. And like I said, RRQ, they had this gunshot, and they're trying to fire on those vehicles.
It's as if they hired extra bodyguards from the side of Bapak to get themselves a little bit of that cover. Vehicles poking up from the side of Jenny, and RRQ came to the rescue for Bapak.
And not only that, I think it's more of AROV. They're a bit hesitant in this fight. Generally, you'll see them drive straight into the house and actually dismount and go in for the take. But this time around, fair play to them. They knew that LYNX had this, or rather, I would say, Bapak Esports had a compound unlock, so it's very tough for them to actually rotate in. But small update on the circle, we're gonna see RRQ in the center of Pochinki. This, I wouldn't say exactly the middle, but it's close.
Pretty
and
close.
Mega Still looting Novo.
Yeah, there's a lot of all these teams already by the corners of Gatka, and I would say Mega have a really tough decision to make because there's FFQ on the other end. There's also CG right across that bridge that you just talked about. If they have to cut across, then they have to pick up that fight, or they could choose option B, which is just to hit toward the north side of the island, and they still have the circle within them. Now we're seeing AMPLFY Pure Skills alongside with Team Secret. We've seen two of these guys take it out each other, but it was AMPLFY Pure Skills that won inside of the toilet. And
I'm rubbing my hands right now, Contragos. I know that Team Secret, they are hurt from the last one round. They feel a little bit unjust because AMPLFY, they were playing dirty, right? They were in the bathroom, they didn't wash their hands, they got the easy kill onto Team Secret, and all 4 kills as well, without losing either member. So I'm sure the Team Secret has something to say about that.
yeah, immediately replying them by sending those bullets to say, okay, it's AMPLFY, oh, we're gonna get you this time around, and they just hide themselves behind it and say, okay, let's find another toilet. Why not?
Hey, let's hope that it's a bit more fair play coming out from both teams right now. But you got to give it to AMPLFY. They have this creativity in them. Even when they are 2 men down, they actually find ways to win a team fight. And as much as that was a little bit of a sneaky position, hey, fair play to them. It's ingenious, and even Team Secret did not see it coming.
Yep, definitely did not see it coming at all. But we're looking at the different parts of the section of the map. This is near towards Rozok as well as Ruins, where we see Armjoon fighting off against Warong. He's got the SLR trying to tap towards the side of Illuminate, and Matoy is giving a little bit of support towards Armjoon. Now, this is the usual scene that we see. Matoy always providing a lot of supplies for the teammates, and now he's going to be leaving him alone though. So those are double the Sias for the taking while they're going to reposition. And perhaps with this repositioning, they will be able to take advantage of Ryu's side on the other end of the corners of the facilities.
Yeah, I eliminate the murder right now. They know that the side of Ryu is on the opposite end, but they don't have the clear shot. Martin there going for the shots. I don't think he will be able to find any because this is a really, really tough angle to work with. They haven't got too much in terms of utility, and you spoke about Matoy dropping for the rest of the teams. You gotta make sure that you are in the right position. And eliminate the murder, it's safer to hide in the heart for now because Ryu, they've got a bigger combo to work with. They got more members that's really compact, and on top of it, they have the 2nd level building.
That's right, and just in the case where the falling phase will be closing up upon them, then they will be the early birds who already have those compounds for cover. And we've already seen a couple of games from the previous season where Illuminate knows how to work out those corners of the map, especially south of Rozok. They know how to position themselves into its advantageous places. But FFQ, they're going to get this package as well. Early on, we've already seen an AUG with a 4x somewhere in the back. So this one definitely will give him a little bit more firepower. And it looks to me he managed to secure double snipers on his side. Oh,
yeah,
wait,
I think F1 was the one to pick it up.
Yeah,
yeah,
I kind of
was
mistaken for that.
It's alright. F1 actually picked it up. You know, Baki still with the Car 98. He's got the 6x scope as well. So should be feeling pretty confident with it. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good.
And
Is it 8 times?
Yeah, like the last time that we saw Bucky with some really great performance is where he just went on playing a 1 versus 4 all the time. Like, remember that Miramar matchup that we've always talked about?
Oh, yeah.
He was taking everyone like it was nothing. He was one-man army.
Hey, I think, like I said, you know, look at all these teams. Even though they are on the lower half of the leaderboard, they still have a lot of individual talents to offer to this competition in terms of being a sharpshooter, in terms of being a disruptor to the top teams. We saw RRQ.ATHENA, right? I want to bring them up in particular because they are a splendid team in Week 2. They won a chicken dinner in Week 1. They have a member in Stalker, which is one of the most hardworking players we know. He's constantly in screams. He's trying to find out the best ways to actually go about fights. And we are seeing Orange translate that out.
Yep, that's right. And Orange.CG is also climbing up the charts. A lot of all these wildcard teams hailing from Cambodia as well as the Philippines have been having improvements game after game. But now, different than CG, which is Crucial Gaming, right on towards those farmhouses on the water tanks. They are having some angles to work with as well. 6 times on that SKS, or is it 8? Well, of course, you'll be the judge of that. Sometimes my eyes gets a little bit blurred on some of these scopes as well.
It's fine, it's fine. Crucial Gaming just keeping an eye out for Mega as they travel through the bridge itself. And I was about to say, and Mega, Pawns right there with the shot, gonna be picking up one member, and look how quickly Mega is closing on the distance. But they are still slightly outside the circle, so not sure if they will really want to commit to it or actually go into the zone before, you know, taking up the fight. But CG, they are caught right in this blue zone, and they are not clear yet. They sooner or later it's gonna swallow them up.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough for both sides, but they're trying to keep each other from attempting that sort of a movement. And Mega, they are having that advantage for now, and immediately they budge off. They understand that they need to secure some of all these places, and it's either A, take the city, or go ahead and find some great slopes to actually hide behind. But Mega, they might just opt to hide towards the middle of this whole zone and towards phase number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. NFT there with Pubg getting a really good knockdown on the Kong. A little bit unfortunate for AMPLFY, and Kirkong is just gonna get taken out by the Mini 14, and the rest of AMPLFY is just going to carry on with their journey. But they are going to run into members of RRQ. Oh no, gotta be careful.
Here comes Ernie, already spotting them out. D2 is on top of the hill as well. Here comes the spray towards the side of Alas. Nolly backs away, but that damage is good enough for Ernie to take him off the vehicle. And Vigor's going on the march as well, and immediately getting those clips off. And this is going to be Vigor still surviving, but D2E will finish off Alas. One
of the more costly drive-bys by AMPLFY as well. Losing 2 members right there, Alas and Kong. That's going to be tough, but we know Vigor can pull something out the back. We saw him perform superbly insane, and I think it was in Miramar. He was actually got 3 members, and he was all by himself. Like, the thing is, the entire team were together, but by himself, he managed to got 3 kills.
Yep, and now we're seeing another situation where FFQ is taking on Superstars, lobbing those nades towards the side of ILLUMINATE. But because they do have a little bit of that slight elevation by the edge of the ridge, this is just SS having a little bit cover to work with. But he's going to lob one back towards Darley, but it will almost drop him out.
This ridge is what Bigetron really likes. Look at that, Darley just actually took him out with a grenade. I don't know what went on there, but there's going to be a reply coming up for F1 trying to blow the vehicle up. But SS, I spoke about positioning, and Bigetron loves this. This is the kind of positioning that Bigetron loves, because of the ridge, you can actually look at the second level, you can actually rotate around without giving away your position. And so we're going to see something different from Superstar. They don't feel confident with it. They're going to write this one out.
Yep, and that's definitely for sure. But while all these teams are going in towards Pochinki, and it's going to be a lot more chaotic than what we saw early on. Well, I'm really glad that FFQ are playing from the southern side, because they can actually hold towards either on the left or right, knowing that there's going to be teams surrounded that area. But for the side of the Pochinki inhabitants here, it's just going to be a tough war.
Yeah, it's an absolute war zone right now. Every single one of them wants control of Pochinki. You see AROV taking up the north side, NFT as well. They've all caught themselves in the hut. You got RRQ trying to reclaim what was once theirs. And on top of it, you also have another team which is really... We haven't really touched much on Ryu. Ryu seems like a missing soul coming in today's games.
Yeah, it seems like they haven't found themselves that stronghold in this territory. And even in the previous game as well, they were in the middle of a lot of all these gunfire, and they slowly got taken out as well. Now, Ryu, if they do charge in, they're going to meet up against NFT first before anyone else. But we're seeing Yoodo Gang also by the corners of that church, so they have a little bit of that elevated territory to work with.
Yeah, and Superstar driving past where AMPLFY once did. So it'd be a deja vu. They're driving right to senior. The difference is Hyuga is dismounted, and this is going to be an all-out fight between Superstars and RRQ.
Oh my, and it seems to me that the circle update is going to punish the guys over on the southern side, and LYNX is going to be shredded down by Ernie. There's going to be a second knock by Ernie, and There's only down to 3 members left for the side of Superstars. Hugo's trying to go in for the rescue, but I think it's too late for him to even do much. So Hugo's got to back away, and they are slowly climbing this steep hill.
Yeah, you still got Vigor at the back, but look at how aggressive RRQ is. They just got one knockdown on LYNX, and they're trying to go for the rest of the members. They got to spot out one member in Humel, taking a little bit of damage. Illuminate is a bit of support, but D2E has to be careful by himself. He's hiding right behind the tree, trying to find the right angle, and Humel gets taken out from the side, but Ernie will fall.
Oh my, it's going to be Senior giving a little support as well. Humel getting shredded down. It's only up to Illuminate. Illuminate off to drive away, but he's already getting locked out with the AUG spray. And my, oh my, can he survive? And he will speed over on the other corners of the blue.
Hey, I told you, this is going to be exactly what we saw from AMPLFY. They drove in, lost 2 members, but now Purple Moon, Jasper trying to take a little bit. Look at Zooms. He's rotating onto the side. He's trying to give a little bit of cover, but CG tries to do what they did. Oh no, Superstars, they get knocked out. Casino actually managed to find Weaker.
Oh, this is a bit of a tough fight there. Oh, CZ walks straight in towards the nade. Napico is going to find one, and immediately Rio members are hopping out of the window and trying to close things out against Purple Moon. We're holding on to that DP28, trying to find the angles to actually spray towards the side of Jasper. He knows he's in there. Maybe he can prime those nades in.
I don't know, like, it's a really tough angle. It's such a small window to work with, and they would prefer actually going in by foot. Meanwhile, Zooms, still no action taken in yet at the back flank. He's got to close him fast, because the members of Jasper and CZ is actually caught up in a really tough spot.
Bapak Esports also picking another one against Mega Conquerors on those open field. And Mega having Stone to cut by on the right side. This is going to be a 4-way diamond angle to actually take off the members of Bapak. But they do have a little bit of that sort of a coverage, but they are all already pulling on the bellies. Online 24 soaking a little bit of those frags. And immediately finds Bard. Pawns with that finishing, and here comes Stone as well, trying to take on out. Trix doesn't really have too much of a clue, but Pawns taken down to only 1 health left. He's gonna need a little bit of that healing, and it's gonna land towards Asphar.
Yeah, this is really bad coming from Bapak. They're taking so much damage from these utilities, and I'm not seeing a reply. Where are the grenades coming from Bapak? You gotta use your grenades, because look at Mega. They actually won half the battle through grenades alone.
They call them the maestro of nades, and that's for a reason. Circle closing in as well. They are just by the edge, and Asphar is going to be the first one to get those chip damage on their way. Bart needs to heal up before it eats him up alive, and it does close straight in towards the city of Pachinki.
I love it. It's exciting. It's going to be crazy. But now Mega Conqueror still taking their time. They're going to spot out Trinity at the side as well. Pause, getting another kill. And looks like Bapak, they try to make a run for it, but Nas already getting knocked down. And where's the support? There isn't any. Asphar still trying to heal up on his own. They took a little bit of damage from him coming off the zone. But Pawns going for the kill. And look at that. Oh no. He spots out Bard. And that's going to be Bapak taken out by Mega Conqueror.
They were a little bit too slow to respond to that, and I'm not too surprised. It seems like they don't have any response, just to correct myself, because they were just prowling down there, no replies of those bullets, and now we're seeing Illuminate the Murder taking another one in, and look at how crowded Pachinki is. And can RRQ.ATHENA reclaim this place and call themselves King of Pachinki again, because they're from the outskirts this time around?
That is the interesting thing. They are the kings of Pachinki, but they're the only ones not in it. Well, if you include Illuminate the Murder as well, who's going up against FFQ. One more shot coming from Martin. Half HP as well. They're going to fight F1, and that's going to be FFQ taken out. Illuminate the Murder, clean and clinical.
Whoa, that was clean as a whistle as well. Like, how did they just knew that they were just by the edge of the wall, and now Illuminate walks out with those kills in the back. NFT is gonna find Boyka in the head, while we're seeing a lot of Southside war as Team Secret joining in towards LYNX as well as EVOS.
Look at that, so many different colored names right across Pachinki. You gotta see CG and EVOS on the south side. You're gonna see Yoodo gang just coming up the hill, and look at that, RRQ taking the time with vehicles, trying to assess where is the right angle that they should approach this fight.
Well, if I do analyze this correctly, the side of EVOS have a lot of all these control over the region, while Raphael is going to be sniped away by Martin. Where did that snipe even come from? They just took on the fight against FFQ, and they're now hunting the elephants from afar.
Yeah, Mega Conqueror going to be one of the last few teams to join up. This looks like a carnival. Like every single house you're going into has a different team in it.
Oh, maybe, you know, like hamster houses where they're just running all around, but Mega Conquerors having to deal with Illuminate the Murder. It's going to be pretty bad if Mega Conquerors still have those nades, and as I speak of it, Nepper's going to find those angles with that AMPLFY spray down right down the ditch, and they're looking for that nade, probably it in, and it's lucky enough that it's just a Molotov.
Pawns as well. We talked about the grenades, and look at Mega Conqueror. They're trying to close the distance. Online 24 on the hunt. He has the M4. He has the perfect spray. But does he go for it?
It's going to be a real hard decision for Mega Conquerors to make, but Illuminate the Murder, they can actually cut across from the lower end to face off against Ryu instead of taking on towards the side of Mega, because it's way too dangerous. If they lob a couple more nades, then it might just be the end of it, while Empty's all by himself, while EVOS also, we saw them taking 4 different houses, or 3 if I must say.
Mind you, of all the teams, all 12 teams still alive, RRQ is the only team that's not in the heart of Pubg. Look at how far away they are from the rest of these teams. They are on the outskirts, but sooner or later, they have to go inside that zone. How are they going to do this? There's Team Secret, there's Yoodo Gang, there's EVOS that's guarding that south side. I'm not sure. RRQ, what's their plan?
They're already setting up those smokes, and the only possible team that has idea where RRQ is at is Yoodo Gang alongside with Team Secret, because the rest are too occupied, wondering what's going on. But here comes Illuminate the Murder. They're flushing in towards Empty, but Illuminate the Murder. We have Drone taking him out with the DP as well. Empty trying to take down a lot of all these fragments to actually flush out the ground floor members of Illuminate the Murder.
They are busy in the fight between EVOS and actually Mega Conqueror, and they haven't even cleared up the second level where Empty is hiding and Illuminate the Murder. They have to be aware that this house is not clear. Meanwhile, EVOS doing a really good job at holding Mega Conquerors. They want to break into the other side. RRQ hasn't even joined the fray, and we are already seeing bloodbaths.
That's right, and he finds an 8-time scope for the side of CG, and we're seeing a little bit of that circle closing in towards most of these teams, while over on the other end, it's AROV here having Putra getting knocked out as well. RQ have just arrived, and they are trying to fit their way, and it's going to be tough. Yoodo Gang's walking straight in towards the trap. It's Meow hiding inside the hut, and will take out Yoodo Gang's geek.
Hey, he set up the trap all alone by himself, and he will get that kill. Meanwhile, we have CG fighting an AROV, and Boyka taking a little bit of damage, but has to be careful. Look at that Mega Conqueror. They want to go right in, but here comes EVOS. They take 2 down. They might be able to get another one, but Rofa is holding that tight angle. He gets a spray onto Jax as well. That's going to be Junkhead taking them out, and oh no, Mega Conqueror wiped out by EVOS.
He immediately went in for the prone. Junkhead just did the impossible. He was there all by himself and took out Mega Conquerors. That is not allowed.
But they lose 2 members. They're down to Jaxi and Jackie right now. They've got Team Secret to be wary of. There's Illuminate the Murder as well. But CG going up against AROV. Shield Q. A really nice grenade right there. But he's trying to push into that compound. But he's all by himself. He tries to take him out, but no! Ice Shot spikes back. That's going to be Yoodo Gang third-partying that action. And Boyka is going to KS that right under his nose.
Yeah, the moment that they try to exit, there is still Aeons holding that angle where all these members of AROV need to walk across, and here comes the nade. It might just be perfect for them. It's going to lob towards the other corner, and it will take a little bit of that chunk of health away from Putra. Lobbing another, might just hit over the side of Boyka. Boyka hears it, and he hugs by the edge, but still soaking those damage. CG only down to Aeons. Remember how they were all separated? Empty put up a great fight, but now it's down towards the side of RQ, which have the next circle.
They actually managed to break into the southern side, and they are pushing in. Everyone's in the middle. Look at that. You got Snowlings, Purple Moon, Yoodo Gang, Ryu, Team Secret, Illuminate the Murder. And speaking of Illuminate the Murder, they're trying to break into where Team Secret are. RRQ, he has the AUG. He's spraying right through the smoke, but he's not going to find anyone.
Oh my goodness, Simbi right across. He's soaking a little bit of damage. A little headshot coming from Ice Shots as well as Jenny. It's going to find 1 member off of the side of Yoodo Gang. They're running in towards the edge of the road. And now Zully's trying to find who else is outside? They need to gatekeep, and Illuminate the Murder gets taken down by T2E.
RRQ, they have been so patient, but here comes the Kings of Pubg. They are pushing in, they're taking out Illuminate the Murder. They managed to knock one down onto Martin through D2E. And AROV, that's going to be confirmation, getting taken out by Yoodo Gang. But focusing now, look at RRQ, they've got 3 houses, and Illuminate the Murder, that's just beside them.
Look at the other end as well. Jasper alongside with Zooms. They don't really know what to do. They need to fight off so many other teams. There's LYNX, there's Ryu, there's all these guys. You do Gank as well, but Meow is still being a quiet cat alongside with Aeons all by themselves.
Purple Mood, they're going to where Zuli is. Yoodo Gang, they're all by themselves. They're climbing up stories by story. And Zuli, he hears the noises. But Zuli's trying to play this really good game as well. Zoom's checking all those angles. They know that someone's on top.
It's going to be really tough here. And I think if it all zooms straight past, all of these guys have to play the healing game. Matchai is going to get knocked out as well. Here comes the last of the LYNX. They're going for the flush, and they need to take down Illuminate the Murder. It's going to be hectic, and there will be blood as we see Martin being the only one left alive with Matchai getting taken down as well. They rush the outboard, and oh my goodness, they take down Illuminate the Murder.
I runs up the second fly, flushes out Illuminate the Murder, but now comes Ryu. RRQ as well, Senior getting the kill. D2E right on the side. He's going to spot out SYX. Oh, I will fight back, and RRQ will find it out. Now, we've got Snow LYNX. Oh my goodness, down to SYX. We still got 9 alive. Meow going to be playing a healing game, but SYX, he's got to heal himself. D2E sees him. G9. Oh no, he's going right there. He secures the kill onto Snow LYNX. He spots out Ryu as well. Is he going for the kill? Yes, he is. G9 rotating around, and boy will get taken out.
14 kills in the back for Kings of Pubg, and they are the only ones inside the circle, and yet they dominate, and it's all between them alongside Meow, and this will be the end of it all, and the match 2 times in a row. RRQ.ATHENA.
All hail the Kings of Pubg, and true enough, they were the most experienced in that town. Look at how decisive RRQ were. We talked about how they were going to go in. We're trying to ask ourselves, how is it possible for them to actually find an entry? But they were patient. They spotted out Illuminate the Murder coming in from the western end, or rather the eastern end. They took out Snow LYNX, they took out Ryu, they took out Illuminate the Murder, and at the end of it all, they held the Kings of Pubg. That title still remains and still belongs to them.
I just could not believe it. They were the calm before the storm. They were from the outskirts, and they know it was a perfect set going towards them as they cut across and still have all 4 members intact. Unbelievable. This is just a fantastic game, and you gotta give it up to the defending champions, RRQ.ATHENA. I cannot praise them enough for this round because this one is massive.
I don't even want to talk about it. I'm just looking forward to IC Baby 1-2's analysis, because I want to see how that went down in slow-mo. Like RRQ, we saw that picture where every single one of the teams were actually focusing on the outside, or rather they were on the inside. And then RRQ.ATHENA, they were on a hut that was slightly south of it, and I asked the question, how are they going to go in? Because every single one of these houses has a whole team inside in each and one of them. And Illuminate the Murder, they had the toughest run because they were pushing in. They were the last ones to actually come in alongside Mega Conqueror, and they flushed Mega Conqueror out. Fair play to them. But as they tried to go into the house, they were spotted by D2E. D2E took 1 out, and then the rest of RRQ knew, alright, let's play this slow. We've got the circle against us, but it came back into them, and because of it, they had 3 houses on control on the southern side. They waited for all the teams like Ryu, Snow LYNX, all of them to run out, and by the time they did, RRQ, they were just picking their targets. It was a shooting practice.
Yeah, it was literally shooting every single corner that you could see, and the only few teams that could pick them out could possibly A, amplify pure skills, or B, Team Secret right across, and they were too busy guarding the main heart of the city because they knew if they did not focus on that side, they might just get shot as well. A great example of that is Illuminate the Murder, because Illuminate were one of the few teams that actually spotted out RRQ.ATHENA. We saw Martin, how his fate just ended in the blink of an eye when D2E went in with the spray down, and on the other end, you have Snow LYNX rushing in towards Illuminate the Murder as well.
Yeah, you got point from Ryu trying to hide onto that corner of the house, but D2E went nope, I see you. He tried to jump right the window. He spotted out Zooms, and I think, no, not Zooms, Boink, but Boink, you wouldn't expect that, because he was inside the circle, and the only way for D2E to actually kill him was go out into the zone, go through the house, and then go into that room. And true enough, that's what he did, and that's why they are the best in Pubg. I mean, I heard of them, I heard of that title, and I was like, really? I saw the votes, I was like, it's gotta be a little bit of luck. But no, once again, they are proving me, or rather proving you guys right. And for the first time ever, man, I'm honored to witness this.
Yep, well, they're definitely honored to even cast this game, and the Kings of Pubg welcomes all these visitors. And
welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to my courtyard.
Right, you guys are up for that challenge. We're just gonna be showing you why they call us just that. Now, let's have a little look into the scoreboards as we break down some of the points that the teams have managed to secure. FFQ got detonated by ILLUMINATE Murder, and they only walk away with only 1 point, followed by Superstars on 15th place. Bapak Esports also having not a great fate as they challenge Mega Conquerors. NFT, 2 points for themselves at 13th spot. Crucial Gaming coming on towards 12th place. They were inside of the heart of the city as well. Same goes to Team Secret, 3 kills, so that's some good start for Team TS, while EVOS Esports will be making up that top 10 with 4 kills, 5 points. Mega Conquerors, 5 kills as well, will walk away with 6 points in total.
Interestingly enough, even when it was down to the final 2 circles, there were 13 teams in Pubg. That was how crazy that circle was. But coming up to the upper half of the leaderboards for match 2, we're going to see Purple Moon in 8th place with 7 points, AROV with 9 points in 7th place, Yoodo Gang in 6th place with 11 points, Ryu and Leafs going to be sharing 12 points, ILLUMINATE Murder coming in 3rd with 15 points, AMPLFY coming in 16 points, well done to them. But at the end of the day, the Kings of Pubg, RRQ.ATHENA, not only do they take 20 points with the chicken dinner, they get 14 kills at a total of 34 points. Like I said, they are welcoming everyone into their playground.
That's right, and the throne still stands. Oh my goodness, it seems like the man of the match may not be from RQ, and it will be ILLUMINATE Murders. Martin will walk away with quite a high damage output, 945. I almost say 9,000.
Wow, that would be a lot. That would be way too much. But I'm not too surprised. I'm not too surprised that he is the man of the match, because we saw a little bit of Murder. They had the toughest run coming into Pubg. They were actually pushing a lot of these teams towards the southern side, where RRQ and the rest of the teams that on the southern end were actually facing. So well played to win the Murder, but unfortunately for them, it was RRQ that took away the win. But let's take a look at today's ranking thus far. At the end of match 2, we're going to see Superstars still at the bottom with 3 points, Bapak as well. We're going to see NFT in 40th place with 6 points, just above them are FFQ with 7 points, Team Secret with 9 points, EVOS with 12 points, AROV as well, but CG coming at 9th place with 13 points.
And now we're heading in towards the top 8 of the bracket to see who will be reigning, and it will be RRQ.ATHENA with 2 chicken dinners in a row, and the throne still stands strong alongside with AMPLFY Pure Skills here, being consistent, 42 points on 2nd place, Ryu on top 3 with 22 points, Yoodo Gang only 1 point down below, will be finishing up with 4 place, and Mega Conquerors on the top 5 with 20 points. ILLUMINATE Murder, 18 points for themselves, SnowLynx with 7, and over on the Purple Moon, they are both sharing that 14 points with them. So we're gonna have a look into its highlights, and well, we gotta slowly break this one down, and it's really witness what went on inside Pubg. But we started off with RRQ.ATHENA picking up some pure skill members, and that's where they head straight in towards Pubg.
Yeah, and it's Superstars. They did not take note of that. They did not take the team the AMPLFY had, and they went up the same exact route, and this is where RRQ punished them so hard. Meanwhile, we're gonna have Mega Conqueror up against Bapak Esports. We talked about them not being able to reply, but what a take this was coming in from Jughead. They removed the entire members of Mega Conqueror. You see AOS flushing from the back, and this is where the bloodbath began.
Yep, exactly. All these teams were all around, and now it's time that we talk to the boys of RRQ.ATHENA alongside with Icy Baby 1-2.
Thank you so much, all the casters. Here I have RRQ.ATHENA's Ernie, and yeah, never mind, Ernie. The Kings of Pubg. The Kings of Pubg. All hail King Pubg. But Ernie, I gotta ask here, that map was insane. In the map of Erangel, there's so many people here. I gotta ask this. Why did RRQ.ATHENA make the decision to go all the way to the outskirts of Pubg, south of that barn house, and just camp there and wait it out?
เพราะพวกผมต้องการจะเช็คก่อนว่าทางโพชิงกิด้านหน้าของผมเนี่ยบ้านไหนมีกี่คนและมีทีมอะไรอยู่บ้างครับผมต้องการจะดูว่าเขาบวกกันเนี่ยมีกี่คนมีกี่ทีมแล้วดูว่าจังหวะไหนเราควรเข้าและไม่ควรเข้าครับผมจนถึงจังหวะที่เขามูฟกันไปเรียบร้อยแล้วผมจะเข้าไปซ้อนหลังเขาอีกทีหนึ่งแล้วยึดโพซิชันเขามาแทน
We have to check out that how many people and which teams were in that city, and we have. Well, the other team starts moving, and we move at the back of the other teams.
Oh, okay. So trailing behind the teams here is going to be a strategy here. But speaking of which here, we know there were just so many people in Pubg, right? Like, we know that from the south barn house rotating into the Pubg itself, it's like open field. You're going to get sniped. How do you guys find that timing, that small window that's just like, hey, let's go, we're safe? How do you do that?
ก็หนึ่งนะครับผมดูจากการที่ตอนแรกผมอยู่ด้านบนเขาแล้วผมได้ยิงยูดูน็อกทางบ้านข้างหน้าผมแล้วพอผมเข้าไปยึดพื้นที่ผมก็ยังคิดว่าเขาอยู่กัน4คนแต่อยู่ดีๆคิวฟีดมันขึ้นว่าเขาตายผมก็เลยคิดแค่ว่าถ้าเขาไม่โดนยิงทั้งทีมก็คือตายแค่ตัวเดียวอย่างมากผมเข้าไปสู้ก็สู้แค่3คนผมเลยเลือกที่จะเข้าไปสู้เลยก็คือผมยิงยูดูน็อกแล้วเขาตายไปตัวนั้นเต็มที่ผมก็สู้แค่3คนสู้กับ1ทีมแล้วผมรอจนวงเคลื่อนตัวผมปุ๊บผมปาสโมกและพุ่งเข้าชาร์จแต่โชคดีที่เขาไม่อยู่แล้วก็โชคดีไป
We killed one people of the Yoodo Gank, and we got out from the mountain, and luckily the Yoodo Gank, the other players of the Yoodo Gank, they already left their places at that time.
Okay, taking the opportunities where Yoodo gave away the space here, you capitalizing, went into the circle. Great stuff here from Ernie. Last but not least here, any advice as the kings of Pubg for any other players out there? How do you play Pubg? Any advice?
ก็จริงๆมันก็ไม่มีอะไรมากนะครับก็อยู่ที่เรื่องความเป็นทีมเวิร์กมากกว่าครับแล้วเล่นกันจนชำนาญคือเราสามารถรู้แล้วว่าบ้านนี้เล่นตรงไหนได้บ้านนี้มุมตรงนี้จะยิงตรงไหนได้ครับเล่นกันจนชำนาญแล้วเลยรู้ว่าเราควรเล่นยังไงครับ
The most important thing is the cooperation, and you have to practice many of times to play better.
Alright, thank you so much Ernie, the kings of Pubg, giving you some wise words there. Congratulations, 2 times in a row. Okay, thank you so much. You can have your break now, and looking forward to see more games coming from you guys, okay? Thank you so much Ernie. As we go back into the map, I'll further explain about how it all goes. So come on over here, as we're going to be talking about how the map of Erangel happened in this map itself. Pay attention to the map, okay? It's pretty much a very balanced map for all these teams here. However, the flight path was kind of forward towards the northern side. So teams coming from military base and Novo is going to struggle a little bit as they go into the circle. So as you can see, second circle phase here, you can see Mega Conqueror is one of the teams that's going to be the furthest here from side of Novo. FFQ is down to his military base here. So rotating the Pubg was something very easy for them, but they have to be a little bit worried here that they might be bridge camped by several teams here. In this case, one of the teams that actually bridge camp Mega Conqueror was CG in the vicinities of Milta. But as the game progressed, you can see all these teams, especially LYNX, EVOS, NFT, Ryu, everyone had the easiest access to his Pubg because Pubg is kind of the centralized map of the map. There's so multiple entry points, shouldn't be a problem for all these teams. But as the circle progressed, you can see a lot of teams were thinking that, hey, it's not going to be possible going to be in the Pubg here. You see AMPLFY taking the western approach. You can see NFT as well, AROV, and so Bapak, LYNX all onto his western side, expecting the compound to be somewhere in the open skirts here. We haven't seen a CD fight for quite some time. That was a crazy CD fight coming from this final match. But as the game progressed, you can see a couple of skirmishes on outer sides here, where FFQ, they made it to military base, from military base, coming to Southern Islands here, try to camp a couple of teams. They came out on top, but it was a little bit risky to commit into this fight. But what was super intense about the crazy fight was that, pay attention to this. Look at how concentrated Pochinki is. Whereas, if you think about it, Meow was one of the safest person in this vicinity, just because he was smack middle of it all. And all these teams here, you can see AROV. Oh. You can see AROV was kind of fighting against NFT. They were too afraid to actually push towards the next compound. Purple was preoccupied with the side of Rio. CG also preoccupied with the side of EVOS. EVOS also focusing their marks towards Team Secret. LYNX was also listening it out. Yoodo gang was marking towards the western side of the Pochinki map himself. But as the game progressed, what was really surprising is that nobody actually take the middle side of the compound, just because they are a little bit afraid if any kind of stragglers here. So in this case, Meow had the best position to wait it out for while everybody tries to take each other out towards the outer sides here. Everybody was just super afraid. And when we bring up to this point as well, Mega Conqueror, the furthest from the circle, when they rotated in, they did not know what was going on. You can see everything just went south for Mega Conqueror as EVOS Esports took them out later on. ILLUMINATE was in the compound. Everyone was just kind of figuring out, how do we get in towards the outskirts of Pochinki? We all know this gatekeeping strat is kind of the formula here for all these teams. But yes, this was the opportunity that I was trying to say here. Is it this clip? Nope, not this clip, sorry. Yes, it was this clip right here. Okay, when RRQ made the decision to actually camp into this barn house, it was a really smart decision. They were a little bit late to the party. They went out of Pochinki for quite some time, and as soon as they came down, they heard so many gunshots. Think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 teams, including Mega Conqueror, which is 12 teams on the outer side later on. There were 12 teams securing Pochinki. How the heck are we gonna go in towards the circle itself? It's super tough. RRQ made a decision to analyze the situation from side RRQ. And when Ernie mentioned that, hey, well, when Yoodo gang left this position right here, that was the greatest position to actually push out. And in this case, they actually preemptively smoked up, just in case if they get knocked or get scouted out from the side of Yoodo gang. So while they heard a couple gunshots coming from Team Secret, LYNX, AMPLFY as well, and as soon as they heard those gunshots, they went in for the push. So great stuff coming from it. But as soon as they go in, you can see everyone prioritized the insides of the circle. Everyone just wanted to get better positioning inside the circle, whereas because of that, Yoodo gang left the post here. They immediately exposed these 3 compounds right here in favor of RRQ to control of the elevation of all these compounds. And ever since, everything was history. You can see RRQ just controlling, destroying everyone who was just too preoccupied to gather the information that they need. RRQ came on top, and that's the reason why they are the kings of Pochinki. No surprises there. Until date, I think in the entire PMCO C League for Fall Split and Spring Split, every circle that's landed onto his Pochinki, RRQ has officially taken all that map. The kings of Pochinki showing you some world-class gameplay right here in the PMCO 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Split. Pretty much, that's going to be the interview for today and the analysts on this side here. Hope you guys enjoyed that thing. My name is ICBaby12. We're going to be taking a short break before we go in towards game number 3. See you guys in a bit.
สวัสดีครับ พวกเรา ILLUMINATE The Murder หลังจากที่เราได้เห็นความสามารถของ RRQ และ BTR แล้ว พวกเราก็มีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้มาดูเหมือนกัน
ภาพความจำไม่อาจจะลบมันไป นานเท่าไรยังจดจำคิดทบทวนเรื่องราวเรานั้นยิ่งทำให้มันเจ็บปวดใจ ก็ไม่รู้จะทำยังไง เมื่อในวันนี้ฉันไม่มีเธออยู่ข้างกายภาพบนเวียนล่องรอยรูปคู่เรา ยังเก็บมันเอาไว้ฉากสุดท้ายคงไม่ได้ทำให้เธอย้อนคืนมา ไม่อยากจะขอให้เธอนั้นกลับมา แค่อยากให้รู้เอาไว้ว่าฉันยังคิดถึงทุกเวลาและห่วงคำหนึ่ง ฉันยังคงนึกถึงตรงนั้นและฝันของเราอยู่เสมอ ไม่อยากจะขอให้เธอมาบอกลา แค่อยากรู้ว่าเธออยู่ตรงนั้นเป็นอย่างไร เธอคงมีสุขกายและใจ ลืมคนอย่างฉันแล้วใช่ไหม อย่างนั้นก็ขอให้เธอโชคดี จะยังคงนึกถึง
หลังจากที่ทุกคนฟังเพลงเกินความจำเป็นไปแล้วนะครับ เพื่อนๆทุกคนก็สามารถส่งคลิปวิดีโอมาใน Facebook IG @PUBGMOBILE ได้นะครับ
หมดเวลาแล้วเธอคงต้องไปแต่สิ่งที่ไม่ได้ทำยังอยู่คือความคิดถึง
Thank I'm sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm taking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. A fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Greetings to all the PUBG Mobile players. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia. The stage has been set, and the battles have begun. Now, the stage is yours.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Southeast Asia 2019 Fall Split. My name's Contra. This is Aris here bringing you all the matches. And wow, oh wow, the Kings of Pubg is back and they are here to reclaim the throne. And they were exiting the city for a little bit and they came back storming things out. And now we're ready for another chicken dinner. And speaking of that, it's time for seamless and uninterrupted gameplay with the Vivo V70 Pro.
Yeah, remember you can play the Vivo V70 Pro, or rather you can play PUBG. You can play both. You can have a bit of fun. You can play PUBG Mobile and Vivo V70 Pro. Bring you more immersive, more powerful, and more outstanding performance. And speaking of it, here comes the glorious chicken dinner. My, I slaughtered that. Just like how RRQ did in Pubg.
Oh yeah, smooth recovery.
Everyone was just in their backyard. And they knew the ins and out of it. They knew how to take it. They knew where the teams were. They knew how, or rather, what angles they should look out for. And I mean, fair play to point from Ryu. He was praying so hard. He was like, if I keep quiet, maybe
I won't just spot it out.
Just maybe RRQ may not hear me out. And then D2 was like,
the king showed no mercy. The king just conquered the entire region. And we were just talking about, oh, our Kings of Pachinki are not exactly inside of town, but they know what's up.
Yeah.
Like,
They know their throne will be there waiting for them when they come back. And every single team was just having a score like, oh, we'll let all these peasants have fun. When we come back, it's going to be the real deal. And fair enough, they took the win. But you got to admit, coming in yesterday, Illuminate the Murder had 4 chicken dinners. They had 163 points. Mega and RRQ, they were both struggling in 4th and 5th place. But RRQ starting to pick themselves up.
That's right, and now they are looking very much just like how they used to be back in the first season. And towards these couple of games, it is really like a revival that we are seeing from RRQ.ATHENA. And not only that, that previous round itself was 14 kills in total. Now, back in towards Group C versus Group A, and this time around, we're going into Sanhok.
65 points from 2 matches. They are looking to replicate what Illuminate the Murder did yesterday and Bigetron did the day before. So we could see 3 teams being so dominant on 3 separate days, and I feel personally really bad. Like, look at LYNX. I feel bad for them as well. They had a really good run in the previous game. They took out Illuminate the Murder, but end of it all, when it came down to the real test in RRQ, they fell short.
Yep, that's right, and that was a really tough spot to be in, and we're looking at Sid Benio here saying, here goes Malaysia, and they were playing pretty well as well. You can't really take the credit away from the boys of Team Secret, and there we go. A lot of discussions are being talked from Captain Pubg himself. And as we speak about that sort of scenario, one of my favorite moments of that match, I know it's really chaotic, but EVOS Esports, Jughead, he took out the entire squad of Mega Conquerors by himself.
Yeah, he went in for the last minute prone. They took down 2 members. He took down 2 members, and when it came down to the last fight, he proned down, he got the kill, and on top of it, I think he managed to heal someone up as well.
Oh, yeah.
So he actually managed to revive the rest of his teammates.
That's right, and not only that, he had time to even reload. How crazy was that? And we're looking at FFQ, of course, they're a little bit down because they're the earliest team to drop out because of Illuminate the Murder. But after that punishment, they seem to have a little bit of that sort of mood being pulled down as well. But Illuminate the Murder, they went in and out of the city. They went in towards the same field compound as we saw EVOS alongside with the other members of Purple Moon were at, and yet again, Illuminate, they found a way to cut through towards the other side.
Yeah, man, here we go. Right behind us, the banging of tables just to cheer themselves edge of the game. It started off last week, and I love it. I love that atmosphere that teams are like creating and setting up just to get themselves hyped up, and you know, they're ready to go, and so are we.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that we are stoked for the next run, and now in towards the rounds of Sanhok. Will it be as action-packed as what we saw inside Pachinki? I'm not sure about that, but what we do know is it's just going to be another wild run for all these members there. And we're talking about Illuminate being so strong.
They hit Sanhok.
Yeah.
They absolutely hit Sanhok. And I know why. Because freaking Zoo, they had Dog. There was the last remaining member, and in that top 3 fight against Bigetron, Illuminate the Murder, and freaking Zoo, Dog sniped 2 members of Illuminate the Murder, and that gave Bigetron the chicken dinner. So they're pretty mad about it, but they have a chance to redeem themselves right here, coming into the smallest map among the 4. It's 4 them small kilometers, slightly below 50% of land area, and on top of that, we are gonna have a total of 20 towns and a lot of small little rivers among these 3 camps: Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie.
Well, of course, we copy that, Commander, as we see all these other teams are already having that plan of getting those towns secured. This flight cutting across a little bit of that river in between Alpha as well as Townbound as well. So it's an interesting start as we see Team Secret perhaps opting to head in towards Hattin, where this is going to be a little bit of the tricky situation where we also saw a couple of teams challenge Team Secret before inside of the same city. And yesterday we saw RQ getting invaded by Bigetron, but I think they have pretty much a breather here because there's no Bigetron for today.
Bigetron was just going really aggressive and Sanhok, and that was because they got eliminated the last game. Small mistakes, but they channeled the angle correctly, and they took it all out on RRQ, and it worked well for them because they picked up the win. So hopefully a couple of these teams can, channel the same energy towards their performances. But one team I want to point out is NFT. They played so well yesterday. They got 66 points out of it.
Yeah,
and because of that, they are now in the top 12.
That's right. And top 12 definitely means a whole lot as we see NFT, they have skyrocketed themselves and towards the other places. Well, I gotta say, I'm baffled on how did they manage to achieve such a result in such a short time as well.
I mean, you gotta give heads up to all the members right there. We're gonna see Papoy, I think Masgaga as well. Both of them, they have been the forerunners for the team. They're always at the front trying to seek out information, and Liquid as well with all those sniping shots. I think Cole had a couple of himself. So the team is a pretty well-balanced team. They just need to be able to pick themselves out. I really think confidence is a very key factor for all these mid-level teams. They have what it takes to be there, but they might not be in the right mood. They might not have, they might not be feeling confident, and this in turn kind of affects their performances every now and then.
Yeah, I would agree that confidence is key in most of the situation, but overconfidence is not, Like, if you do happen to be overconfident of, hey, we can take this team because their position is way lower in the standings, and look what happened. Some of these teams, like freaking Zoo, they bit back so hard, and yesterday, Dot from freaking Zoo, he was one of the man of the match to look out for. He did not win the man of the match for any sort of rounds, but he was vital to keep freaking Zoo alive. And I would say they finish off so strong over on towards Friday as well as Saturday rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're hoping for them to keep it up in today's game. So far, no news from them, or should I say no sounds coming up from the animals, but hopefully that will change. Meanwhile, we're going to see Team Secret go a little bit onto the northern side where Cam Bravo over the Charlie is. I really want to see a couple of these teams play a bit more aggressively because everyone's stepping up their aggression. I think Team Secret are as well, but they need just a little bit of a push towards team fights because we've seen that they can take it out in individual plays, but we haven't seen a really organized fight coming up by all four of them just yet.
Yeah, I would agree as we see a little bit of a lack of that firepower in their arsenal. Well, from the side of AROV Esports, these are the complete opposite. Like, they have the firepower, but they don't really know how to keep themselves alive towards the very late phase of the game.
Yeah, they're like a cow, a bull on the loose. The moment they smell blood, they go in for the kill. They try to pick up. It has worked to their advantage a couple of times where we saw them fight against Purple Moon, which coincidentally was in Sanhok as well, and that was one of the cleanest take I ever saw coming up from AROV.
Oh yeah,
and I was really impressed by them because I know they're a good team, but for them to actually take that in such an organized manner and control timing as well, I think that was great. That was just beautiful to watch.
That's right. It's really sick to actually see them pull off such a swift run to take out Purple Moon, which is highly regarded as one of the best teams of Thailand as well. And, well, sometimes AROV just ran in like a bull, like you said, and eventually ended up at the hands of the Matador. But look at Yoodo Gank. They are by the edge of the river as well, but there is members of Yoodo Gank right across. Mampara has already gatekeep Hazel and drops him to 45%.
Yep, Yoodo Gang as well going to be taking a little bit of a standoff against LYNX. We saw them perform brilliantly in the previous game where they took out ILLUMINATE Murder, but this time around not up for the game. They're going to head towards the hills. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they're going to go for a swim. I spoke about them trying to rotate, and from high team, they pick up a boat and they're going to rotate all the way around where they are going to land bitch in Mongnai.
Well, it's going to be pretty interesting. They're going to go in for a little bit of refill for the time being. And yep, a little bit of pit stop in between the sea. And there's Mongnai for the taking. There's Lakawi as well. Both sides are pretty much safe. AUG 8 times in the bag. And Painan, so RRQ just missed this back pretty much way too early.
A little bit unfortunate, but hey, it's fine. Like, give the other teams a chance. We just saw them wreck everyone in Pachinki. Coming into this game, we're going to see Snowleys come out right now against AMPLFY. gonna get the first blood coming in. Vega taking a lot of shots. Mel will be the first one to knock down. And wow, Snowlings coming in really hot and fast.
Oh yeah, here comes the rest of the links. I as well as Hazel on the same line of sight, and he's holding on at Nate for way too long. What exactly is Hazel up to? But there is I to protect him instead, and last trying to finish it off.
Yeah, but a couple of grenades being thrown by AMPLFY as well, trying to spot up members. Or was that from Snowlings? It didn't matter. It did not land on anyone. And here comes the grenade. It's gonna land a bit short. Hazel gonna put himself a bit of distance between him and the grenade. And Peter from the side, he actually has the perfect angle. AMPLFY, they're on the run. They managed to save out Vigor, but now in the open grass, they are just sprinting right across that zone.
Oh no, it seems like AMPLFY Pure Skills last game, they seem to be in the top few finishes, and now they're getting pushed left, right, and center by 6, and Meow gets spotted out as well, but instead, 6 will fall down to the ground with Meow still being intact, uses the medkit in the midst of the battle, but here comes Peter coming up close. Peter Pan flying in, and I'm not sure whether or not Snowlings could be able to secure this clutch.
Yeah, look at that. Every single one of them has a tier 2, tier 3 armor, and it feels like we are already 20 minutes into the game. But because of the increased drop rate in Sanhok and how much loot that is available on this map, everyone's at full-fledged fighting within the first 5 minutes, and it's nice to watch. But AMPLFY, they are slowly taking it down. They are not in the safety zone, and look at Vigor. Slowly by slowly, the health is just ticking away.
Yeah, there's still enough time for Meow to actually cut across the back, but the only problem is Peter cutting him a little bit of that slack in that sense, and it will be Lynx having I finishing off Meow that spray down here, and will manage to actually pick up 6 at the same time.
Peter as well. Hazel coming in. He's gonna spot members of AMPLFY. Elas just hiding behind that hut, but there has no door. And with the, I'm sure that as soon as he comes out of it, Hazel 6 is spraying down. Oh, that doesn't matter. I from the other end actually spotted him out, and that's gonna be your first team out of the game. Unfortunate coming in for AMPLFY, but now let's take a look at what Illuminate the Murder is up to. They just got wiped out from RRQ, and speaking of which, looks like these two might butt heads really soon into Sanhok.
Yeah, a lot of all these big guns are already getting close by towards each other, while Mega Conquerors, they are just over on towards outskirts of the river, and NFT is already getting zoned right now. And this is the same position where Box Gaming would love to play. Of course, Box is taking rest on the Sunday games, while we're seeing AROV already training back towards the side with Illuminate the Murder. And now they understood that there's not too much of that firepower from this position. They will fall back for a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of teams on the southern side of Sanhok right now where Quarry is. And I'm not too surprised a couple of these teams fall really early into this map because, like I said, a lot of firepower are already available on all these teams and they are ready to take a full-fledged fight. We just saw a couple of these teams go head-to-head, and EVOS now, they've got control, and this is exactly where Bigetron had the previous time. They had the control of this crossroad, and they won the chicken dinner from there.
That's right, and EVOS is trying to emulate the same sort of formula, but of course, it might not be exactly perfect in the sense as we see Jixi will be on top of that hill, trying to have that elevation intact, but Bapak is doing the same against RRQ.ATHENA. Ernie's being locked down right behind that rock, and is getting taken out by Jixi. Oh my goodness, that's from a distance.
Another headshot coming in from Jixi. I told you, EVOS, they have what it takes, and now they're trying to finish off Ernie. But a lot of shots coming up on the side. Bapak, they find the angle, and what's that AKS? Nope, it's gonna be Jixi that secures the kill. Meanwhile, D2E taking a lot of fire. They're gonna break down the door, but D2E is putting himself in. And RRQ, they find themselves being third party from both ends.
Yeah, it's gonna be some rough angles to work with as well. Those compounds don't really offer too much of that peak advantage that we're talking about. And Senior as well as G9. They lobbed a couple of the smokes there, but to no avail, you know, like Jixi already all the way up top. They managed to take out one member off, and Ernie just got to sit it out after that interview that we just had with him alongside with Terrence.
Yeah, we're going to see Yoodo gang side by side with EVOS as well. What do you think about this position that Yoodo gang is taking up?
I think it's not too bad. There's still a lot of room that they could definitely move around if the circle does not fall up on top of them. But looking at Superstars, they're playing very, very closely towards the edge. And I don't like what I'm seeing because it's very, very dangerous.
The last time round, they got removed because of the same exact reason. The moment they bumped into Purple Mood, they got gatekeep. for so long. By the time they made a move, they got wiped out. And now, Purple Moon playing the same game as well. What is it with these two teams today?
Yeah, like they have the same sort of idea, which is why when both of them went in towards that fight, it was quite the trouble for both to even survive. But of course, SS was at the short end of the stick. I hear a little bit of the players actually giving themselves a little bit of that hoorah moment. It's like, yes, the circle's on me.
Yep, and I'm sure that Yoodo Gang, EVOS, and Illuminate the Murder are one or rather three of the teams that are feeling pretty good. We spoke about Illuminate the Murder and EVOS and how important it is to control crossroads. I showed it on the panel yesterday. When you have control of the crossroads, every single team is afraid of you because you've got the heart to protect yourself in, and they have to pass through there. And it's going to be a free firing range for all of these teams.
Oh, the elephants are coming up the hill as well. Mega Conqueror this year might just be able to find ASFAR first, but look at the position of Bapak Esports there. They're not exactly too close by to each other, but Bart is having himself locked towards the side of RRQ.ATHENA. FFQ is going to be having a little bit of a battle with ILLUMINATE as well, and it's just going to be tough for ILLUMINATE to even go in for that full commitment. While FFQ, they're playing by the top side of the hills as well as the jungle.
Yeah, they're playing exactly how Illuminate the Murder played yesterday in Sanhok, trying to push down the hills a little bit. The only difference is now they don't have a frigging zoo that will third party them. So maybe it might be smoother for FFQ. We'll have to see how that one goes. Meanwhile, AROV, we have Boyka and Putra putting in themselves in this hut. We've got Ryu on the other side of the crossroads. I like Ryu's position, although AROV have control of the hut, but I don't see the rest of AROV. They are just slightly down north, so we won't see them. Meanwhile, we're going to have Bapak going up against Mega.
Oh yeah, and not only that, we're seeing Ryu members already getting flanked, and Putra immediately flushes Bonk back towards the tree, and he's trading back, but it's so hard to even land it on this angle. Some of it hits the window pane, and over here we're seeing Mega committing to his spot. Unlike 24 gets knocked down.
And ASFAR as well, he's taking time on Mega. He's taking a lot of damage. That's going to be a grenade. Rawfire taking that shot. We know how good Mega Conqueror are with it. Oh, but trying that Superman jump across those rocks, and he makes it across, but that was really risky. Meanwhile, Papa they're climbing down the hill. They want to finish off online 24. He's slowly bleeding out, but Mega Conqueror still holding their ground.
Oh, here comes the RQ as well. They're running in towards the action. There's a little bit of bullet heading towards the side of Rawfire. Only 2 members left for the side of Mega Conqueror as Stone is also knocked out, but he's on the lower end, and D2E slowly proceeding as well. Or could this also be an escape route for RRQ?
It could be happening. Anyway, you talked about the third party, but here comes RRQ finding 2 members right there. Both the Bug gets knocked down. D2E popping up. They're gonna secure the kill to Bart, and looks like we have a little bit of trouble coming from the Malaysian team. Look at that team secret. They want to piss off this as well. They heard the noise, and Pons is fighting back.
Oh, this is going to be so rough. Nades after nades colliding towards the side of Pons, but he's only having that barrel to work with. Immediately goes proning, and one Molotov comes in. But from the back, though, oh, G9!
RRQ, they have the highest vision on top of this hill, and they are picking every one of them. And now it's down to Papa R and Team Secret. Can they fight against the Kings of Pachinki? However, this is Sanhok. It's not their playground, and they might just stand a chance.
RRQ.ATHENA might be able to still go in for 3 in a row. And now we're looking at the side of Liquid, still trying to find those angles against LYNX. And look what we have here, where as we talk about these teams, they are currently sitting in pretty inside of the bootcamp territories. And EVOS has been there for the longest of time, where you mentioned that BTR likes to actually camp out on that section. There's going to be a little bit of that drama on the northeast, so we're going to see that happening right now.
Yeah, we spoke about AROV and how well they are in terms of firefight, but now they're going to go into zone. Smokey trying to find the right angle onto CG as well. He's going to find out 1 member crawling right through. Putra's going to secure the kill into Empty, and CG down to 3 men, but slowly crawling right in. Looked at that AROV member, still not declared. Illuminate the Murder, gonna start off by firing the Smokey, and CG, they're trying to third party this action.
Here comes Boyka as well. He's getting closer and closer towards the side of Ross, and then he will be taken out by Aeons from F4, and that will be the spray down coming from Ross to secure that kill.
The issue is, AROV, they don't have the clearance of anger. They don't know where Ross is, and even Jenny, as he's bleeding out, doesn't know where the assailant is from.
That's right, and it's so hard to even play by these territories here. And now Rod knows that he needs to run up, and immediately gets sniped there from ASFAR.
Boyka taking, spraying the bullets. It was Rod Avery as well. Aeon's down to a tick of a health and he's able to heal himself up. But the zone is slowly swallowing all of them. How long can they last inside for? Plenty of medkits, but you don't want to waste too much time here.
Yeah, definitely no time to waste at all. But Team Secret here also getting clipped by the blue. Asper versus Team Secret. We've seen them on the clutch inside of a Sanhok round where they took off the members of RRQ.ATHENA before, but painkillers are being popped. But can Pubg take down Asper before the rest of Team Secret will be taken out by the blue?
The issue is they want to go in for the save, but Asper are going to be securing the first one on the Simbi. And now they know where Pubg is, but can he go for it? Looks like he's slowly proning into it. He doesn't really want to go up against the rest of Team Secret. But speaking of Team Secret, Potato, he's running into G9.
Oh no, that's going to be another rough bout, but it will be some movements coming from the lower tier cameras as well. And Pubg is going to be healing himself outside. Matoy is going to find Bucky. And now Bapak, they need to make that run. And if Pubg still stays there for a long time, it's not going to end well. Boyka gets chipped out. But Aeon, he needs to heal. He's got no first aid kits and only down to bandages.
Yep, I spoke about these two teams and how long they are going to be in the zone. I told you it's not going to be advantageous for either of them if this fight starts to drag out, because they're lowering kids. And look at that, Smokey still trying to go for the kill. He will get the kill down on the shield kill, and CJ in sort of trouble. Aeons, like you said, doesn't have mad kits, but if shield kill bleeds out, he might be able to pick up some from his body.
He doesn't even have time to even go in for a save. There's no point of that smoke, and those bandages are not helping at all. So Smokey will win this one for AROV.
Yep, it's going to be a wipeout onto Crucial Gaming. Unfortunately for them, they will bow out. But now, Ryu, we spoke about how they want to take control of this hut. Look at that. They are eliminating what Bigetron did. But now the circle is going to push everyone towards the western end.
And Yoodo Gank, we talk about how secure this compound is. Warren's going to be able to find Jasper, and that will be the end for Purple Mood. And now we're down to our top 10. Smokey's out for the count outside of blue. And there is still Pubg right outside.
Oh, Mazga got with the grenade, getting the knockdown to D2E, and one more for the run, trying to secure the kill of RRQ. But Senior and their G9, they know where Mazga is. Will they go for the heal, and will they actually wipe NFT out?
And now it's time for us to find out whether or not RRQ will be able to stand. There is D2E having some help coming from Senior, while Illuminate the Murder comes down from that hill. None of them are safe because they got to get in towards the boot camp section here. And NFT, only Masgaga alone to deal with Snowlinks, and immediately gets sprayed down by the Lynx.
They have control of this hut. It's quite similar to what the other team has, but look at that Liquid trying to fight right back, but there's two members. Nevertheless, he gets the knockdown to SYX, and he will get to Mazgaga in time. But RRQ, they are pushing over the higher end. Illuminated Murder from the eastern end as well. These two teams, Snowlinks and FT, in a lot of trouble.
And Martin will be able to take out D9. Avoiding going to block one nade inside, while EVOS, they're trying their best, and he's getting swallowed by the blue, and that will be Dixie for the side of EVOS. Now Zoldy's going to find one as well. Everyone's running in those open turrets. Now going to have those nades flying at him, and Liquid will be down for the count as well. And over on the other end, G9 and the rest of them.
The grenade! It might be able to pick out three members. It's on the outside, and it will knock down Papoy. Oh my god. With that moment, and all three of them are gonna bleed out. SYX goes in for the final blow. Snowlinks pulls another one out of the bag.
Where did that nade came from? It just dropped right outside of the window. Immediately we see Martin getting knocked out from the far as well. Senior, with his dying breath, he will take them down.
Illuminate the Murder. They are hurt, but they managed to take down RRQ. They lost so much time outside the zone. They bled out, and Illuminate the Murder capitalized on that. Meanwhile, Yoodo Gang and Superstars, the only two teams left with 4 members running. I mean, Superstars, we criticized them. You know, we pointed out their mistakes, but they are doing it. They are now in the center of the circle.
Well, it's time to see whether or not can Superstars clutch their very first win of the tournament. As we see Yoodo Gang having eye shots in the hut, and Martin's trying to fight against the Lynx, and we see Lynx once again win this one out. Only Armjohn left alive, and we know Armjohn is a one-man army, and now they're trying to hunt him on the Oasis.
But they have to be careful with Snowlinks while they're hunting for Armjohn. Oh, he spots him. He's hiding in the pond. No, you're running straight to him. SYX, what are you doing? It doesn't spot the Armjohn, and Armjohn's gonna take him down. That's gonna be 2 out for the count. The one-man army eventually gets followed by Ryu, but he had those 10 seconds of brilliance.
That currently having that advantage after they walked up. It's Superstars getting clipped by the right side of Ryu as well. And here comes Spray over the side of Hyuga. Can he survive? And it's only down to Leon as well as Hyuga for Superstars.
Yoodo gang, they've got 2 members on the ground. Zilly still trying to heal up Gig. Meanwhile, Ryu, we spoke about them, we spoke about the positioning, and now they look like one of the favorites to actually win this fight. But Yoodo gang, 3 members down. Ryu, why are you not pushing?
Ryu is trying to decide whether or not they could actually go right in. They're still suppressing the side of Superstars, but there's no point. They are outside, and they could not get those angles towards the side of Hyuga. While eye shots will bleed out to death, that will be a confirmed kill for the rest of the team. But Yoodo gang inside of that only compound that we see, do they have advantage? So, but Hyuga, he's lining it up. The door is wide open. He goes for the spray!
He might be able to find Member here. Yes, he does. And Zuli will secure the kill. Oh my god, I thought that Leon and Hyuga could have been doing something more than that. But that doesn't matter. 7 left alive. Left with 2 teams. Yoodo gang taking their time. They managed to kill 3 members up. Eyeshot still bleeding out right now. But Yoodo gang, they don't want to go to Hugh. They want the chicken dinner.
And now, between both of these teams, we see Yoodo gang depleted with those meds being used up. And now it's Bonk destroying those doors, trying to go closer and closer. Now, nades have been flung in by Nepicor as well as Drone. Can they survive out of this? And Manparong just trying to heal up. There's not too much left for us out of Yoodo gang.
Yeah, the only good thing is Ryu. They are closer to the center of the circle, and this is gonna force Yoodo gang out. Look at them. Look at Zuli. Sooner or later, they're gonna have to come with the hut. And I gotta give this to Ryu because they've got Boing on the outside. If Yoodo gang comes in from the eastern end, they are gonna get spotted out. Ryu taking their time. They're slowly baiting Yoodo gang out. Look at that. 3 members in 1 building. This is not good for them.
That's right. And if they do win, they could possibly get the very first chicken dinner for the side of Ryu. And now Yoodo gang, they're getting prepared for that one last flush. They need to do this accurately. If they want to take out Ryu, they need to know where exactly to flank from. And right now, I think it's Bonk. The only problem is that, that smoke's gonna subside, and now we're down to that final moment to find out who's gonna take this chicken dinner.
It's gonna be closing in right now. Yoodo gang, they sooner or later, they have to make a push for it, and there we go. Boing, he spots him outside, but the zone is closing in. He's taking a lot of hits coming out from the blue zone, and Yoodo gang, they need to push out right now, and here comes the first push. Maypro right into the middle of the smoke. They got the spot out Drone as well. Gank coming in from outside the heart. Yoodo gang, they got the smokes to work with, and Ryu, they gave up positioning from the outside. Their fire members on the side. Zuli down to half HP, but Ryu still buying time.
It's still crawling in, and it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. It's going to be Geek inside the house. So 2 versus 3. Nepicor still on his feet. So Ryu does have the advantage. They're just by the corners of the tree, but there is those angles right, and Ryu secures the very first chicken dinner of PMCO Southeast Asia League.
Ryu. They bought time. They knew they had the circle in their favor. And look at that. They look more relieved than happy because that was a close call. Yoodo gang, they still had 3 members alive, and man, it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it could have gone either ways, and I really like how Yoodo gang maneuvered across, and they kept those final few smokes to try to pull off this clutch. But with that being said, so 1 member of the side of Yoodo gang, they got knocked inside of the compound, and they know that was definitely a goner right there. So it's down to that 3 versus 2, and that blind spray worked perfectly for Ryu to get their very first chicken dinner for Indonesia. Now, with that being said, there was so many of these battles that happened, and there's so many epic moments, but what was LYNX doing? Like, they had that perfect run, and 6 just got all off Joan once again on that corner of the slopes.
That was a costly mistake, because if they had taken off Jones, I think they would still be 3 members strong, and they would have stood a really good chance of trying to break into the circle. But because they did not speak out Arm Jones, he managed to down 2 members of SnowLynx, and because of that, it was, I don't know, it could have been the Grasses, and this is why I hate Sanhok. This is why every team hates Sanhok. I can't say for sure for every team.
I wouldn't really say all
but I'm sure that Illuminate the Murder hits it. And I hate it as well, because I spoke to Mato and I was like, the Grasses are there, everyone's hiding in, and he was like, yeah, like, we hate it as well. But
pretty strong words, my friend.
Yeah, but instantly coming into this map, we see Arm Jones from none other from Illuminate the Murder come in and apply that into effect. He was hiding in that small little pond, with all the tall catfish grasses, and because of that, Snowlings could not spot him out.
Yeah, like you said, catfishing some of these guys, and Snowlings were the biggest cats that went straight in towards that trap, and I gotta say, that was pretty impressive. Like, there wasn't enough time for Snowlings to even go in for the save, so they were just having to run on that open field, and those firepower as well as those bullet noises were already drawing a little bit of attention. That did not help Snowlings secure that, but they did secure a whole lot of kills for that team itself. So with that being said, let's have a look in towards how Ryu got this one in the back, because they were moving from the northern side, and they tried to push a lot of all these other teams. But to my surprise, like AROV and CG, they were fighting outside for so long, but for CG, they ran out of mats.
It was tough because both ends didn't really have the circle in their favor. They were all just running in the same direction. So think of two parallel lines that would never meet, but because they were in the open, they had to commit to that fight. The only thing I don't like that coming out from these two teams was how long it was. You gotta understand, even if the circle is against your back and you've got 3 versus 3, sometimes it's better to just pop a smoke and run away from the fight. You don't always have to go for that fight, and this is why I was talking about AROV. I like them as a team. I think they're full of potential. We have seen them do brilliant plays like the one in Purple Moon and Sanhok as well, but in that instance, no, it was just I think it was a mistake in my opinion. But let's take a look at what the table has to offer coming in at the end of match number 3. We're gonna have AMPLFY and FFQ all the way at the bottom, both with only 1 point. Purple Moon and MGC, or the Mega Conqueror as you call it, 2 points. NFT and CG with 4 points, EVOS with 5 points, Bapak are going to come in at 9th place with 5 points as well.
That's right, there's a whole lot of all these kills being snatched up by Bapak Esports from out of nowhere, and CG secures 3 kills from AROV as well. But at the end of that battle, AROV somewhat still won because they managed to secure all 4 of them. So let's have a look in towards the top 8 of the table as well. AROV, as I talk about that 4 kills over onto the side of Crucial Gaming, they walk away with 5 points alongside with Team Secret with 3. RRQ.ATHENA, a little rough run. They've got a couple of members being picked off left, right, and center, and they tried to run in as well, but they did secure 5 kills, walking away with 10 points. No third chicken dinner for them, but SS, they were on that top 3 finish, but they were only having that 1 kill, so that's only 11 points for themselves. LYNX the Murder will walk away with 15 points, and LYNX just 1 point up ahead on that top 3 position with 8 kills in total. Look at them go. Yoodo, Gank, LYNX, as well as Illuminate the Murder. All of them got 8 kills in the bag, but Yoodo, 22 points, and Ryu, with that 10 kills, they managed to score a total of 30 points for their very first chicken dinner.
Yeah, I gotta say I was pretty surprised, and Ryu's drone will walk away as the man of the match, amassing 6 kills and a total of 855 damage dealt to opponent. I mean, Ryu, they had the standard formation. We talked about the crossbows they were controlling, similar to how Bigetron did it yesterday. They applied it into effect, and when it came down to the final circle, I gotta say, not only were they patient, they knew the right angles to take. They came out from the side, they went into the hut, and they won the final battle. But we'll see that in the highlights, so we can break that down even more so. But now, let's take a look at today's ranking.
That's right, and FFQ will be on the bottom spot to our surprise, alongside with Bapak with 8 points, and NFT on 14th place, Superstars on 13 with 14 points, Purple Nuke with 16 points up to in total after 3 matches, and CG onto 11. Now, CG climbing up onto all these familiar names was a surprise shock factor to us. 70 points across between them as well as EVOS Esports and AROV. So the Tigers sharing the same spot in a sense. Now, let's have a look in towards our top 8.
We're gonna see Team Secret come in at 8th place at the end of today so far. Not the end, but the end of match 3. 80 points for them. Mega Conqueror walks away with 22 points. Got Snowlings in 6th place with 30 points. Illuminate the Murder with 33 points. Yoodo Gang with 43 points. AMPLFY gonna be there as well. And surprise, surprise, Ryu in 2nd place with 52 points after clinching that chicken dinner. But still, at the end of match 3, at the top, we have RRQ.ATHENA with 75 points.
That's right, and now we really want to look at the highlights because Ryu have such a stellar performance today, and we're seeing Snowlings doing the same as well, starting off the fight with AMPLFY Pure Skills, taking them all the way down to the very final breath, and Bapak Esports pick up a multi-angle fight with Team Secret. RRQ also joined into the fight as well, and we talk about CG. They have so much of that going on, and AROV, they won the war after taking each one of these guys off the map, and Snowlings, they went on a hunt, take down, eliminate the murder, and eventually finds the links as well. And it was also Zuli helping out in that situation when Erangel went for that 1 versus 2. And in the final fight of the top 3, it was Yoodo Gang challenging Ryu. The Dragons have risen from the ashes, and it is them securing the first chicken dinner. Now it's time for the interview alongside with Terrence, as we'll have it pass over towards our analyst desk as well as our interview segment.
Welcome to the interview channel. Thank you to all casters here for those amazing setup here. Today we have, for the first time ever, from Ryu themselves, taking the...
We're training much time, and finally we cooperated together and we get the chicken dinner.
Okay, so you guys finally got a chicken dinner here. So could you tell me that for the first time you're coming into this PMCO, the Southeast Asia League here itself, could you tell me, is it difficult for you guys, or at the same time, how difficult is it? Could you describe to me what kind, is it really tough for you guys from side Ryu?
Kalau buat kami sangat susah karena baru pertama kali.
Okay, so for the first time ever coming in, what is the things that make you feel so hard?
Ya karena kami baru pertama kali main di Asia.
Oh, it's your first time playing Asia. Okay, that's great. Last but not least here, finally getting chicken dinner. Could you tell me, you know, is it because of the result of your hard work, or is it just luck?
Lihat aja ntar kayak gimana. Nggak tahu.
Apa sih Tom? Pikir menang terakhir pakai menang.
Hah?
Terakhir PMCO ini pakai menang nggak? Pikir.
Ntar dilihat aja ke depannya gimana. Enggak.
We just will work hard, and I think finally we can win the game.
Okay, last but not least here, anything you want to say to those fans here, especially they'll be watching you and supporting you from all over the world?
Say something to your fans. Berkata kepada mereka.
Makasih udah support terus. Jangan lupa dukung 5 tim Indonesia, Indo Pride.
Alright. Sorry.
Thank you for all fans supporting us. I think Indonesia will win.
Alright, thank you guys so much here. I hope you guys enjoyed the interview session. That is Ryu here. Congratulations on you win Boot K, and I'll send you off to your break here. As of now, I'm going to be heading off to break down the match of Sanhok. See you guys in a bit. And hello, welcome back again to the weather channel here. We're going to be describing on how the map of Sanhok begin here. The flight path from the northeast section traversing into the southwest corner. A pretty balanced map here, but the circle ended in the middle section of the map itself. So I want you guys to pay attention very closely to this particular segment here. Like, because the circle is kind of ventured into this section of the map, there's a couple of things that I want to pay attention was that I think it was Snowlings and Yoodo Gang making the first decision to actually camp out this vicinity there, where tentatively you can actually camp off some of the guys. Sorry. Pay attention to this is because if you pay attention, you can actually cut off some of the teams where in case they actually rotate from the Charlie Island, or maybe even the guys from Alpha Island, and because of that you can possibly get a couple of gate kills there and go for the gate keep. But at the same time, the circle was closing in towards the vicinities of bootcamp, where you can see all the teams were trying to rotate in. And you pay attention to it, I like the fact that Aris actually mentioned here, Purple Moon and also Team Secret actually took the approach where they actually took to the C line to try to rotate towards Cow. Unfortunately, the circle was pushing everyone into the vicinities of bootcamp, and at the same time everyone was struggling, because if you know that in terms of the layout of bootcamp itself, you can see it's pretty much open field just from this perspective itself. You can see, if you pay attention, in the western side of bootcamp, the circle ended somewhere in the vicinities where LYNX were. But the same time here, if you see how all these areas are, this entire area is pretty much all open fields, and because of that, there's not really a lot of covers for all this team to work with. So they opted to make the decision to play the eastern shoreline, and you can see on this circle itself, there's everyone just coming in from the eastern side. We have Rio on that side, Purple Moon, EVOS, ILLUMINATE, RRQ, and NFT. And the only teams who are actually in towards the side of bootcamp is actually Superstars. And because of that, they had the hardest rotation pathway to actually push in towards Yoodo Gang. And the circle could have possibly actually landed in the vicinities of SnowLynx and Yoodo Gang. But Yoodo Gang, they held their ground for a little bit here. But while this was happening, SnowLynx actually had a couple engagements, which was really nice, where you can see every team was trying to make it into the circle. They took down the guys from ILLUMINATE the Murder from the side of Rio, because they were pretty much open as well. But yeah, what was super nice about this fight was that you can see Rio, they had the outer sides of this compound, and they knew every single one was kind of inside in this vicinities, whereas Superstar, as soon as they got the knock onto his Yoodo Gang, they repositioned themselves to actually take this fight against Yoodo Gang and just came out on top. So Ryu made a decision after they took down Ging. It was just crazy to watch, and they played it super smart coming from Ryu. And their first time ever getting the chicken dinner, I felt like they played the terrain to the best of their abilities and came up on top. So congratulations towards Team Ryu here for taking the first ever chicken dinner here in the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Stage. Last but not least, the rest was history. Yoodo Gang, they tried their best to actually come up on top and take this fight here, but like I said, Ryu, they had the compound, they played it well. Yoodo was kind of left out in open. As soon as they got this knock onto his gig, they came out on top. That was just fantastic to watch, and they knew they had the manpower to take down the rest of the guys here from Manpower as well as Zuli. Great attempt here coming from Yoodo Gang, but overall in general, Ryu did fantastic. So that's pretty much it here for the Valorant channel here, and I'll see you guys in a short break after this. See you in match number 4.
Come on, dance with me all along. Shake body, shake body. La 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 la.
fall. No, he will not. D2E, he's also low, but gets taken down from Matoy. Matoy is looking for more kills. 4v1 situation. CZ going to be tagging the circle. Here comes spray down. Martin, will he suck him down? 1 HP? No! CZ knocks him out, but the circle will take his life as ILLUMINATE. Jasper getting scouted out. Marty scouts out G9 as well. They go in for the knock, and Jasper's going to be only one left. Like ILLUMINATE the murder. They're gonna murder him. Jasper, no, run. But the circle is closing.
Oh, he's getting cornered up. There's no way he could outplay this.
What are they gonna do? Jasper here, he's gonna get pinned here, and he goes for a wrap around. Martin will come on top. Out inside, flips down, spraying all the way back. ILLUMINATE the murder goes in for the push, and now down to Martin. And oh my goodness me, BTR finds their winning ways once more. Martin's gonna try to reply, and Doc knows that there's nades coming out his way, and he's forcing a fight. Spots out Ryzen, takes him down. Oh my goodness, 1 health for the side of Freaking 2. And he survived somehow. BTR, they got to. But Ryzen's dropping pretty low. Ryzen drops so low here. ILLUMINATE the murder. I like that the circle is still favoring them here. But BTR, they've got the pin against the corner, and they can't play this against Destiny. But an ace! Oh, from Upjohn once again. What was that?
And now it's only down to Luxy. He said he's not confident with 1v1s, but this time he needs to pull a miracle out. And so Liquid, can he do a 1 versus 3? Last one nade out towards the direction of Benby. Immediately sees it right through. So it's gonna be an easy cruise for South VIP. Circle's gonna close right all the way in, and VIP is waiting for this victory round. And Liquid now bleeding out is only down to bandages as well as first aid. And this is too little too late. Say goodbye, say goodnight, because why?
Nice try there, but at the same time, ILLUMINATE the murder. They are on the low ground one advantage here. Marco was previous knock, but he needs to heal himself up. But look at this, the circle is going to eat him alive. Can he go for you again? Loki, Superman jump, can he no? No, Martin trying to, can he get another one? But Marco is out in open here, but the circle, Joan, 1v1, let's go.
1v2, it's a 1v2, going in for the spray down, but it will be ILLUMINATE.
but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm taking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So I'm taking the fire away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The bad mood is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but
Greetings to all the PUBG Mobile players. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia. The stage has been set, and the battles have begun. Now, the stage is yours.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've just concluded our round inside of Sanhok, and now we're down for more chicken dinners. Are you guys excited or what? Because it's time for seamless and uninterrupted gameplay with the Vivo V17 Pro. And boy, oh boy, this smartphone definitely packs a punch with more powerful, more immersive, and more smooth gameplays as you get yourselves those glorious chicken dinners. My name is Contra. This is Aris, showing you a little bit of that dance moves, and now we're swagging our way in towards our next game. What are you feeling about the previous one, though?
Yep, I was feeling pretty good. I think Ryu actually displayed kind of like a defensive masterpiece. Even with 3 men, they were playing patiently. They knew they had the upper hand, but didn't really go in for the rush. So maybe a different in terms of how different teams would put it. But end of the day, they got the job done. They got the chicken dinner, and now the important thing for them is they've climbed up, I think, to 9th spot.
Oh,
and
nice
that's a 9 or 10 spot. 10 spot, sorry. So they climbed from 30 to 10th spot from the start of the day. That is a really huge lead.
With one chicken dinner.
With one chicken dinner. With 30 points at the back, they actually climbed from 12 to 9. But they were starting off at the day with 30th place. That was how far they were at the start.
That's pretty massive, and I really can't wait till we conclude our day to see where will they position by the end of week number 2. As today we're seeing Group A versus Group C collide, and boy, Ryu, I was just waiting for that moment to happen because I've talked about Ryu being so strong, they are so aggressive, and they know how to defend, but a lot of times they didn't manage to secure that top 3 position, but when they did, they got themselves that chicken dinner, and here comes EVOS Esports as well. Haro seems like he's a little bit surprised, but yeah, he says, okay, I'm just gonna go in towards that short little slumber that I can get before heading in towards Erangel.
A little bit camera shy as well, trying to cover his face with the palms right there. But what a day it has been for all these teams at the bottom end. We're gonna see RRQ, not the bottom end, but they haven't been performing too well, but just slowly picking themselves up and speaking about picking themselves. Superstars, they finished in the previous round Sanhok in placement number 3.
Yep, that's right. But they only secured that 1 kill advantage to get themselves those points, but it still means a lot for Superstars coming in closely for them to actually get themselves in towards the top 16. But of course, still a lot of hard work to be done for the rest of the week that's coming in towards week 3 as well as week 4. But here it comes, AMPLFY pure skills. These boys looking so tough, looking so strong throughout week 2. So can you break it down to us? What went wrong in first week, and in week 2, what went right?
I think AMPLFY, they took really long to travel. We know that in week number 1, they were a bit hesitant when it came to team fights. They weren't too sure as to where to actually put themselves in. We know they got a drop zone in every single place on the map. But when it came down to rotation, it was way off. They didn't know which town they want to go to, they didn't know which fights they want to pick. But in match, or rather week 2 itself, I think they became a lot more determined to win fights, and because of that, a lot of decisive moves were made. Same goes for AROV. We saw that fight that they take. I can't say the same for Sanhok, but for the rest of the week, they were superb.
Yeah, definitely superb. But that commitment with CG, a little bit too much overcommitment,
yeah,
I would say. And of course, not only that, we're looking at another feline there, Snowlings.
Yeah.
What do you think of that performance? Because they got some good kills, but didn't end up having the game.
Yeah, Snowlings was a bit off in that game itself. We didn't really see them play the usual self. Slow rotations once again coming up, and you might hear me keep repeating this, but coming into this current manner, or current this forward split, slow movements usually don't get rewarded. The only few times we saw slow movements being paid off was Team Secret when they won a match in, I think it was Erangel, when it came in the first week. And other than that, we haven't seen much coming out from slow rotations. You always get to the zone. You're the last ones to get to the zone. You don't have much to work with. Every single town is really taken up, and on top of it, you gotta fight for your right to stay in that zone. But enough of analysis, enough of breakdown, because we are already having half of the day gone by. We are to the second half, and it's going to be Erangel once again of the day.
That's right, and this is going to be the hilly terrains for a lot of these teams you work with, and I'm still looking for something that's a little bit more different than the rest. A lot of the circles now, we've seen it going in towards the side of Yasnaya, the side of Gadka, but last game that we saw inside of the town of Pachinki, I want another city matchup. Like, if it goes into Yasnaya, if it goes into South George, wow, I think we're in for a perfect day, I would say.
We haven't seen the circle end in Georgia Pro yet. I think most of the circles have been ending when it's on the eastern side. It has either been on Gaka or Primorsk. We saw one that ended a little bit north at shooting range before, but that was just a one-off. So I want to see something happen in Georgia Pro, because it's one of the towns which at the start of Fall Split I thought, wow, it's a nice place to drop. You've got really good access. You've got lots of vehicles you can play with. You've got this, small little mountain that you can climb up. You can have a really good view of ruins and Gaka. But no, so far it's always been either, Yasnaya or Rojok or school. So come on, PUBG Gops, please switch things up.
Yeah, switching up for a little bit. But I would definitely bring up a few things about South George as well as North George. I like South George. Not a fan of North George because there's lack of vehicles. So the South definitely offers a few over on the western side or somewhere towards the containers or even close to a hospital. There's a lot of options in store. So there's going to be some usual drop points for most of the teams. CG are pretty close by towards EVOS Esports as they manage to secure Minimilta. But as we look in towards the first phase, we're hearing all these bullets flying up in the air, and Foxy finds himself one member off of CG.
Really quick kill coming in from EVOS as well. He's gonna get the secure kill. That's gonna be the first blood coming in after the, or rather into the 4th match of the day, or rather of the week, last week. And coming into the end of week 2, Any surprises for you thus far?
Well, to my surprise, I would say that teams like, freaking Zoo, they really pull off so much of all these action. And now we're seeing a little bit more as we see EVOS also having a huge leap up the ladder with those consistency. And now one-on-one, we see Aeons just slowly crawling by alongside with Foxy. So they're just by the edge, and it could be either sides drawing in those blows. But here comes CG.
Yeah, this is really bad for Foxy as well. EVOS, they waited out too long. Where is the rest of EVOS? They were buying time for both sides to actually come on, but he actually goes for the prone. Oh no, I'm not too sure if CG just bought up. Yes, they do. They get one knock into runs, but nope. The support is there for the rest of Crucial Gaming, and that's going to be one for the back.
Yeah, I think he waited a little bit too long, but I like the support that's coming from the side of CG, coming just at the right time, and it's just going to be a 1-for-1, and now back towards Mega Conquerors. And CG, they are at the bottom of the standings as we speak by the start of the day. They should be climbing up against XForce as well as Superstars.
Yeah, obviously XForce not playing today as well, so no way they have a say onto how they can actually defend against Crucial Gaming. But fair play to Crucial Gaming. We were seeing them struggle in week 1, but week 2, they picked themselves up. And I ask you, right, what is the biggest surprise it has been for you coming into week 2? It's got to be CG for me. They have put on such, despite being at the bottom, and I mentioned this before, but because of CG, I'm going to say it again. The fact that they are at the bottom, but they are putting such a stellar performance in week 2 shows that they're not giving up. It's an undying spirit, and you got to give respect to that.
Yeah, they're definitely working hard towards their goal. Although they are the newcomers, they are putting up such a fight and challenging EVOS in the early stages. Many of the teams, they don't even want to even think about getting anywhere close towards the side of EVOS. Like, the moment I saw that plane flight, I felt like, okay, if they drop really close by, I'm sure they're already going to pick something up in that sort of sense. And it seems to be true. Like Foxy, yep, they managed to get that knockdown on the Shiki as he tries to attempt on that UAZ run, but got clipped out. And when we see the rest of the CG members, after looting for a short bit, immediately crashes the compound with another UAZ to flush out Foxy.
Yeah, a little bit of murder as well. Going to be taking up hot onto the Rojok area, and we're going to see Ryu really close to them as well, coming into school. But these two teams, I don't think I've seen them meet head-to-head before. But speaking about head-to-head, EVOS caught another fight. It's CG once again. They've lost one member, Foxy. They're not too happy about it. They want to bite back, but CG running away with that vehicle, empty. Gonna be joining up with Aeons.
It's a little bit of that great drive up that hill, and Empty is just gonna wait out for Rods to arrive, so they're gonna drive out of this terrains. And Aeons has already made a move, but where exactly can they go? I think farm will be not too bad of an option, not too far away. And if they were to drive even past the bridge or all the way up north, there's gonna be teams like Purple Mood that is nearby. So EVOS will be conquering the Milta over on towards the south side in this short span of time.
Yeah, I kind of pity the fact that they left town, because I feel 4v3 they can actually try to take a fight against EVOS. They actually have numbers in their favor, but nevertheless they're gonna let that one go for now. Meanwhile, AMPLFY, man, Vigor, what a player he has been yesterday as well. We saw him 1v3, got so many knockoffs through the windows in Miramar, and I'm just waiting to see what AMPLFY can offer coming into the 4th match.
That's right, and later on we'll see that coming shortly. And 3 rounds of Erangel each week. And
it's rough. Yeah, suddenly I think a couple of these places, it's Erangel again. It's the same old stuff. But then again, it allows teams that are good to actually offer consistency, because you're playing on the map over and over again. We've added more games within each week, and it actually gives teams the chance to show consistency, not only based on the strategies, but enough time to actually study their opponent's rotations and actually adapt to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't really complain too much about, how we're having more games of Erangel, because with those sort of consistency that you mentioned, that's definitely going to give them a little bit of that focus, other than, each day of the weekdays. They're playing 4 different maps in total, and they really need to do a whole lot of study, whether they're fighting against Group A, B, or C. It doesn't really matter. All you have to do is adapt towards all these situations, and of course study well enough on those VODs and review it time and time again. What did this fight went wrong for your own team, and perhaps they could definitely improve from there. Now, one of the teams that definitely had those improvements would be Superstars as well. Like, we saw them, they managed a few top 5 finishes, but kill volumes pretty much low at the time being.
Yeah, I think they have been pretty indecisive when it comes to team fights. Rotations-wise, I think they're fine because they know what they want to do. Maybe a bit quicker in the rotation, like what AROV is doing right now, because every single time I see Superstar, they're either really close to the edge or they're soaking up the blue. And I don't really like both coming into this meta. I spoke about it. I already explained it why. But kind of just a short refresher because, number one, the pace of the game has already increased by so many times 4. We really saw it coming to teams, especially for those who want to go in the middle. Second, when you take up the blue, you're wasting away those mad kids. We saw Team Secret do it. It has paid off for them only once throughout the entire team. And even Team Secret themselves are trying to adapt to that. They are playing a lot quicker, and even when they're doing so, they are rotating as 4.
Yep, that's right. And speaking of Team Secret, they seem to be pretty much quiet for today. I mean, other than seeing them on camera, like within the game, it feels like they're just getting pushed over by some of all these teams from Thailand, from Vietnam, and etc. Like, I don't even need to mention which exact team did it, but it felt to me like they lost a little bit of that sort of aggression that they used to be known locally for. But when it comes down to, you know, taking on towards some of the teams that has raked in a high volume of kills, it seems to me that they're not willing to fight back.
Yeah, it might be that they're still trying to figure out if they want to play, but they got to figure out fast because it's week 2, you're already halfway through the league, and there isn't much time. Like, you could have done that in week 1, and they were doing so. But coming to week 2, you got to firm up your decisions right now. And speaking of firming up, RRQ, they get a really quick knock into Trick and Bapak Esports going to be losing 1 member early into Pachinki, or rather not Pachinki, but Erangel.
The outskirts of it.
Yeah, the outskirts. I was thinking Pachinki, but this is not really Pachinki itself. It's more of the outside area.
Yeah, the hills of it. And I like Ernie's decision. Immediately popping out the tire, making Trixnitty lose control and secure that knockdown there. So that's an instant pickoff coming from RRQ.ATHENA. And now we're seeing smokes being expended from NFT. So this is going to provide them a little bit of cover, and they are just running side by side alongside with LYNX. Look at AROV though. We're talking about those first phase circle, but I won't blame Manga because it's a tough decision to make, and they really need to find a way to get in towards the next phase.
Yeah, I have to be a little worrying, or rather careful, because they might just run to EVOS. Look at that. All these teams are just driving by because they're not, number one, they're not interested in team fights. We saw what happened when AROV actually took a fight as well outside the zone. They wasted so much time, and I was speaking to Boyka, and he said he was kind of pissed off because it was just wasting so much of the team's time, because you staying outside means you waste map packs, you can't progress into the circle, you're taking a lot of damage, you're wasting utilities, and unfortunately they did not have a smoke. If not, they would have just popped one and just break off from there.
Alright, and I guess that kind of answered our sort of questions that we had in the previous game. But if we look in towards that phase that's closing in, so from territory is still being covered by the first phase, but Rot's already being knocked here, and the rest of EVOS already coming up closely, and I feel this is definitely going to be an easy pickup for the side of
Crucial Gaming. They lost Aeons, or rather they lost Q, and now they're going to lose another member, but looks like they want to punch him out. Rough match for Rot. Taking turns as well. They're going to loot his bodies like vultures, but not too bad. EVOS, they managed to avenge Foxy.
Yeah, they definitely did avenge Foxy, and so this 3-man squad here is still having a little bit of that small little victory celebration by just taking 1 member out, but
for Foxy.
Yep, for our team, for EVOS.
Yeah.
Hashtag EVOS Raw.
Hey, I screamed the name wrongly. But hey, coming back to the game, we got Ryu as well up against ILLUMINATE the Murder Warrock here, trying to spot up members of ILLUMINATE the Murder with the Mi-14. I don't think he spotted anyone too closely, but Martin looks like they're going to be rotating pretty soon, because You don't want to get stuck in the middle of all that fire and talking about getting stuck. Look at that. We've got Hazel trying to drive off. And SnowLynx, they might find the other captain falling really quickly. You have to be careful because Senior just spraying down with the M4.
Yeah, that's a really great attempt. And now Lynx immediately charging down the hill, knowing, hey, it's RRQ.ATHENA. Like, we don't really want to pick up this fight. Immediately head straight towards the section of South Rozhok. And they're booking body corners of these slopes that we have. A little bit of a flying Peter vehicle right there, and they're just going to be working out from this angle, and I feel this is a good cover for themselves.
Yeah, and they've got vehicles to work with, they got all these visions they can play around, and look at that AMPLFY. My meow, he is one happy cat. He got tier 3 armor, he's got tier 3 helmet, backpack as well.
But he's just driving by all across the side of Yesna Polyana. And I feel like it's a little bit too dangerous to just be rotating across here because that's also team secret inside of the city grounds. While we see EVOS Esports after having CG members taken out, this is Aeons as well as Empty trying to commit to this one. So Aeons coming up pretty closely against Aro, and I feel like this is not going to be a good fight, and they've already lost 2 members to EVOS, but they really want to hunt down the rest of this Indonesian squad right across.
And look at Jaxi, he's already trying to push towards Aeons. The grenades will come up on Empty, and Aeons gets one knock into Aro. They want to go in for the finish, but where's the rest of EVOS? They're a little bit far away from that particular half wall. He spots him out. Go for the finish though. Yes, he does. He might get one more kill with the spray down. That's going to be a follow-through onto Jaxi as well. Down to the last member. Junkin, can he pull one out? Yes, he gets one knockdown. He will remove the team, but Aeon saves Crucial Gaming at the last second.
Wow, we talked about the most improved team, and Crucial Gaming got a crucial clutch and immediately take out the Tigers as we speak of them already going blow for blow ever since they dropped in towards Milta. It's payback time, baby.
I told you, Crucial Gaming, they have what it takes to take a team fight. They just need a little bit of confidence when it comes to all these duels. And we saw Aeons. He came in the last second. He took down Jacket. We know Jacket was a fearsome player coming into the previous map. We saw him take a 1v3. But now it's time for Crucial Gaming to back up because they've only got 2 members left. So what advice would you give to them if they want to rotate right here?
Well, Crucial Gaming, if they really want to rotate here, I would suggest waiting for a little bit more before making a move. That's the starter. And if they were to actually make a decision, they can actually take the corners of Shelter if it moves back to its Yesnaya and then hit up northwards, or even slowly move on foot if they really want to slide up the hill. But there's RRQ.ATHENA not too far away. Meow's going to be finding a headshot towards the side of Putra. So it's a little bit of a long-range battle between AMPLFY Pure Skills against the Malaysian side.
Yeah, both teams on the opposite ends of this bridge, but they know they got one knockdown, and here we go. AMPLFY coming in for the kill. We've got Meow and Kong both on the cars, and look at that. They got to crash right into it. We've got Vega coming out in the sniper's heart. They really knock one down. Oh, he's got a 1v2. Man, he gets a second knockdown. No, he doesn't. But here comes the rest of AMPLFY. They're going to close the door on this one, and they get 2 quick kills onto AROV.
That's 2 Philippine teams winning out games. And now here comes Smokey as well. That's a headshot. And Boyka runs down onto his PL. Here comes Boyka once more. And he's looking for the final guy. It's Kong with the wraparound. But he will get a little bit of spray, a little dash on death. And it will be Boyka winning it off. And it's only Smokey for the rescue, but they lose way too much more than they should.
They came in, and boy, oh boy, Boyka actually managed to pick up 3 kills by himself. I thought for a second that AMPLFY could have won that fight, right? Because he came in, they got a really good knockdown, but there was just, how did Boyka win that? Because he was reloading.
Oh yeah, Boyka was reloading, and I think it was because that crash that led to a little bit of that frenziness where they were just jumping across, and it was a missed opportunity. But AMPLFY Pure Skills, they have a little bit of a premature celebration there, right there, as they already swam inside of that territory. But AROV, great coverage from the captain. I cannot emphasize any further that Boyka was doing so much work in that skirmish that we just saw.
It could have gone really bad as well, but now we're going to see SYX trying to link up the shot with the M16. He's not going to find any taps. He's going to tapping on the D2E, but we know the M16 does nothing but tickle. And RRQ, they know where slings are. SnowLynx have to play a little bit safely. Senior right in front, but the rest of the teams of RRQ are just guarding their captain.
And both sides, RRQ as well as Snowlings, they are playing but and within a line side, but RRQ, they are segregating themselves across, and even Yoodo Gank, they are by the hills as well, but they chose to reposition. They don't want to be booking out on this spot for much longer, but there's a little bit of spray coming from the side of Bonk. None won't be able to connect towards the side of iShot, but Zuli is in trouble though.
He's trying to blow up the vehicle right here. The spray down coming in for Bonk. Ryu take out the high ground. That's going to be a knockdown for Potato all the way from the other side. That's going to mini fall and spray down as well. Nepeko, first one to go right down. And Bill, Team Secret, they wanted to party's action right here. They got 2 knockdown. They might be able to get more.
My oh my, right on top. This is just a bird's eye view for him, but there's a little of that smoke being utilized from the side of Bonk. So Ryu himself is trying his best to keep Nepeko alive, but while they're at it, Liquid is going to find another headshot, so there's a lot of sniping spree going across the region.
Yup, and Yoodo Gang, they're at the bottom of this reach. You got iShots trying to buy some time. Oh, and from far, Jasper with the mini 14 gets a headshot onto Kick. And Yoodo Gang, wow, what a turn of events for them. They had 2 members standing, but now it's all down to 1.
And that buggy is rolling without wheels. Like, we see all the tires are being popped as it slowly slides down. There's not even a driver on top of it. But looking at Team Secret, they are having that little bit of that region to work with there, with a little bit of that slope coverage. And Ryu, they're getting flanked from so many different directions. Purple Mood, Team Secret, they're sandwiching them in between.
Yeah, you got a smoke popped up on top of your body, but you're in this open space. And when there's an awkward smoke just out of nowhere, teams are going to know that you're within it. Look at that. We're going to have the rest of Team Secret blow up that vehicle right now. That's going to be Yoodo's Gang Metal Escape. Oh no, but Zooms all the way. He got the knockdown and he got another kill.
My, like Zeus, we hardly see him going on sniping sprees, and he's doing so well with that minute 14. I'm pretty much surprised Alex with the DP as well. Still trying to get those angles, but you know, all these branches are covering them, the vision as well, so it's not really all too easy to land from that sort of distance. But Team Secret, they are in a pretty good spot, but let's see the circle update. They just need to move a little bit down south.
Yeah, we got RRQ, Snowlings, and Mega, who are slightly south. RRQ a little bit more central, but now FFQ, they are going to be the gatekeepers of the northern side. They are already engaging towards Ryu, and you've got Purple Moon, Illuminate the Murder, and Team Secret. Man, this is going to be rough for those in the north.
That's right, and the guys from the north, they definitely need to fight it all out before even getting themselves across those crossroads that we just saw. Well, NFT, they might have to compound, but Snowlings, they had vision on both RRQ.ATHENA as well as them from right down below. But RRQ, they do have a couple of plans though. They have all those vehicles to actually bail out if they really do want to. But from this angle, there is also Mega on the eastern side too.
Yeah, I like Mega's positioning right now. They got a lot of houses to work with. They are at the bottom side, but there's this really steep slope. If you kind of notice, just behind Rodfire's back, he's got a really steep slope. So the entire side of RQ, they can only spot a Rodfire, and they can't get to the rest of the teams. But now talking about getting ready to get superstars, they are running straight into Ryu right there. That's going to be a vehicle knockdown. 2 members on both sides on the ground. Nepeko, can he actually get it? Oh no, Boink. He's going to secure the kills on Superstar, but now he's popping out of the vehicle into a turnaround. But no, Human will get knocked down as well. That's going to be 3 members of Superstars out for the count.
Did you just see that 360 spray coming from Bonk? This is a 1v4. That's crazy. Like, he just did that.
Superstar came in hot and fast, but not hot enough, because, man, Boink, he put so many kills right there. I thought he actually killed Superstars, but that final person proning in the grass, sharp eyes coming off of Zoom.
Definitely sharp eyes, and now Purple Moon alongside with FFQ is trying to punish Ryu after that winning fight against the members of Superstars, and now nades after nades, it will connect towards Bonk. Well, we hyped him out enough while we see Purple Moon now enjoying a little bit of that gunfight and lobbing those nades directly in towards the middle. It might be a pretty bad one, and now Ryu already falling all the way back. They understand they could not commit to this, and when that smoke subsides, I think that Purple Moon can just go in for the clean sweep.
Yeah, but we got Team Secret coming out from behind as well. They heard all the sound coming out from the north side, and they want to get a piece of this action. Meanwhile, Purple Moon lobbing grenades after grenades, trying to find Ryu, but to no avail.
Yeah, but this is not working out for the side of Purple Moon as well as Ryu. Ryu doesn't really have those vision intact, but over and down below it's FFQ also challenging Purple Moon, so they need to make a run. Jasper already getting clipped by that 4th blue zone coming into place, and Zooms alongside with CZ, they've already got those smokes being popped up, but that vehicle only has 1 tire being popped. It can still run, but how far can it go?
It's tough to say, but now we've got the circle being updated. It's stunning close on all these members, and FFQ still at the edge of it, still gatekeeping, and they're gonna spot out Team Secret. Biu, captain of Team Secret, taking a little bit of a hit.
It's been a pretty quiet day for the side of FFQ, and they've been climbing pretty much all the way up in the early stages of week number 2. But today, it seems to be that they have not been performing all too well, and they are trying to take down Team Secret. In that early sort of trade that we just saw, NFT slowly climbing up that dish that they have, but there are nades after nades coming from the side of SnowLynx.
It might be able to find it. There we go. Like you said, the grenades will come true. Illuminate the murder, taking a hit coming from Navin of Purple Moon as well. And they are fighting a really tough battle. NFT, but here comes the spray from G9. He spotted all 3 members of SnowLynx.
Oh, there we see a little bit of that return fire coming from the side of the Lynx as well, while NFT covering themselves with those smokes in between RQ as well as Lynx right from above. Peter already losing his helmet from the previous battle between RRQ, and now I think he knows where Moscaga is at. They're trying another little bit of lob. Oh, is that a glitch?
Yeah, no, he actually threw the grenade and he hit his member as he was running past. Yeah, it was a little bit, but now the nades are coming through. Online 24 with another one onto Bapak Esports, and Bart will get knocked down. That's gonna be a knockdown coming up once. It's a 1v1. Meanwhile, SnowLynx still on the side, still trying to find members coming out from the side of Bapak and Mega Conqueror. They see the smokes, they know that there are people inside, but can they get the spray though?
5 teams all blending it out, and it's SnowLynx having all the attention inside of the center of the stage. While we see a little bit of that smokes being popped up by the side of Mega, while Bart, he's all by himself. I don't think that Bapak will be able to save him. Well, Jasper's going in for the hunt, taking Lauren to dangerous level, and both getting clipped out once again. Might just be the second knockout, and there we go. We're talking about Jasper right here. He's not going to give any room for them to even work with, and the Blues already taking down their health, so that's confirmed kill for the side of Purple Moon.
Yeah, here you go Warren just trying to desperately heal himself up as well. Not sure how many med keys he have, but he's in a lot of trouble because once the circle starts to close, he needs to quickly move up. Try to go right down. That's going to be end of AROV, getting wiped out from the members of NFT. But it is not over. Look at SnowLynx. They see members of NFT. They're firing right down. They get one knockdown. The circle is going to push out everyone up north, and this is perfect for FFQ.
Yep, and they better finish out their battles real quick because the circle is not favoring them at all. While RQ immediately bunched up. It's NFT on the low, and there's only 1 member still left surviving while the rest of them are just being knocked out. Papoy possibly will be left for dead. While here comes Ernie going for the spray over the side of SnowLynx as well. They said it's better time for us to run because they've only got 1 minute to breathe, and there we go. Peter's gonna get one over the side of Rob Byatt.
And we're gonna see F1 getting knocked down by Purple Moon as well. Now, Team Secret, what can they do? They threw so many of the smokes early into the circle, and this is gonna be a waste of utility. But they are inside the zone. Can they make this one work? Slowly's getting buyback, and here comes RRQ. They want to go in for the finish. G9 slowly but surely pushing into the zone. That's gonna be spread out coming from Team Secret, and Bill will get knocked out. That's gonna be 3 members and out, and Ernie with the grenade as well. 1 more member. Can Alexa do anything? Here comes the flag from G9, and no, Team Secret gets taken out by RRQ.ATHENA.
That was a clean sweep, and boy, G9 just went into the rescue. As we see D2E, of course, dropping to low health. He's still going to be surviving out of it all, and all these 4 members of RRQ are still surviving while the Lynx have arrived in towards the middle of the pack. While Ernie goes in for another spray. Now, this is the perfect angle for him to finally get the Lynx.
how unfortunate it is for SYX. He only just reloaded his gun, tried to go for the run, but no, quick eyes coming for RRQ. They got so many kills on the board right now. They just wiped out Team Secret and they are not slowing down. NFT have to be careful. Look at where they're running into.
Oh, look at them just going towards the vicinity of RRQ.ATHENA, immediately docking themselves into the middle of the smoke. If that does see a blows out, they're all going to be gone right here. But Liquid gets the spray towards the side of Hazel. As we see, I get taken down by Online 24. I thought D2E had it in the back, but now Mega needing to actually run in. It's all these teams playing by the edge of the circle, and in the middle of the pack, it's an open field for them to snipe.
Purple Mood just got their vehicle blown up as well. CZL starting to bleed out. Jasper, yeah, and he actually got to him. Nepeko with the side spray, but no, Jasper gets followed by FFQ, trying to spray back as well. G9 spraying through the smoke, will get one on Liquid. NFT in a lot of trouble, and G9 taking a bit of hit coming up from Papoy, but they are just down to one member.
Papoy is the one that's doing a lot of heavy hits towards the side of RRQ. Senior having a little bit of that vision over on the side of F1. FFQ still survives in towards this top 6 situation, and Senior is still going for the drive. What is he thinking about? He's trying to crash towards the side of NFT and immediately bringing the fight to them, and here comes RRQ.ATHENA.
They slowly bring in Papoy, popping another smoke, but no, the grenade will come through. But that's not from RRQ. Here it goes, Ernie. They're trying to spray right through the smoke. They're gonna remove NFT. That's gonna be another squad taken out. But RRQ.ATHENA, 8 kills on the board and potentially even more.
That's right, and they're still hunting for their third chicken dinner, and Mega Conquerors, they're pretty much close by. They heard all the gunfire, and Online 24, they immediately spray right back. They find Chopper as Nepeko takes him down. Ryu already on the high after getting that chicken dinner. They're looking for that kill, secures it in the back, and it's all down to F1 alongside Bucky. And what are they going to do right now?
They are so spread out from one another. I said they have the perfect circle, but now because of everyone pushing in, look at Mega Conqueror. They're trying to spray around to Ernie, but they cannot spot anything through the smokes, and they're just going to slowly creeper crawl themselves into the circle. RRQ still pushing up. Can they actually find members of Mega Conqueror? That's going to be a molly coming up for FFQ, but it's not going to land on Ernie.
Oh,
no.
Ernie already pretty much being knocked out, and the rest of Mega having the absolute control. Jasper healing from the outside of the blue zone, and Ernie is trying to go on a hunt, but Bucky already locking down for the side of RRQ.ATHENA. He gets the spray towards the side of Senior, and now looking for Ernie as well. He sees those moves, and now gets one shot towards the head. Not going to be enough to take him down. Goes on the prone as well, and it's between him as well as Ernie to take this one on the back, and G9 is too occupied with Mega, and there we go. One more blow, one more shot, but it's Bucky going down the ground.
Oh my goodness, no! Jasper from the side will get the hit as well. RRQ struggling to maintain control of this hill, and Mega Conqueror, aren't they a happy team? They just saw RRQ knock 3 members down and they didn't have to move an inch.
They just have to thank FFQ for doing favor for their side. Now they understood that RRQ is so depleted, and Mega Conquerors, they have the most numbers and the best of health to actually take down Jasper as well. But Jasper, of course, with that very last moment, he still managed to go in for that spray. So all Mega has to do is deplete the numbers from the side of RRQ.ATHENA, and they might just get the win.
The circle slowly closing in on them right now. RRQ still trying to play the healing game. All 3 members getting surrounded, but they're slowly pushing in. Jasper on the southern side, but Pause is just flying right through the smokes right now. They want to find those lucky shots, and yes, they will. Ernie will get knocked down. G9 from the side, but Senior will fight back. Meanwhile, Online 24 trying to close the distance. G9 still up and running, and Senior will spot him out, but Jasper comes in with the backstab. Whoa! It could be a third-party action right now, but no, Stones will bleed out.
It's a 1 versus 1 between Purple Mood as well as RRQ. Mega Conquerors messed this one out, and now G9 lobbing under smoke, blocking the vision from the side of Jasper. He knows he's coming from that direction, and Millie going in, cutting around with that M4, trying to spray it through. He heard those sounds, but he could not spot him out as of yet. Jasper has no clue, but he might just be able to go in to save Ernie, and Jasper with that mystery surrounded him with all these shrouds.
Oh,
Can
5
he
seconds.
be able to win? RRQ.ATHENA going for the blind spray, and he gets a couple of clicks, and he gets one more over on side of Gina. It's a 2v1 situation.
They managed to get the kill up just in time, and here it comes, and they will fight back. RRQ.ATHENA somehow gets the third chicken dinner of the day.
Every single team was forcing their way through. and somehow they still survive. How on earth did RRQ get 3 chicken dinners for today? This one is not supposed to be for them. And Mega Conquerors, they went in for the plus, and that was a mistake. The moment that Purple Moon came in to destroy them from the back.
I mean, Jasper as well came out from nowhere, took out Mega Conqueror, and FFQ, you gotta give it to them. They were inside the zone, and I would say, I admit it, alright? I said FFQ were in the best positions, but what a fight that was, and the flanks coming in from Mega. I mean, they were just waiting for Jasper to fight out with RRQ.ATHENA, but a bit back. Jasper, he did the impossible. He took out Mega Conquerors by himself. I think, you know, you gotta give it to RRQ as well. A bit of spray through the smokes, a couple of lucky shots here and there, but eventually, that last moment, that decisive moment when RRQ decided to go for the healing, rather for the revive, instead of trying to hunt out Jasper, gave them the advantage because it was a 2v1. And from then on, it was just spraying through the smoke, making sure it was hard for Jasper to survive, and they cleaned it. They did it.
Yep, they definitely did it. And boy, Purple Moon on the second place definitely contributed so much to the success of RRQ.ATHENA as well. You really gotta give it to these boys. And not only that, FFQ, Mega Conquerors, we talked about their position having a lot of advantages, and they were locking down RRQ, but they were unsuccessful with that attempt. Here's why. They were not patient enough.
Yeah, it was tough. I think Mega Conqueror should have actually focused on Jasper for that, and because of that lack of attention, like they did not take note where Jasper was firing from, they were impatient to actually rush RRQ. They knew that if they took out RRQ, there would be a 3v1, they would have the upper hand, but in that split second where Jasper fired onto Stone, Mega Conqueror lost all their members. And you gotta say, I wouldn't say it's a rookie mistake. It was just a bad call because they thought,
had no idea.
Yeah, they thought that Jasper would go for the healing game. They thought, you know what? I think he will not fire at us because he wants to get the position points. But no, Jasper, the brave soul of Purple Moon, coming in, wiping out Mega Conqueror, and even at the very end, we thought he actually stood a chance.
Yeah, I really thought that he did, and if that was the 1v1 on his hands, and if he wins it, that will be the game of the week.
I would have screamed at the top of my lungs because that was insane. He essentially took out Mega Conqueror because of that kill on Stone, and if he took the RRQ.ATHENA, he would have removed 2 of the favorites coming in from Group A and Group C.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Like, we saw that moment was just getting those players breaking sweat all over the place, even as casters as well. Like, it was really a tough call. Like, we saw FFQ having 3 members. The other side, Mega, I have to emphasize, they had those numbers, but it was not enough. Now, it's time for us to break down the numbers for you because we got this scoreboard up on the table.
We're gonna have Superstars and Yoodo Gank all the way at the bottom, both with only 1 point. Illuminate the Murder and a Phase at the bottom 3, coming in at 14th place with 3 points. AMPLFY and EVOS both with 3 points as well. Team Secret gonna be 11th place with 4 points. Bapak, Esports and AROV both with 5 points.
Wow, that's a little bit of that huge amount of points being secured by AROV. But to my surprise, Illuminate the Murder, of course, they being taken out pretty much early, not securing much of the points at all. CG onto its 8th place after winning that fight against EVOS Esports inside of the farm. Snowlings coming on to 7th place with 2 kills, 6 points, as well as NFT Esports with 10 points. Pretty much consistent run for themselves. Ryu will be on that top 5 with 12 points, 5 kills alongside with FFQ with 13 points. Mega Conquerors on that top 3 position. And they definitely got those high kill volumes, 18 points for them, probably with 19 points with 5 kills, but RRQ.ATHENA, this time 14 kills once again.
And on top of it, another chicken dinner at the table. Will we see, for the first time ever, 3 different teams dominating 3 different days and getting 4 chicken dinners? I don't know, it's possible, because Illuminate the Mirror did it yesterday, Bigetron did it the day before with 5 chicken dinners. We could possibly see RRQ replicate what Bigetron did, but now, your man of the match, G9 from RRQ.ATHENA, 4 kills, but it's the amount of damage that impresses us the most, 1,156 damage dealt.
Yep, and in those final few reps that he took to actually break through the storm. He managed to also clutch things out against all the teams like Mega Conquerors, FFQ, as well as Purple Moon. Now we're looking at today's ranking after that game of match 4. We're having Bapak on the bottom of the table with 13 points alongside with SS with 15, while NFT Esports gets 20 points alongside with EVOS Esports on 13. And FFQ managed to rake up a total of 21 points, and 22 points will be shared across AROV, Team Secret, as well as Crucial Gaming. So these are 9th place all the way down to 16th spot.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really tough one for those at the bottom, but not too bad for those at the upper half of the table so far. Purple Moon coming in 8th place with 35 points. We got Illuminate the Murder and Snowlink both with 36 points. Mega Conqueror with 40 points. Yoodo Gank with 44 points. AMPLFY 46 points. Ryu with 64 points. But at the top with another chicken dinner and the back, RRQ.ATHENA coming in 1st place with 109 points.
Wow, we're seeing Ryu now having even better performance than, you know, teams like Mega Conquerors, teams like Illuminate the Murder. This is huge news. Ryu won chicken dinner, but it was all that sort of great stuff that they did put out throughout all these runs, and that consistency of those double-digit finishes definitely did it all. Now it's time for the highlights of match number 4.
Yeah, let's take a look at how exactly the RRQ accomplished that chicken dinner. We got EVOS kicking it off by going up against CG. Obviously, CG doing a perfect run. I wouldn't say perfect, they lost 2 members in it, but nevertheless, they closed the chapter on EVOS, and they were the first ones to bow up. Following up, we're gonna see a really quick rotation coming in from AROV. They try to go up against the AMPLFY. AMPLFY, they got 2 knockdowns, and we thought, alright, AMPLFY got this. But no, we saw Boyka pull out an heroic performance right here, getting 2 knocks, nearly closing chapter on Vigor, but he focused onto Kong. Look at that, he ran right across, he nearly got taken out, but he got the kills. That's why it matters.
That's a really huge kill right there. A lot of big clutches coming from Boyka as well as Aeons, but over here it was Bong on that 1 versus 4 situation as they took out Team Superstars, and they managed to save Nepical at the same time. Purple Moon will be able to take down Ryu members, and they were the ones going in towards the top 3 situation, but it was RRQ fighting against the odds to get this chicken dinner in the bag. And FFQ, they were on that hunt, but they did drop out. So it's time with Terrence on the deck as we'll have an interview with G9.
Thank you so much to all the casters. Here I have with the legendary G9 himself from RRQ.ATHENA to interview here. Sawadee Krap, Gina. G9, you know, that match was pretty insane. We see a lot of teams just fighting their way through here. I gotta ask, what was it like going in that 1v1 situation against Purple Moon?
คือตอนแรกครับเพื่อนเราดาวไป2คนใช่ป่ะครับเราเลือกที่จะชุบเพื่อนก่อนเราก็เลยเลือกที่จะปาสโมกไปใส่เขาปาให้มันกระจายจุดครับแล้วก็เราก็ย้ายตำแหน่งของตัวเองครับแล้วก็เรียกเพื่อนคานมาชุบเสร็จครับเราก็ใช้หูในการฟังครับว่าเขาอยู่ตรงไหนแล้วเราก็ยิงสุ่มไปครับ
I used the smoke to save my teammates first, and then I heard the sound, the step sound of Purple Moon, and then I killed them.
Okay, nicely done here. I like you guys secure the chicken dinner here. But before that, there was this one fight against Team Secret, okay? Like, they have this like 3 cars that blocking themselves. They had this small barricade. They had a couple of smokes here. What made you make the decision with the team to actually push them?
จังหวะแรกเป็นจังหวะที่ผมไปยิงใส่ทีมซีเคทไว้ประมาณ 2-3 ตัวครับแล้วก็เลือดเขาน้อยมากผมก็เลยสั่งชาร์จครับ
I killed the Team Secret player. Like I killed them for 2. I killed them for 2 persons.
Okay, you knocked 2 person and then you just went in for push. Oh.
ยังไม่ได้น็อกครับเจ็บเฉย
They just fell down. I haven't killed them yet.
Okay, so you knocked 2 person and then you go in for the push. You wipe the from Team Secret here. You know that 3 cars that Team Secret had? You know, was it like the perfect defense for you guys? Yo. Like, why did you just choose to stay there?
ก็เขาโผล่มาในจุดที่เราสามารถยิงเขาครับเราเห็นเขากำลังแบบขึ้นมาสวนก็เลย
Because I saw the Team Secret, they came here and I saw them, so we decided to fight with them.
Okay, nicely done here. Last but not least here, any advice you want to give, you know, considering you are a god in person here, G9, any advice on how to reach to your level of gameplay?
ก็ฝึกฝนทุกวันครับแล้วก็จะเก่งขึ้นครับ
You will get better. You will play better if you practice every day.
Okay, you will get better if you practice every day here. Last but not least here, Gina, I know you have a lot of fans, you know, a lot of them have been texting me, you know, asking me how tall are you and stuff like that, you know. Can you tell me anything you want to say to his fans who's just super supportive, you always watching you play and finally getting this chicken dinner? Anything you want to say to them at all?
ก็อยากจะขอบคุณแฟนคลับมากๆครับที่เชียร์ทีม RQ แล้วก็รวมถึงตัวผมตัวดี้ตัวเอิญตัวกล้องด้วยครับขอบคุณมากครับ
Thank you guys for all the supporters.
Alright, thank you guys so much here, and of course thank you G9, congratulations, looking forward to see even more matches to come. I'll see you in a bit here as we are going to be going in towards the checkup and review of that previous map itself here, so let's head over. Thank you so much G9. Alright, ladies and gentlemen here, let's take a look at the map itself, okay? First of all, you know, the map was kind of unpredictable in terms of flight path. You know, everyone was on the southern side. It was pretty much hard for most of the teams to travel up north here, but they still have to go for loot here. But eventually, as the circle goes, the circle ended somewhere in the vicinities where it's kind of an open field where there are not a lot of compounds. So this kind of strategy approach, if you pay attention to this compound itself, look at this, okay? Based on this circle itself, okay, there are not really a lot of compounds to work with. So every single team was kind of struggling to actually find a spot here. If you count the compounds here, there's like one small shack here, two small shacks in this circle, and a couple of straggling shacks, where this is where it's super tough for all these teams to actually rotate it. And if you think about it, all these teams, they have to play by ear, and this is where the teams who are centralized in the circle, in the middle circle, will get picked off here. So as we talk a little bit more on the landscape here, pay attention to this. Because there's not really a lot of compound, any other team who's pretty much centralized in the middle, for example, LYNX is one of the teams here, NFT is one of those teams, where all these teams are kind of sandwiched in all the team, was pretty much taken out as the rest of the team here. But as the circle progressed, you can see, this was the play I was actually trying to highlight from the side of RRQ. When Team Secret, they smoked themselves here, and they barricaded themselves. It was a great play coming for RRQ because they had the information to work with. Considering that because there's a very limited vision coming from Team Secret, they could not identify all the members from the side of Senior. Like from this angle, you can see Senior is right here. And in terms of vision control, RRQ had visions from the side of Team Secret because Ernie had this small gap to actually see the guys from Team Secret. Oh. Hold on, pay attention to this. See, Ernie, when he scoped him, he actually saw the guys from Team Secret, and because of that, Team Secret could not realize that that RRQ was actually going for the flank. And because of those limited smokes, Ernie made the decision to actually smoke up that small gap so that when they go in for the push, Team Secret was going in blind and did not expect any kind of push coming from the sides. But as the game progressed, you can see, look, immediately after closing the gap here, Team Secret did not know what to do. RRQ went for the push, they knocked two guys, and after that, the rest was history. Team Secret lost 3 members despite having 1 low members from inside RRQ. There was nothing much Alexer could have done, they just wrapped around. And one thing I really want to point out about this, this small barricade that they actually did. Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah, this small barricade that they actually did here was that because of that small barricade, if you can see that they had this edge of the circle, okay? All they needed to worry about were the guys from the side and this side. And they don't exactly need to focus on the guys from my Mega Conqueror because they were too preoccupied with the rest of the teams. But because by having those vehicles to work with, they could sort of barricade themselves into a place where they can play for a defensive position. Even though D2E was knocked, they couldn't actually do much. But as this game progressed, you can see RRQ Senior, this was a really good use of smokes here. Like the point of me asking why G9 has so many smokes was like, in this kind of situations, RRQ Senior, he wanted to push. And this is another play there that I was talking about regarding Team Secret as well. NFT was covered in smoke for the defensive play. Senior made for the push here to try and push up. They could hear the car is coming, but they can't exactly pinpoint where exactly RRQ guy was. And because of that, they took that fight against RRQ pretty much blind. Look at that. Pubg didn't even know they was getting wrapped around from the side of G9. But as soon as they go in, it was already too late from the side of NFT. As the game progressed, RRQ took a capitalize of this. They played the edge of the circle and they somehow clutched this. But this was a really tough fight from the side of RRQ because Bucky was playing those kind of insane pixel shots, shooting through the cars below the vehicle, and they managed to punish a couple of players here. But great response coming from Ernie, just clutching his way through. Look at how Ernie was just juking around the cars, baiting Bucky with so many shots. As soon as Bucky did not have bullets, he just went in for the punish. But at the same time, Purple Moon was capitalizing on this situation. They punished RRQ a little bit here, but the problem with it is that Mega Conqueror did not exactly know where the rest of the members from the side of Jasper, and the reason why Mega Conqueror did not push to the side RRQ was because Pons was kind of knocked out. They needed Stone to actually pick him up, whereas if they lose Online 24 for that push here, they would have a 2v4 situation. So that was a pretty disastrous round. So fortunately for RRQ, they capitalized on that and they actually got the chicken dinner. So finally, Purple Moon here, this was the final play where they made use of the smoke, where G9, they smoked up the entire area. He ran the way around over here, kind of psychoed Jasper, and Jasper could not identify exactly where the rest of the team is. He took a risky approach by saving up Ernie there and going for the 2v1 situation and just came out on top. Look at this smoke. Once again, Jasper was pretty much blind. He could not see anything. He could not identify where RRQ was, and then pretty much blind. As soon as he shot a couple of shots here, he actually connected one of the guys from Senior but assumed that he was there. When they go for a flank, they heard the gunshots. RRQ went for the wraparound, stacked up their odds, and went in for a kill. And when I talked about stacking up the odds here, pay attention to the movements around here. Look how Ernie and G9 were stacking at the same angle. It was right there where Jasper was crossed in towards the crosshair. They go in for the wraparound, tagged up Jasper, and just go in for the win. So that was a pretty spectacular round coming from RRQ.ATHENA. Great usage of smoke, great understanding of it, and they capitalized it and came out on top with that chicken dinner. Once again, this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Falls Week. My name is ICBaby12. Hope you guys enjoyed the interview and the game itself, because why? Stay tuned, stick around, we're going to be having more games to come. Game 5, we're going to be taking a short break right now. See you, bye.
Come on, dance with me all along. Shake body, la la la.
สวัสดีครับ พวกเรา ILLUMINATE The Murder หลังจากที่เราได้เห็นความสามารถของ RRQ และ BTR แล้ว พวกเราก็มีเซอร์ไพรส์ให้มาดูเหมือนกัน
ภาพความจำไม่อาจจะลบมันไปนานเท่าไรยังจดจำคิดทบทวนเรื่องราวเรานั้นยิ่งทำให้มันเจ็บปวดใจไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเมื่อในวันนี้ฉันไม่มีเธออยู่ข้างกายภาพวนเวียนล่องรอยรูปคู่เรายังเก็บมันเอาไว้ฉากสุดท้ายคงไม่ได้ทำให้เธอย้อนคืนมาไม่อยากจะขอให้เธอแค่อยากให้รู้เอาไว้ว่าฉันยังคิดถึงทุกเวลาและห่วงคำหนึ่งฉันยังคงนึกถึงตรงนั้นและฝันของเราอยู่เสมอไม่อยากจะขอให้เธอมาบอกลาแค่อยากรู้ว่าเธออยู่ตรงนั้นเป็นอย่างไรเธอคงมีสุขกายและใจลืมคนอย่างฉันแล้วใช่ไหมอย่างนั้นก็ขอให้เธอโชคดีจะยังคงนึกถึง
หลังจากที่ทุกคนฟังเพลงเกินความจำเป็นไปแล้วนะครับ เพื่อนๆทุกคนก็สามารถส่งคลิปวิดีโอมาใน Facebook IG @PUBGMOBILE ได้นะครับ
เ
I'm sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take game and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The black moon is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way.
Greetings to all the PUBG Mobile players. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia. The stage has been set, and the battles have begun. Now, the stage is yours.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Split 2019. My name is Aries, and custom alongside me, I have Contra, and we are finally into our final 2 games of the day. Miramar! I am feeling it.
I'm feeling
I
it too.
love this map so much.
I know you're a big fan of this map. This is where all the Master of Tacticians go to work. And of course, long range battles, early skirmishes, everything's on the line. And of course, crazy rotations, that's definitely intact as well. But before that, are you guys ready for more chicken dinners? Because why? We have the seamless and uninterrupted gameplay, as well as our amazing smartphones with the Vivo V17 Pro.
Remember, you can play PUBG Mobile on the Vivo V70 Pro, bringing you more immersive, more powerful, and more outstanding performance, just like we saw from RRQ.ATHENA with the Vivo V70 Pro. Remember, here comes the winner chicken dinner. And speaking of which, how do you rate RRQ's performance today? I know they walked away with 3 chicken dinners, but other than that, how are you rating their performance as a whole?
It felt like they were unkillable. Like, you saw what just went down. FFQ went in for the rush. There was also Mega Conquerors on the other end. They were sending so many things, nades, bullets. They just throw everything at them. they went out to wipe off FFQ first, and then right after them, it was the members of Mega Conquerors getting deleted instantly. Like, I don't even know what's going on, but these guys have that game held so strong. It was down to that 1 versus 1 moment with Purple Mood in that very final few seconds.
Prior to today, they actually got 4 chicken dinners, and out of the 4, 3 of it was actually in Group A versus Group C as well. And coming today is the second time that we're seeing them get 3 chicken dinners. It's something about fighting Group A that makes Team RRQ on fire.
Oh yeah, I would say that some people say Group A is somewhat of the group of life, while Group C is the group of death. So when you meet in between the lines, there was also Mega Conquerors, who are one of the top gunners from Thailand, where they are meeting up against a little bit of fun being poked out from the side of Yoodo Gank as well. Well, as we talk about those sort of scenarios there, because of how competitive Group C is, so they are trying their best to get themselves as much kill points as they have. We're talking about Ryu as well. Their first chicken dinner of the day being secured by them, and this is them already climbing up towards that top 10 position that we talked about.
Well, first chicken dinner of the day, first chicken dinner of the entire competition. They haven't won any thus far, and coming today, they finally got one in game number 3 in Sanhok. But now let's talk about Miramar. It's not only my love for it, RRQ.ATHENA, they've got 2 wins on Miramar itself, and I'm interested to see if whether they can get a third one coming in today.
That's right, and usually the visitors of El Pozo may just be able to clinch this one because they're the only ones who are repeated winners of this match, and if they do, they are on their way to chase up against Bigetron's efforts of 5 chicken dinners of the day. Is it possible? It's time we take this flight in towards Miramar to find out even more as we start things off in the biggest map of all.
Yep, we are going to see a huge playing area. It's 8 times 8 kilometers, and not only that, we're talking about 80% of land area as well. On top of it, we're not going to see too many towns, only 80 towns to begin with, but because of its sheer size, we're going to see so much rotations coming up from teams.
That's right, and immediately we see this sort of a flight coming from the corners of Los Higos and towards La Cobreria. Not exactly the straightest of line, but falls right upon that 3-kilometer mark right across the western side. So Illuminate Murders gonna be having a direct pathway towards the side of San Martin, while Mega Conqueror is still looking to head towards Puerto Paraíso. So it's going to be some interesting sort of a pattern that we're seeing right here. But if the circle goes all the way towards Campo Militar again,
oof,
it's a big oof, like you said.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough, because every single one of these teams need to travel a really, really long distance, especially for those who like to drop in Puerto Paraíso. But coming to Miramar, I'm sure you guys might have caught on the facts, but this is the 12th time that we're going to be playing Miramar. And out of the 12 matches being played prior to this, out of the 11 matches being played, we've already got 10 unique winners. The only team that has won Miramar twice, none other than RRQ themselves.
Yeah.
And they are on a dominant streak today. So I'm not too surprised if you can take a third one in the back. But let's take a look at the first circle right now. It's going to be closing slightly south with Los Leonos and Chumuchera in the middle of it all. A couple of teams might be considering going to prison. I see CG that's really close to it as well. And Mega going to be dropping onto Puerto Paraíso like they always do.
Yeah, and if I were to be able to adjust the next few phases by myself, I wanted to zoom into Los Leones. I mean, evil plans from Contra, but we've already seen that silly fight inside Pachinki, and whoever wins Los Leones will definitely be regarded as the best. But we're looking at a little bit of that sort of action coming in between Hazel as well as Drone. But Drone says, nope, I'm getting the spike out of this way. And immediately, Snowlinks misses a chance to get the kill.
Different objectives right there. You're going to see Snowlinks, rather Hazel from Snowlinks, try to go for the play into the buildings, while on the side of RRQ, I think they were going for the vehicle, so slightly different objectives. Like I said, rather Ryu, slightly different objectives in the drop. But now we're gonna see Team Secret play a little bit towards the south, so they know the circle's there, but they need to travel a little bit further out because they usually like to drop onto Terra Bronca, but because of that flight path, it's a little bit far away for them.
Oh yeah, that's definitely for sure. But as for some of all these teams, they're already safe and sound. Montenuvo will be occupied by Purple Mood, and they were in that top 3 in that first round. And I gotta say, well, they definitely finished out on that top 2 position, but they almost got that chicken dinner as well. It was just by an inch, and RRQ still managed to snatch that one away. You really got to give them props for that. Now, we're seeing Bapak Esports already arriving towards their favorite town of all as we see them over onto Generalis. But we talked about all these sort of stuff, right? Like the early phase is so important to secure those vehicles, and we see that early contention for that as well. Well, AROV, they know that Box Gaming's not around, so they're going to take the mid-section of Picado.
Yeah, I love Picado as well. It's my second favorite town compared to Chumuchara.
It's my favorite.
Yo, really? Yeah, Picado's all good because it's central. You have a lot of vehicles around it. You don't really have too much mountainous area, so you can actually have a smoother journey depending on where the circle kind of travels. And now with the first circle, we are actually seeing Picado slightly north of the circle itself, but it's still within the safety of it. So it's all good for the side of AROV because they don't have to travel too much. They got plenty of loot to go around with. And if they're feeling a bit comfortable, or rather daring, I would say, they can actually hit towards less learners and pick a fight really early into this game.
I would agree, like, because I'm a frequent visitor of Picado myself, and because there are so many of those regions of the valley that makes a little bit of room for teams who are inside Picado to even gatekeep if they want to. And most of the time, I would say 80% of the time, the first phase will cover the side of Picado as well. So because it's smack and towards the center, it's really hard not to miss out on that first phase. So that means that you have a lot of time to work with in terms of getting those loots if you are the only team in town. And like you said, heading to Los Leones will be a great way to start things off if they want to pick up the fight, because it's pretty much right out in the open for them to even rotate in.
Yeah, and if you actually consider the circle itself, if they want to play a little bit more, I would say conservatively, they can actually go to Chumuchara. Obviously, that's EVOS is there, but it's a really good. It's a really good spot to take up a shot because you look at Superstars, right? They are now on the southern side. They are pretty close to SnowLynx, but think about this. If they get control of Chumuchara, the only teams that kind of pose trouble to them is Purple Mood. Because it's a bit south of
Montenuvo?
Yeah, it's a bit south of Montenuvo. I was trying to take a look at the name. But yeah, it's a bit south of there. You don't really have a lot of trouble coming in from the north. And southern end, that's a really steep queue. Very rarely you would see teams coming in. And now we're going to see SnowLynx challenge that exact spot against Superstars Humel.
Well, I don't really like what I'm seeing over on towards the top side. And of course, they're possibly going to be moving down south towards the first phase, while CG having members all segregated across the map. And yeah, they're inside Valdemar as well as the lower section of Minas de Sur as well. And even Rods, they're just hugging by just the edge of the circle. So they are safe, but I don't expect the circle to be zooming past them, but I could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong.
Hey, the circle's been really wacky these past few days, so I wouldn't count that out. You never know, right? For all you know, it wants to close to the Los Higos.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well, but well,
it's rare.
It's very rare
so
circle.
tough.
Yeah.
Like no, we pointed out, like so far we haven't seen any circles end up in bodies of water. Although we have seen like a huge percentage of it being covered by the first circle, but yeah, so far 0% chance, or rather 0% of it happening coming into the competition, and hopefully it doesn't, because if that's the case, man, a lot of these teams are going to be scrambling for boats, and we know Miramar, not exactly the place that you want to be landing in water.
Exactly, and even if you are in the water, or if you're even considering taking a boat, if there is any to begin with, then maybe you might want to get all the way direct south. But we're seeing a little bit of situation from Cruz de Val with LYNX alongside with Superstars. They're still not really getting those sort of commitments in. So Superstars, they got 2 Mirados, and maybe that Is that a broken UAZ? Oh, it's a working UAZ. So
Yeah, it's a
that's
working
definitely going to be a little bit for them to actually get in towards the next phase, but they can definitely tank it for a little bit if they want to.
Yeah, plenty of vehicles to work with. But we talked about superstars, right? And man, it's what, the 4th map in a row that we are seeing them tank the circle, and it's not worked out pretty well for them so far. So hopefully they do change things up coming to the last 2 maps. But now, Illuminate the Murder, they got that power grid a little bit slightly north, and they could run into AMPLFY if they go even further north, because they're fighting for San Martin right now. And San Martin, good place to start, but now that it's at the side of the circle, it's the place where every single one team wants if you want to keep the northern and the eastern end.
Yeah, it's definitely one great spot to actually set up shop, like you said. But NFT here, it seems like they're undecisive of where exactly to go, and they are just battling against the blue, against the terrains, and it's pretty much, well, rocky. But lucky enough, pickup truck is manageable if as we compare it to Mirado. If you're going up the hills, sometimes, you know, you're in with those 360 flips, or more than 360, I must say.
Well, last time we saw proper work with vehicles in Miramar, didn't really work too well. They managed to flip a car. I don't know how
They
to
even
this day.
stacked it like a domino.
Yeah, how did they do that? They flipped a vehicle and then they tried to get a vehicle unstuck, but because of that they got 2 vehicles stuck, and they took a 3rd vehicle to try to get the first vehicle unstuck. Like, I don't know. They were playing a game of Jenga, something like that.
Oh yeah. Speaking of games here, I was playing some football games with CZ. He's actually very good at all these football games as well. Not only is he a pro player in this, he's a professional player in everything else in life. Maybe like, well,
Hey,
of course.
you don't know. A couple of these players, they have hidden talents. We saw with the Murder play their guitars as well. They were singing. They look like a really good band. They have that potential.
Yeah, I mean, you see these guys, they are one of the top talks in the competition, but if things don't work out,
hey, that's
they can
always
definitely be a great boy band.
I'll buy the album. I'll be the first one to queue up.
What should their album name be?
I
Give
don't
them
know.
a name.
I don't know. Murder, Picado. I don't know. I'm really bad with names. I don't know.
The Murder in Bangkok?
Oh, that could be eliminate the album or something like that. Something like that.
Oh yeah, I mean that could definitely be a title if they head in towards the C Grand Finals. You know, like that might just be a great team song for us to play if they do have those songs out. But you know, Martin alongside with the rest of the boys, they definitely strut that guitar pretty well. Now Mega just arrived in towards the corners of the blue while they were taking their sweet time over onto Puerto Paraíso. Now, they are one of these teams that really take that sweet time, loot up, get themselves so stacked up. Like, sometimes, I don't even know, do you really need more than 10 minutes to actually loot an entire town?
It's tough because Miramar, they don't really offer much in all these towns, and you're talking about very little buildings, and essentially coming to PUBG Mobile, buildings are what offers the most on loot. And speaking of loot, we talked about teams rotating really early, and Yoodo Gang going to be running into members of Ryu right now. But boy, he wants blood. He knows where Yoodo Gang are. He sees the vehicles coming right across, and Zuli gonna be taking a little bit of the hit on the vehicle, but they should be fine. They should be getting out of sight.
A little bit too fast and furious as we see Miramar flipping on his vehicle, but Zuli already getting those bullets sent his way. Bonk, a little bit unlucky that he just missed a couple of those shots. Those shots could have been returned, but FFQ finds Warren from the top side of Los Leones. Zuli soaking some damage as well, but here comes Illuminate the Murder. Suddenly, everyone just popped up, and Martin drawing it to a close.
Well, we suggested that they can be, you know, musicians if they want to, but Martin with the grenade looks like they will stick to being professional PUBG Mobile players. Martin, once again, getting the knockout. He tries to find eye shots. He's gonna blow that door down. And I don't know, Yoodo Gang, do they actually go for the hide? Oh, another grenade. He might be able to find one more.
Oh, he might just connect, but iShot's running outside of the open. It's a death trap with Illuminate taking 2 kills in the back.
Yeah, Illuminate the Murder coming in really quickly. The moment they saw the member, rather Zuli getting knocked out, they went in for the kill, they went in for the secure, and they got 2 kills, like you said, in the back. But now they want more. They know the Ryu's on top of this hill, and can they actually get it?
It's going to be a little bit steep for them to slowly climb up, but you know, there is a little bit of those ridges, some slopes and terrains for them to slightly cut across. And if they do, they will be able to get those trade-ins by the time they get up. But Ryu's going to be having another knock over on the side of FFQ. And I think PMCO has been doing some pretty nifty work on that Car 98K.
Yeah, he wants to try to pick a couple of hits off Illuminate the Murder. It's quite hard because they've got the heart in their advantage. Both teams have, so it's going to be a long standoff between those two. Martin with the Car 98, like you mentioned, trying to get those pickoffs. They already got level 3 helmets and backpacks. Oh, of course, right? You got to remember, the players are playing with a 1.3 times drop rate, so obviously they have those equipment up rather. Oh, Jesper getting knocked out. A lot of vehicles accidents happening on themselves. What's happening right now?
Yeah, you just talked about Purple Mood not really good with those driving, and yeah, they just proved you right. Like they proved you right, and they are crashing in towards CG, and boy, he's in for a surprise.
I mean, we talk about teams gotta improve the firepower, gotta improve positioning, but Purple Mood gotta get those driving lessons in check.
And now the rest of CG swarming them up, and Empty moving upwards, or should I say downwards, and immediately getting clipped by CZ. Enough attention being drawn, but Aeons is trying to secure the kill. Tristan off camera will be battling against the rest of superstars right across the map, but we're looking at this sort of situation. I think Aeons will easily pick up that kill. Jasper is down for the count.
Yeah, Drixney, like you said, a really key important figure of Bapak Esports. However, he gets taken out. Now, Empty firing back. CZ out, drawing a lot of firepower coming from the side of Crucial Gaming. They might just get one knockdown. Here's the headshot coming out of Shulq, and the zone will cover them up, but not before Crucial Gaming takes one for Purple Moon.
Now, 2 members off of Purple Moon and CG. We talked about those early flanks, and today, stellar stuff that we just saw. They took out EVOS, and now Purple Moon, they are on a hunt. They're on a mission.
They won those points, and they are slowly working up towards it. They are so close to overlapping XForce, and this might be the game. If they can find a couple more kills and maybe clinch like a top 5 finish, they could just overtake XForce.
Yeah, I would believe that they will be able to do so because XForce didn't really get all too much for this week. But Bapak are still having that long-range affair against Superstars. Superstars don't really get those angles right against them as well, but we're looking at a little bit of that update heading towards Los Leones, as I said.
Dr. Contra, his evil plans are being put to work right here. You wanted the circle to end Los Leones, is pushing right there. But now SnowLynx, they are pushing against EVOS. We've seen this. 1, 2, they're trying to get it. Trying to push out from the outside. He gets one hit on the Jaxi. And EVOS, a lot of trouble. Junker getting taken out. And that's going to be EVOS out for the count.
Oh my, it's all down to Aro, but Aro wants to pick up the fight. They spot now. I will be down as well. And it's between him as well as Peter. Peter going over the way, and Peter wins that trade.
SnowLynx, they get 4 kills as well. And on top of it, Peter will be able to revive all of his teammates. Man, SnowLynx, talk about cats in the desert.
Yeah, they definitely adjusted to the weather, and they are on the red though. Like, after that battle against another female feline, I would say. Here comes the nades coming in from the side of Alex, driving in towards the side of Superstars. It will be able to actually pop towards the side of Hyuga, but Human as well as Leon, can they possibly flush out Team Secret?
Remember, they already lost one member, and here comes the grenade. It's gonna connect out to Leon. He managed to get one knock, and Superstar trying to rotate around. Yumao taking so many of the shots, but Hyuga gets one knock with another grenade of his own. So many utility play. He gets a knock on the potato. But look at Team Secret. They're trying to climb onto the second level where Yumao is. And Alexer coming in from the side. He's gonna spot out Yumao. Does he have a kit?
He really needs to close things up real quick. Biu will try to flush them out. Here comes the pickup coming in for Potato. But Huma's already securing the kill over on Senbi, one of the top gunners. And now it's only down to Huma as well as Hyuga.
They try to go to the second level. If Humel actually picked over, they could have gotten the kill to both Alex and Potato. But Biu, the captain of Team Secret, still at the bottom. Remember, they've already lost Potato, but they still can get this one back. It's a 2v2 situation. Alex are trying to find a right around Biu with the grenade, nearly getting them there. That's gonna be a really long lob. It's gonna land on the ground. Will they get the hit?
Well,
No, it
a little
doesn't.
bit of a high bounce, but it's a little bit short. But it's a little bit of that frag after frag, not really doing too much. And they might just make themselves in those other situations. Potato's also soaking one at the back. And here comes Humao. One more in, and Arm just finishes up kill over at Jenny. And they are getting a little bit impatient. They might just rush up towards the roof.
However, the circle, they are still inside of it, so they can actually afford to fight this one out. But look at how much utility they're throwing out. We have just seen air grenades over from the side. Alex are gonna spot the hit of Humao, and now they can go out for the run. They know there's one more member of Hyuga, and they will secure it. Oh no, Superstar. We said we hope to see a better performance from them, but unfortunately, right here in Miramar, they were the 15th team.
Yeah, they made it.
Place.
They made it a little bit too easy for Team Secret to flush them off, but why? That was a real good one. And nades after nades after nades, and that was just them getting depleted. With that being said,
hey, I know that utilities are so important in Miramar because it's going to be a lack of cover, right? You need smokes, you need grenades, you need vehicles, and both sides just expended so much in a short period of time.
yeah, it's magnificent stuff. But here comes Ryu, though. Like, they've heard those sort of battle across, and now AROV, they already lost one member, and Jenny, the first one to drop from AROV, was taken out by Illuminate Murder, and we talked about the circle going in towards, you know, some parts of Los Leones. If it goes straight in towards the town, well,
it's gonna flush all these teams out. Like, all of these teams are at the crossroad, and it's nice when you're trying to get control of it, but when it comes into the ending where the city is, I think, you know, it's tough. None of these members actually have control. Oh no, it's gonna be out in the open once again. And RRQ in the middle of it. They're driving straight into battle. They're gonna spot out Snowlings. And Snowlings, they have the houses, but can they actually hold against Athena?
Yeah, it might just be pretty hard to actually hold things out as well. You see RRQ, they might just have those position intact, but over in the back there's Purple Moon, and way far outside when that circle updated, CG is still playing outside of the zone, and I don't think it's safe. The moment that they arrive, they need to pick up those fights coming towards the south end.
And this is why I love Miramar. It's gonna be open ground. Boyka with the ghillie suit as well. It's really nice, and I think it helps. But that gun is sticking out. It's a little bit obvious for my liking.
Oh yeah, but I think it still helps him for a little bit. But
it does.
Yeah, like I feel like the side of Boyka, he may not pick up the weapon for himself, but having that really helps him cut across by just proning all the way. FFQ as well as Ryu, they've been here for the longest of time, but the guys out of the other side of Los Leones town, they need to slowly move out. I'm looking at Yoodo Gank as we speak of it.
Yeah, not only Yoodo Gang, but Purple Mood as well, Zooms, and I don't know, like Zooms and Nalvin, how can they push up? Because RRQ, they got 4 members, they've got the heal and the control, they're gatekeeping the eastern side, and on the western end, you've got 2 more teams in AMPLFY. So it's tough, but I don't know. I don't think Purple Mood can push up. They need to find another angle to actually go in.
Yeah, they definitely need to do so, or else it's just going to be easily spotted out by RRQ to just take them out. Here comes Meow, getting the headshot over onto Eye of Snowlings, and Ryu also trying to do the same towards the side of Illuminate the Murder. As we talk about Illuminate, they find another one on Bapak, and Meow's gonna be out and over the side of Arm Jones. This one's lining up. I think that's a perfect shot for Napico. He's not taking it yet.
Yeah, those grasses are actually just, I can't believe I'm saying it, but there's actually grasses that's blocking his vision. I don't think he saw the hit coming out from Napico, but yeah, Ryu, they've got a good hat. They can't really review themselves, although I think all of these teams are experienced enough to kind of suspect that someone's in it. We got CG, they just managed to make it out of the zone. Aeon, he's got the vehicle as well, but NFT, they heard it coming through, he's gonna fire the shield Q. Has to be careful, popping on smoke as well as NFT taking a couple of hits. CG, shield Q, he's trying to consider whether he wants to go in for the kill. Yes, he does. He's gonna dismount right beside it, but at the side, Nowin for Purple Moon.
Nowin's all by himself though, like they got picked up by CG way early on, and now fighting back, they spot out Shiki. Is this going to be the redemption? And yes, it will. Zooms from across, and wow, 2 members spotting these guys, and MFD's helping them at it as well. Liquid almost dropping out, and now he's going against Rods, and he rotates across, and he might be able to do it. One of help. How did Ron survive?
CG from the depths manages to get one more, but no! Cole comes in for the revenge, and he will wipe CG out. Unfortunately, they get taken out in 14th place, but Bapak Esports coming right through. Hong Kong and Ryu, he heard of it, but can go right through. I'm not too sure if he can actually survive this. Yes, he does, but he's down to half HP.
Yep, half HP indeed. And AROV, I think they're pretty much out in the open, so it's not going to be great luck for him to even walk across. Now, this is a pretty tight spot to be, and rotations are coming out. Bart all by himself.
Yeah, he tries to go in past. He's trying to find a place to call home, but no, he's not. Nega's not going to give him any chances there. All 24 gets a knockdown, and Stone's going to get the secured Q. What was he thinking? Like, you're driving in the middle of all this when it's down to the final circle? Or rather, final few circles?
I guess he's just trying his luck. Like, even if he escapes Mega, there's just no links right across. D2E finds Kong and just returns those shots back in towards the side of AMPLFY Esports. Here goes Putra, and it's only going to be Boyka left. Emily gets the shred, but what is Chopper doing? That's not possible. That's just one line of sight. And Ryu, they were having those members in, and now only Bonk left.
In a single spray, he took down 2 members of Ryu, like you said, Warung and Drone, but they are going for the revive. He's jumping right down. I think that boy actually heard it. He's going to spot out the guns as well. He's trying to go for the strafe, but he doesn't really have the best of angles. He spots out the 2 member. He spots out the leg as well. Oh no, they tried to go for the rescue. And yes, he will get him up, but Chopper is all alone. Can he actually do this? They climb on the 2nd level.
He does know where he is at, though. First aid kit being applied before they cut across, so it's 1 versus 3. Warren's on the top side. Does he know about this?
Nope, he tries to go for the grenade, and Boy coming in from the other end. He's gonna spot out F1 as well. That's gonna give the hint to Chopper. And look at that, Bucky's coming from the side. Dali trying to join up with Chopper right now, but Warren jumping down for now. But Boy gets backstabbed by Bucky. We talk about the rotation and FFQ. They know how to make this one work. Meanwhile, Boyka joining up with the rest of FFQ. They want to third parties his action, but Boyka is all by himself. It doesn't matter though. He has the ghillie suit, and he has the spray.
Wow, Boyka, he needed that moment in, and after Ryu was taken down, he took advantage of that situation, takes down members of FFQ, but here comes Martin though. Martin looking for Potato after getting it knocked. He wants that kill secure, but Boyka finds Darty as well. So now it's down to these guys from Mega to take on Illuminate the winner.
Yeah, both Thai teams going at it. One from Group A, one from Group C. But look at Pons. He's trying to make the play right now. Circle going to be closing into both Illuminate the Murder and Mega. And look at Snowling sneakily just hiding at the bottom of it all.
And now RRQ also facing a little bit of that and down the hill as we see Cole as well zooms popping all those smokes, but Stone is already getting those crosshead locked by Ernie. Ernie on that minute 14, he's not letting those bullets out yet, but Stone soaking so much of that damage, and that nade's gonna connect to 2 members, 3 members of Illuminate the Murder!
RRQ G9 with the nade, and this is bad because Mega was on the bottom, right? And you would think this is a bad time for them to fight, but somehow RRQ pulls out one the back. Meanwhile, they're going up against NFT and Cole. He's at the bottom of this reach. Senior, he's trying to spot out members right there. And will he go for the snipe? Oh, Stone dropping really low. Pawns out in the open. But why is Ernie holding his shot? He doesn't really want to go for the kill.
He got all those information, but he's trying not to take this fight head on because it's going to be pretty tough. He's going to run by G9. That was cruel. And NFT just taken out just like that without a single warning coming from RRQ.ATHENA.
I told you, RRQ, they are one ruthless bunch. They are looking to pick up their 4th chicken dinner of the day. But now, look at Illuminate the Murder. They need a find to place, or rather a place to call home, and they are going up against Snowlings. 2 levels fight right now. They're going to spot out members at the other side. Hazel trying to spray right through, and Armjones gets taken out. Hazel goes in for the kill, but now here comes Matoy coming in from the back. He misses all those shots, and Hazel will have a second breathing chance.
Oh no, no.
Oh no!
Oh, from downtown, he did not manage to close the door, but it will be AMPLFY shutting them out.
AMPLFY, the sneaky players from the back. We know they were capable of doing it, but here comes the grenade. G9, he's already gotten 3 grenade kills. Can he pick up one more? Nope. Zooms will survive, but he's outside the circle, and it's starting to hurt. Look at Zooms, he's trying to heal up. Matoy cooking up one grenade, coming out from the other angle. Takes Kong by a little bit of a HP, but he's still standing.
And now Kong knows that somebody's right outside. With that sort of angle of the nade, it can only be at the back of the house. Vigor trying to set up the push as well. There's a lot of those smokes for them for coverage, but it will be Pons and as well as Matoy to take that headshot. And only one more member left from the side of AMPLFY Pure Skills.
RRQ buying the time, aging slowly into the zone, and now suddenly they have all 4 members still standing. Meanwhile, Matoy gonna knock down AMPLFY's Kong, and Kong, look at that, the rest of the team of AMPLFY just lobbing grenades after grenades. They know that Illuminate the Murder is on the opposite hut, but how are they gonna take this? Through utilities.
And now RRQ.ATHENA pursuing on those kills, and they are pursued. They are definitely on this hot pursuit as we see Ernie drawing it to a close on the lower section there alongside with D2E. Stone as well as Pons. They are in a rock and a hard place, and here comes the M4 trying to go in for those lucky taps inside of the smoke.
They hold their guns the first time round. They spotted the hit of Mega Conqueror, but they did not feel comfortable. But look at this, all 4 members still doing so close. Meow right into the smoke. Vigor taking a lot of damage as well. There's gonna be AMPLFY taking out Martin, and somehow AMPLFY, they find themselves in top 3 position.
And they flushed out Illuminate the Murder. Illuminate don't really have those room to even run across. And when they do, they get taken out. And I was mistaken at first. I thought there was only 2 members left, and now they're only having 3. And of course, Mega still battling out, dancing against Ernie. Ernie gets shredded out. How did he drink through the smoke? Toss! This is impossible. But no, will be taken out by G9 himself.
RRQ.ATHENA, they are still up and running, but it's only D2E and G9 who's on the floor. And here comes AMPLFY. They heard the sounds. They're trying to go in for the kill. They're going to Cito right now. They get the knockdown to G9. And oh my goodness, AMPLFY get their first win.
And my goodness me, RRQ.ATHENA was trying to chase on the points and trying to secure that challenge to take on that possible run of securing this 4 chicken dinners in a row, but it will be AMPLFY Pure Skills to negate this victory. And this was a convincing win because they win Illuminate the Murder. They also took down the Kings on the top of the hill, and they also managed to survive and outlast Mega Conquerors. What a great job that these boys have done, and I definitely have mad respect for AMPLFY Pure Skills.
On top of it, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the 11th unique winner of Miramar. 12 maps played, 11 different teams to actually pick it up. And who better to take that win than Team AMPLFY? They've been working so hard for this chicken dinner, and finally, they managed to pick it up. Man, that was rough. That was the final. I think it's the first time which we saw AMPLFY had all 4 members in that final circle.
That's right, and this is also their very first chicken dinner of the tournament, and definitely well deserved. I can't say this enough. Throughout the week, they were one of the most consistent teams, and we see them today on that top 3 spot in the ranking standings. And we're seeing all these players, we're all seeing how did we lost those battles. We're all discussing about this match itself. Where did AMPLFY come from?
Man, they came from the Wildcats.
Yep, yep, that's definitely the answer. And hailing from the Philippines, making them proud. Team AMPLFY definitely showed them pure skills.
Yeah, it was true and true a very clean win. You cannot say that was luck. They played the circle in their favor. You saw AROV going against them. You saw Illuminate the Murder going against them. And at the end, they got the information that they need. They knew that RRQ had 2 members down. They pushed up towards the hill. Even though they had no idea where RRQ was, they knew they had the numbers in their favor. And because of that, they were confident enough to push for the win. And hey, congratulations to them. They worked. I can't emphasize this enough. They worked so hard for this, and it's just nice to see the underdogs win for once.
Yeah, I really wouldn't count them as underdogs if I really want to put it in towards context.
I mean, you're up against the Murder.
Yeah.
You're against RRQ. You are the underdog. That's undisputed. Yeah. But despite being the underdogs, they did not give up. Then on top of it, really quick reaction as well. Like, I would say compared to the other teams, sometimes you kind of get locked up in the zone because you're on the final 2. You know that you're the final 2 teams. You're considering, should we go for it? Because it's the first time that we are in such a position. We might lose if we push. We saw a couple of teams choke in the final circle, but AMPLFY did not. They go in, they were clinical, they found RRQ, and hey, tasty chicken dinner.
Tasty chicken dinner indeed, and I felt like if Ernie did let loose those shots of minute 14 and take down some of all these mega members on top of the hill, then it may just be a little bit of that cleaner run for them, because I saw that he did have those angles, but he wasn't too sure. If he fought back, maybe Mega would trade towards that angle, and that will negate RRQ from having that smooth cruise down the hill, back up by invading in from the flanks of the back of Mega Conquerors. That's how they kind of won that sort of trade-off, but it was not enough, because when the time that they went in blow for blow, a lot of all these members of RRQ.ATHENA was already damaged, and down to that two teams, AMPLFY pure skills, they flushed out Illuminate the Murder. There was also the other team that was inside of the house before they came by, so they definitely took advantage of all those kills, and now I'm really happy to see AMPLFY pure skills coming out with this winner chicken dinner.
Alright, so now let's take a look at the end of match number 5. Let's see how many points these teams have scored thus far. We've got Yoodo Gang with 1 point, EVOS as well, both at the bottom of match 5. Superstars and Bapak Esports gonna be in 14th and 13th place respectively, both walk away with 2 points. We've got AROV and CG with 4 points, Ryu with 5 points, and NFT in 9th place with 6 points.
That's right. Now we're gonna break it down towards our top 8 with FFQ, 4 kills in the back alongside with Team Secret, as well as PUBG, 11 points for PLM, TS with 9 and 7 points for FFQ respectively. Now SnowLynx will be moving up the charts on top 5 position with 5 kills. They're being very consistent today. I really like how SnowLynx is performing. Same goes to Mega Conquerors with 6 points in total. They're sharing 16 points alongside Illuminate Murder, but it was such a difficult feat for them to even take on pure skills AMPLFY from the other end, and RRQ.ATHENA, the Kings, have to take their rest, and they've only walked away with 5 kills in total, 90 points, and look at Team AMPLFY, 8 kills in the back and 28 points.
Yeah, it's a tough match for all these top teams, and man, you gotta give it to Martin. So many grenades being thrown at the last fight as well, against RRQ, against AMPLFY, against all of these members. He's only gotten 2 kills, but he dealt a total of 606 damage. That was how chaotic it was in Miramar. Every one of these teams, none of them got more than 10 kills. That was how spread out the fights were and how intense it was to actually get control of the desert.
Yep, that's right, and this is just Illuminate the Murder. We saw Martin, they took out Yoodo Gang members, they took out a lot of all these guys coming by the other corner, but let's have a look in towards the tablet rankings for all 5 of these matches, and we still have 1 more to go inside Erangel, but before that, Bapak on 15 points, 17 points on Superstars, EVOS with 21, and NFT 26.
Yeah, we're gonna see Crucial Gaming and AROV as well, both with 26 points, gonna be sharing the spot with NFT. We've got FFQ with 28 points, and at 9th position, they have Team Secret with 31 points. Now, over on to the top half of the leaderboards, we got Yoodo Gang in 8th place with 45 points. Just 1 point above them is Purple Moon. SnowLynx 1 point above Purple Moon in 6th place, 47 points. Illuminate the Murder 52 points. Mega Conqueror 56 points. But over to the top 3 teams. Man, those names are surprising me. Ryu in 3rd place with 69 points. AMPLFY, they get 28 points for match 5, and they get a total of 74 points thus far in 2nd place, but still at the top of it all, RRQ.ATHENA, 128 points, still dominant and still at the top.
Yeah, that chicken dinner would even shoot them skyrocketing up, but they really could not secure that spot because AMPLFY looked perfect with those sort of a takedowns that they managed to get inside of Miramar. And you mentioned about those unique winners, and we're even seeing Illuminate the Murder today, not really getting much of those chicken dinners, but let's have a look at the highlights of this match number 5 inside of Miramar. Starting up, we see Marty trying to take down the rest of Yoodo Gang, and this shot over on the side of iShots was perfect setup being set there by Illuminate Murder, and LYNX went in to rush towards the side of EVOS Esports, and this is where I took things on his hands where it mattered most. But Faro spots him out, but over the back it was Peter on that one-on-one. It could have ended either ways, and Team Secret is where they took on Team Superstars, and it was Sinby getting removed from play, but eventually Team Secret secured 4 kills. NFT as well, right out in the open, will be able to take down members of CG, and it was all down to Cole to make things work, and FFQ looks for Ryu right down above. And this is how they managed to clutch it all up. But AROV, having Boyka surviving, they managed to do so much in the back. But at the end, it was AMPLFY pure skills to walk away with the chicken dinner. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much to all the casters here. That was an enjoyable game here in the map of Miramar. Here I have from Team AMPLFY, I have Uyghur on my left, and all the way to the far end here, I have Alas here. For the first time ever, they've gotten themselves a chicken dinner here. Congratulations. I would like to ask something here. This is the first time ever. Could you briefly introduce yourself? Who is Team AMPLFY?
Hello guys, we are Team AMPLFY from Philippines.
Okay, Team AMPLFY from Philippines here for the first ever chicken dinner from the Philippine side here. How are you guys feeling? You know, easy, nice, easy. How's the feeling like?
Happy.
Happy. Okay, before we go into it's a serious question here, Alas, I gotta ask you one thing, okay? Your teams consist of you yourself, Alas, Vigor, Meow, and Kong. Now, given these 4 members here, could you describe in one word your teammates? Let's start with Vigor.
Vigor is prodigy.
Pro.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. What about Kong?
Veterans.
One word.
Veterans.
Okay. Last but not least, what about Meow?
Kind.
Kind. Ooh, how kind. Okay, like that. I like that. Last, thank you so much. And okay, now I want to go a little bit in depth here, Vigor. Could you answer with me? You know, we all know that, you know, PUBG, you guys are veterans in the tournament itself. Like, we have 2 guys who's previously in the previous season inside with PMCO coming in towards this tournament. How is it like competing against all these players in this tournament itself, Vigor?
It is a great opportunity to us to be in this big competition and to raise our flag here in this big tournament.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Last but not least, you know, last week you guys were struggling. You know, we know that AMPLFY was been struggling. But this week, you know, even all of us casters, we all know that AMPLFY have been improving a lot. Okay, so tell me a little bit on what you guys did for the past 2 weeks and got you to this stage. Like, even today, you had a couple of really highlight clips as well. How did you guys improve so much in such a short time?
We discussed our errors and study the other teams, the rotation. And, we made the plan. That's why.
Okay, that's advice for you pro players. You gotta study hard, okay? You cannot just play game and not study. You gotta study, make sure you know how to get good and just improve yourself. Last but not least, Alas, you know, you're a veteran here. Anything you wanna shout out to your fans, especially from from Philippines who's watching you right now in this tournament itself?
Shout out to Team AMPLFY, Team Pure Skill Family, Boss Strike, Boss James, Boss Neji, Boss Aloja, Ate Karma, Ate Aya, and to my wife. And thank you to all supporters. PUBG Philippines support. Thank you, guys.
Oh, that's so sweet. How many bosses do you have, Alas? Last one. How many bosses do you have? That's what, 5?
The Team AMPLFY 4, then the Pure Skill Family.
Okay, that's a big family I have here coming from Team AMPLFY. You know, unity is the key to success. Finally, they worked hard. They got themselves a chicken dinner. Congratulations, guys.
Thank
you. Send you off to prepare for the next game, okay? Good luck. Good luck with her. Okay, once again, let's go towards the analyst table for this side here. For those of you who do not know what exactly happened to map Miramar, let's take a look of how the map got out, okay? Very balanced map up. The circle somehow ended in the vicinities of Los Leonas. A lot of teams had to travel from the northern section here, which was a little bit a tough play for all these teams. As the circle closed in, it somehow ended in the vicinities where FFQ was. So FFQ had the upper hand in most of the times here. They didn't exactly need to rotate much. And you can see a lot of movements coming from the northern section here, trying to penetrate down towards the mountain. And as the circle closes, everyone was trying to predict, could the circle be Chumacera? Could it be Picado? Could be Los Leonas? They all wanted to secure the best compound to actually finish off most of the fights here. But as the game progressed, you can see teams were struggling, and even though despite having those kind of vehicles here, this circle was not really that favorable for all these teams. We usually expect to see a lot of a lot of long-range fights here, but you can see in this kind of situations, because of the terrain itself, it engaged where all these teams had to go for a lot of close quarter battles. Same goes for Team Secret as well against Superstar. They wanted to take this compound, they rushed for it as well. And to the reason why the compound was super important was that, look at this, everyone did not expect it to be on the mountain terrain. We expected all the fights to be a long-range fights, but the northern section of Los Leones is kind of pretty empty. And here's a fun fact that I wanted to point you out here. FFQ played this compound itself because there's kind of like open terrain, open window right here you can actually peek through. Because of the third person perspective, you can actually decide your 2 steps or 3 steps ahead of whoever's inside who tries to push you because of all the information given. But as the circle progresses here, you can see RRQ and Mega Conqueror, they were playing for the northern side here. Illuminate the Murder was still battling out against AMPLFY because of that. And RRQ and Mega Conqueror, they had no choice but to mark their crosshairs towards each other just because they were kind of out and open. Pay attention. No cover, no cover, no cover, no cover, no cover. If they attempted their entire focus towards the guys from AMPLFY and Illuminate, things would have gone south because Mega Conqueror would have just finished them off. But as the game progressed here, you can see how quickly AMPLFY took out the guys from Illuminate the Murder. Because of that shack, it doesn't really exactly have a lot of windows to work with. So in terms of mobility-wise, AMPLFY had a lot to gain from it. So as the circle progressed, RRQ, they just finished the fight against Mega Conqueror. AMPLFY pushed up, they had the upper ground, and they closed up the game here. So great stuff coming from Team AMPLFY because why? They worked really hard. We saw a couple clips in today's matchup in the first map of Vikendi where AMPLFY actually single-handedly 2-man wiped Team Secret in that regard. So AMPLFY, honestly speaking, they are one of the teams that improved the most in such a short period of time in this league itself. Once again, this is going to be the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Falls League. My name is ICBaby12 and I'll see you guys for the next short break. See you.
fall. No, he will not. D2E, he's also low, but gets taken down from Matoy. Matoy is looking for more kills. 4v1 situation. CZ going to be tagging the circle. Here comes spray down. Martin, will he suck him down? 1 HP? No! CZ knocks him out, but the circle will take his life as Illuminate. Jasper getting scouted out. Marty scouts out G9 as well. They go in for the knock, and Jasper's going to be only one left. Like Illuminate the murder. They're gonna murder him. Jasper, no, run. But the circle is closing.
Oh, he's getting cornered up. There's no way he could outplay this.
What are they gonna do? Jasper here, he's gonna get pinned here, and he goes for a wrap around. Martin will come on top. Out inside, whips down, spraying all the way back. Illuminate the murder goes in for the push, and now down to Martin. And oh my goodness me, BTR finds their winning ways once more. Martin's gonna try to reply, and Doc knows that there's nades coming in his way, and he's forcing a fight. Bust out Ryzen, takes him down. Oh my goodness, 1 health for the side of Freaking 2. And he survived somehow. BTR, they got to. But Ryzen's dropping pretty low. Ryzen drops so low here. Illuminate the murder. I like that the circle is still favoring them here. But BTR, they've got the pin against the corner, and they can't play this aggressively. But nice! Oh, from Upjohn once again. What was that?
And now it's only down to Luxy. He said he's not confident with 1v1, but this time he needs to pull a miracle out. And so Liquid, can he do a 1 versus 3? Last one nade out towards the direction of Benby. Immediately sees it right through. So it's gonna be an easy cruise for South VIP. Circle's gonna close right all the way in, and VIP is waiting for this victory round. And Liquid, now bleeding out, is only down to bandages as well as first aid. And this is too little too late. Say goodbye, say goodnight, because why?
Nice try there, but at the same time, Illuminate the murder. They are on the low ground one advantage here. Marco was previous knocked, but he needs to heal himself up. But look at this, the circle is going to eat him alive. Can he go for you again? Loki, Superman jump, can he no? No, Martin trying to, can he get another one? But Marco is out in open here, but the circle. Joan, 1v1, let's go.
1v2, it's a 1v2, going in for the spray down, but it won't be Illuminate.
sorry, but don't wanna talk. I need a moment before I go. It's nothing personal. I draw the blinds. They don't need to see me cry. 'Cause even if they understand, they don't understand. So then when I'm finished, I'm all about my business and ready to save the world. I'm faking my misery, making my bitch can be everyone's favorite girl. So take aim and fly away. I've never been so wide awake. No, nobody but me can keep me safe. And I'm on my way. The bad mood is on the rise. The fire burning in my eyes. No, nobody but me can keep me safe.
This way.
Greetings to all the PUBG Mobile players. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia. The stage has been set and the battles have begun. Now, the stage is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Club Open Southeast Asia Fall Split 2019. My name's Contra. This is Aris, bringing you the final match of week number 2. And here we go, our final flight in towards Erangel to sum up week 2. Now, there's a lot of great moments in week number 2, but because of all these games that were being brought up by all our dear players as well as our organizers, we gotta give them a huge shout out as well. Big thanks to Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as VSPN, and not forgetting our title sponsors, Vivo. And with their Vivo V17 Pro, you can outmaneuver anyone as you experience all the seamless and uninterrupted gaming time with more power, with more immersive and outstanding performance. And here comes the chicken dinner.
Oh my god, I can feel it coming. The last game of the week, and I'm more interested to find out who's going to be the gunslingers of the week. Because we saw Bigetron took it last week. You know, it's coming in this week. It's super competitive. I thought it would be ILLUMINATE Murder because they performed so well in day number 11, which was yesterday. They picked up themselves 4 chicken dinners, but I don't know, the kill volumes were kind of lacking. Even when they got a double digit, it was like 10 kills. When you compare to what Bigetron got in day number 10, 16 kills, 15 kills, 19 kills, and of course that record-breaking 25 kills in that match of Erangel. That was something. That was something else.
That was definitely way too much for anyone to handle. You know, casters all went bananas, and everyone was just baffled, like, how on earth did Bigetron Esports got so good in just a span of a couple of weeks. You know, we took like a month or two break before coming in towards this fall split, and yet again we see them rise, skyrocketing up, and I feel like they are ready to take on the world title, because even on the world stage they were securing at least that top 5 finisher, and now we're looking at all these teams from Southeast Asia, of course, already on their Sunday best performance, and I feel like they're definitely ready to take on the very final flight of the day.
Yep, and what better way to cap the week off with a map of Erangel. Remember, they have played it so many times. Like, even when you're on screams, usually they would scream on Miramar, or rather Erangel, not Miramar, but Erangel itself. So I'm sure that the teams know it in and out. But the question is, do they know themselves and the oppositions in and out?
That's right, and of course it's really tough to figure out not only your team, what they're thinking at certain moments of time. If you were to figure out your opponents and outwit them, that's definitely going to be a win in the bag. Here comes the war cry for our very final flight of the weekend. And by the time we conclude this, it's time to give up the Gunslingers of the Week title, as well as to find out who still sits pretty on the top. Well, the last we checked, it was Bigetron Esports. So is all these points enough to take them down? It's hard to say, but we've already seen a little bit of movements off the chart. And now it's time for one of these teams to be the one to take those prizes in their hand.
Yeah, we saw Team AMPLFY Pure Skills pick up the winner chicken dinner in Miramar as well. That actually skyrocketed that up so many spots. But before we break the rankings and everything down, ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready, because for the 24th time, we are about to fly into Erangel.
That's right, and now it's time to be the one. PUBG Mobile Club Open Southeast Asia 2019 has offered so many of these highlights, kills everywhere, nades, explosions. It feels like a crazy movie that we've seen on those big screens. But of course, if you guys got those big screens back in your home, of course, it will definitely give you that same sort of excitement. Now, we're seeing this flight take off, and we'll see where will it all end up, because here's our very final flight of week number 2 of PMCO SEA 2019.
Yeah, with the end of this, it's going to be halfway through the competition thus far. And what better way than the flight path to start from military base and end slightly south of Kameshki. I love this one, because a lot of teams, they don't really drop in military base, and obviously the only 2 teams that generally drop there are FFQ and Mega if they're in A and C, because Novo, I love it, but it's challenging because you've got these 2 bridges which always gets gatekeep if you're talking about Group B, where there's Bigetron. So coming to A and C, what do you think is the biggest difference between all of these groups?
Well, I feel the biggest difference between both sides is where all these teams that are coming from the C region, they're all, of course, mostly hailing from the Thailands. They are very disciplined on their approach, on how they take up fights, and they usually walk away with those kill volumes with that discipline, knowing which one to pick and which one not to do so. Well, if on the A side, I feel they are definitely running in for those placement points as well. They are also pretty good in terms of tactics, but in terms of gunfire, they usually want to play things out really safely. So what are your thoughts on A versus C?
Well, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think in terms of Thai teams, you know, a lot of them are in Group C. They have a lot more aggression, a lot more rotation as well as compared to what Group A offers. Obviously, we see Mega Conquerors being dominant in Group A. So I think the teams, we can actually try to switch them up. It's quite interesting to see how that goes. But now, speaking about switching things up, Crucial Gaming gonna be finding themselves just beside AROV, and wow, NFT, Lure the Murder. We could see a really early engagement, but no, Liquid's gonna get picked up by Cole as well. Gonna spray with a little bit. Don't think they can find any kill. Matoy trying with the shotgun from far range.
Well, Matoy is ambitious
trying for the lucky shot.
And I don't think that's definitely gonna land. I'm chuckling because he's playing so aggressively. Like, he could have been taken out by that micro Uzi. As we talk about that micro Uzi, Liquid is still not giving them a little bit of that smooth ride.
I think it's funnier than Matoy fight with a shotgun. Yeah, I actually hope that that lucky shot will actually land on the head. And hey, it could happen. We have seen that happen before. You know, obviously it's early into the game. You just landed off. You don't have a helmet, and you never know. Matai could have gotten a really sick kill there.
Oh, maybe, just maybe. Like
Just
shotgun
maybe.
shells, you know.
Hey,
Those.
he didn't knock a couple of HP out Liquid. So
Well, yeah, might just be from his teammates as well. We heard those gunshots, so it's not only him. But I like what I'm seeing here. AROV trying something really different. They are not having. Well, they actually have the option to float into its Primas, but they say, hey, I'm ready to actually take on more fights. They are trying to get themselves afloat, trying to cut against the rest of the teams that are positioned near towards the top 16 spot.
yeah, RRQ.ATHENA, as always, gonna be landing on Pubg. We just saw them pull out a masterclass coming into the first Erangel of the day, and now we're going into SnowLYNX perspective. Look at that. A little bit of traveling for this team. We know they love South Georgia Pool, but they were rather North Georgia Pool, but they were playing a bit slow, obviously because of flight path. They dropped slightly north of Rojok, and they've got the vehicles, and they're going to travel up into the center of the circle.
That's right, and I'm really liking this circle. Like, we've seen something that's pretty similar, but the first phase, if it is leaning towards the higher side, leaning towards the northern, then it will possibly have a much centered flight in that sort of sense. But if this circle is rotating and showing us a little bit more of that percentage of water, I got a great feeling about this, that it might end somewhere near the hospital region, somewhere on South George. But, you know, like, it can be pretty erratic. It
Yeah.
may not even end there.
Yeah,
So,
and on top of it, like if it ends somewhere hospital and Georgia Pool is, it's gonna keep teams guessing as to which side of the river you really want to put yourself in, cause it's gonna be rough if you put yourself in South Georgia Pool and it ends up all the way north where Jockey is, and then you've got a bridge to go on, you've got no boats to work with, cause you're so far away from the lake or rather the ocean. So yeah, a lot of choices to be made, especially when the circle starts to close in that fourth or fifth phase. But Bapak Esports, we saw them pick up their first win, I think a couple of days back, and I interviewed them. They won in, I think it was in Miramar. So one thing about the performances, because I think they were one of the teams that are really interesting to watch, but we haven't seen them perform so far coming into week number 2, or rather the second half of week 2.
yeah, I think second half of week 2, we haven't seen all too much per se, but week 2, it feels to me that this is that shift of the gear for many of these teams, not only for them, but for AMPLFY Pure Skills. I really need to highlight them a little bit more, because this whole week, they have a lot of top 5 finish. They may not have as much flair as teams like Bigetron, but definitely they have shot up from the rankings, and they are possibly already at the top 16 spot.
Yeah, I think they actually came into 16th place. They were starting today in 20th place. And with that chicken dinner, they actually got on top of it 8 kills as well. That's a total of 28 points. And because of that, they are finding themselves crippling slowly but surely towards the top 16 spot. And for a couple of these teams, their only main goal is actually to get into grand finals. And we know how much it means to them to be at least in the top 16, because you're that one step closer to at least getting into the grand finals itself.
That's right, and AMPLFY Pure Skills, well, when they used to be known as just Pure Skills, you know, like they did manage to secure their slot in towards the rounds in Jakarta, but they did not manage to get themselves in towards the round in towards Berlin. So they are giving themselves another chance for that attempt. And as we speak of that, a lot of all these newcomers, especially Mega Conquerors, this is, of course, a pleasant run that we saw. A new team take on all these Titans and still clinch that top 3 spot.
Now, Mega Conquerors, we spoke to a couple of Thai teams as well, and in fact, Illuminate the Murder actually had it. Back in Thailand, Mega Conquerors, they're one of the top teams. The only reason why we did not take note of them, because they haven't shown much of a presence on the global stage. But coming into PMCO fall split, you gotta say, Mega Conquerors, they are giving all these big guns a run for their money, because they are currently in the top 3 spot. Can't really say that much because RRQ actually achieved a lot coming in today. But before today's appearance coming out from RRQ, Mega Conquerors were actually in 3rd place.
And not only on 3rd place, high volume kills as well, 238 when we started off the final day run. And by the end of it all, I wouldn't even be too surprised if we see them beating out Illuminate Murder, because Illuminate, well, they had the perfect start over on the Saturday, but today, relatively quiet, and they've been taken out pretty early as well. Well, the circle is already closing in for phase number 1, as we see a little bit of that rotation being brought out by a lot of the teams that are currently residing towards the Gatco region. And as we see, Bart got that DP's take on over on the side of Superstars.
Yeah, he's got the M4 as well. I think he really wants to go in for the finish, but they have to be careful. Remember what happened when Boom ID went in for the finish for freaking Zoo, and they did not take that fight properly. Now, Bapak Esports, they're trying to accomplish something similar. They got Humel on cover. Illuminate managed to get revived, but look at Asfa. He spotted out one member of Superstars at the top of this hill. They're taking this fight really smartly. Oh, they spray as well. They can actually Humel for the second time in a row. Illuminate, can they actually secure this kill? Yes, they can. And what can Hyuga do? He's running away.
And now it's all up to Illuminate to actually turn things one around. And this was going to be Bart once more. This is the second knock. And immediately we see those takedowns coming into place. But on the back though, Ngas getting knocked as well. So Bapak Esports, we're seeing Hyuga. He's getting a little bit angry, but here comes AROV as well. Crashing towards the side of CG. They pick up this fight, and they're getting outnumbered, but Boyka gets knocked from Aeons.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. He has the rest of his team surrounding him, and look at how far Crucial Gaming are. We're talking about them and how they improve their rotation. Can't say the same for now, but they are spraying onto members of AROV. They know they're trapped within the hut, but they are in the blue and they have to travel away from their spot.
I'm not sure whether or not this is going to be a smart play coming from Aeons, but he is trying to cut past, and they've already seen them. And this will be right smack in between the river of Georgia Pole. South or north, you guys will decide. Hashtag, well, south or north. Well, you guys do the voting, and we'll see who will be getting those predictions correct. We're seeing those spray downs coming from the side of CG once again, as Aeons still tanking a little bit of that blue, but we're already seeing a lot of all these rotations. They're pretty much confused. It's a 50-50.
Yep, they have to make a choice. And while you're at hashtag game as well, remember to do the hashtag PMCO 2019. And speaking of which, RRQ, they get another pop-off. 2 members of Ryu getting knocked down on top of this hill, and Warang gets finished off as well. RRQ kicking it off, and the side of Erangel with 2 quick kills on the members of Ryu.
Interesting position. This is one of the rare few times that we see RRQ.ATHENA climbing up the hill. Now, Arnie's taking a pretty much smooth cruise with that buggy on top. FFQ is down below though. So we've seen this battle before. I'm not sure whether FFQ can contest them. And G9, I think that he's really good on scouting, but same goes to Ernie, as they've already seen FFQ at the bottom side.
Yeah, RRQ taking a little bit of a hit coming in from our FFQ. So many kills right there, so many Fs and Rs, but AROV coming in. They managed to get out of reach of Crucial Gaming. They took one member down as well, but Crucial Gaming, they need to go for a little bit more of a drive, because AROV just gatekeeping them from the safety of the circle. Meanwhile, Rod's going to take a really long drive to the top. Going to be cutting through Pochinki or School, if I may. So more traveling for the side of AROV as well. But these 2 teams, they have been locking horns for quite some time.
Yeah,
so
especially on those Sanhok round. Remember, they were duking out
blow absolutely
until the very last man, and they like to play outside the circle. They won't let it slide. Like they got to take a little bit of that chill pill, and you know, I don't know if LYNX would work for them, but just do anything just to survive towards the late game. But we're seeing North George. We know this is the home of Snowlings, but we're having a lot of occupancy, a lot of drive towards the northern side. And on the south, we know RQ have the control of the mountain. It's a little bit dangerous for those teams out there, and I'm talking about FFQ.
Yeah, we gotta see where that circle closes onto, because if it pushes up north, then we're gonna see RRQ, we're gonna see members of FFQ as well as NFT. They all have to push up north. But speaking of which, Snowlings, you mentioned about them, and they are home to the North Georgia Pool. They're gonna find a little bit of invasion for Illuminate the Murder.
Yep. I'm just gonna give you guys a little bit of puns here. Of course, we're seeing King of the North, and that's not George R.R. Martin cutting by.
Wow. Okay. You somehow managed to put that R Martin in, but hopefully a lot of these teams will get a little bit of the murder. Speaking of murder, a little bit of murder up as well. So many of these puns flying by. RRQ at the bottom of this hill. Fighting EVOS coming up onto the slope, and Yakit and Jaxi both taking a little bit of a hit, but they should be able to heal themselves up. Although, more traveling to do, because all of these teams, as they hit into the center, they're going to find themselves gatekeep, because there's this really awkward breach in between Georgia Pool and School as well as Rojok that it's tough to travel, and it's not exactly a good place to put yourselves in as well. And as I say that, RRQ decides to take up that position.
Yep, and I feel like this is a great place to be. This can gatekeep so many of these teams, but looking at the lower camp, it's Armjohn having that M249, and well, there's a little bit of bullets coming from Purple Mood, I believe, so it's a long-range battle between both of these teams. Now, both of these high guys, they're not really giving themselves any chance at all, and well, we're seeing this circle going all the way towards the west, but this ain't no Westeros, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already paused Miramar. This is Erangel that we're talking about. But ILLUMINATE Murder hiding themselves at the top of this hill. And free crit as well. I'm pretty sure they feel pretty good. We spoke to Matoy the previous round. He said, not the previous round, the previous day, and he was talking about, you know, how he went for utilities, he tried to go for the scope, and he died because of that. And it was actually Purple Moon that took him out, because they spotted him trying to go for it. He was out in the open, no smokes pop, but this time around he gets away, and he's got a ghillie suit as well. Look at that, Martin with the scope, trying to spray down the Mini 14, spots out Jasper as well, but has to be careful, because they know where he is, and he got tagged a little bit.
Yeah, and now if he takes the same sort of a time to peek, they will be able to do a little bit of that damage at the same time. Nepako managed to drive by on those small little boats that they do have, and how did Ryu drove all the way up here?
The question is, how did they drive up here unnoticed? Because you would expect a team to actually gatekeep the western end of Georgia Pool, just because you know there are a couple of teams that will attempt what Ryu is doing. But surprisingly, none of them actually did it, so free pass for Ryu. But they're going to run into Superstars if they head up towards the northern side, or more particular, LYNX, the only remaining member. Meanwhile, AROV driving into ILLUMINATE Murder. They spot out members on the side. Will ILLUMINATE Murder let go of those shots? Yes, they will. They try and fire on AROV right here. Has to be careful because they are in a single vehicle.
Oh, this is going to be bad. You know that Martin does have the M249, but they're quick enough to actually slide all the way down. But you see Matoy, he's still pretty much being angry on that DP. And that's a second crate dropping right out in the open as well. Critting on towards the MK40, which means that they've already secured 2 supplies.
Yep, they secured 2 crates. They have plenty of tier 3 items. You can see a tier 3 backpack on Matoy as well. Not sure if that's from the crate or from somewhere that he looted up. But they are pretty confident. But look at the circle. Before we actually go into this, the circle actually went all the way north in shooting range. So it's not north or south Georgia Pool. It's actually a bit north of the map, the entire map.
Oh yeah, I would think so as well. It's pretty close by to the shooting range as you mentioned, but you were seeing Chrome trying to take on AROV as well. It seems like everyone is just picking on them, and poor Boyka, he's already having that UAZ fired up and it's about to blow. Well, Drone could just burst it out and might just do a little bit of chip damage on the side of Boyka. So can the rest of AROV just provide a little bit of cover for the captain? I'm not sure.
He's all by himself, and Boyka more than happy to trade over as well, but that's going to be UAZ being blown up from the side of Nepeko and Drone.
Smoke.
And he has the teammate support. They're going to pick him up. Here comes Boyka and Spooky as well.
Yeah, Boyka is just sending a little message. It's like, so
hello,
long.
Guys, my vehicle's got blown up. You gotta pick me up, and Spooky's like, all right, I'm gonna come right by, and that means that Ryu is gonna be allowing AROV this free pass per se. But speaking of free pass, NFT might not have that. They don't have the luxury of it, but they managed to knock down ILLUMINATE Murder. Martin and Matoy, when did they get knocked out?
Oh no, it seems to me that Martin has already gotten themselves in towards a dire situation with Maskaka already on the flank. Matoy's going to be dropping out, so free MK14 in the bag for NFT Esports.
Happy boys, NFT. They look at the bottom as well. Look at Martin. He's desperately trying to crawl down the side of the hill, trying to get to his teammates, and I think Armjohn might go in for the revival, but NFT, 4 members strong. Like you said, they're gonna pick up all that goodie bags that ILLUMINATE Murder dropped for them, or rather Martin dropped for them.
Oh well, they managed to save Martin though. If they do drop that M249, it will be pretty much a huge disaster for the side of ILLUMINATE Murder, because that's 1 crate weapon on the side of NFT already. It'll give them 2. That's definitely those weapons of destruction. But here comes RRQ taking on Team Secret.
RRQ, they're gonna dismount as well, but he knocked into the vehicle. This could be Ernie knocking himself over. Meanwhile, Bill trying to fire around, but G9, he's got his captain on cover. He's got the members as well, but Team Secret popping off those smokes and grenades. Meanwhile, G9 gonna reply one of their own.
Charging it up.
Might just land just nicely, but no, it's gonna fall a little bit short of Team Secret.
Oh, it's going to be connecting the dots for a little bit, but pushing G9 a little bit backwards as Sinbi tries to lob the perfect one. Not going to be able to slide towards the side of G9. You know, he doesn't really have those angles to even work with, so Senior's going to reposition, and it might just be that cut that they deserve, and AMPLFY Pure Skills by the edge of the circle as well.
Yeah, they're throwing on more smokes onto the side of Team Secret. FFQ coming in from the back. They can actually third-party this one if they want to, but nope. They're going to drive right past, trying to position themselves all the way up north, where we see Team Secret initially want to do so, but they ran to members of RRQ. Meanwhile, RRQ.ATHENA, they know that this is not a fight they want, and they will drive right off.
Yeah, they've already lost Ernie pretty much early in towards that battle, and I feel like it's really tough for them with that accident that they did not even want to wrap up. Well,
they were not even considering fighting Team Secret. He just crashed into the tree and. Yeah, I don't know. Accidents do happen.
Yeah, gotta ring up Charge of the Jungle for that. Well, CG, they're playing by the corners of the coast on the northern section there, and I feel like they're pretty much safe, but not for long. The moment I speak of it, I jinxed it. Circles on Yoodo Gank as well as Mega, and over in the south, we have LYNX.
Now we're gonna see a 30% of the playing area in water, but I don't think any of these teams will be hiding out in the ocean. Meanwhile, Yoodo Gang, you spoke of them, and look at how this is going to be tough area for Mega. Oh, he actually lobbed the grenade, hit the top of the window, but he should be fine. But yeah, this is a tough terrain for Mega Conqueror, because if they want to go in from the bottom, there might be no way up. Look at this. Oh, online 34. Has to be careful, He might just see himself drop down.
Yeah, I saw Stone struggling to even climb all the way back
up.
Oh, AROV! Whoa, AROV members! They got pummeled down, and there goes Leah. Oh, he's the last one alive. And now AROV, out of a sudden, they crash right in, and they did the unthinkable. They're behind the corners of the cove, but boy, oh boy, superstars.
Evil Knievel there moments coming in from the side of AROV, but now Yoodo Gang finding that SnowLynx is on the other side. Yoodo Gang, they've got a perfect vision of the entire coast. They can actually fire onto members of SnowLynx, and that's what they're gonna do. Exactly just that. SYS getting taken out. G9 getting into collision with Jasper, gets run over as well. And RRQ, man.
As we see things going topsy-turvy around this coast,
oh, no.
I feel like it's just a disaster first run for many of these guys. But Trix Nitty gets picked up by Rotfire, and Manparn gets one off the bat as well. CG alongside with FFQ. We're going to see them fighting it off the shore, and EVOS have no idea at all that's going to be bullets flying his way. And Chopper gets a freebie.
Yeah, FFQ as well. Dali gonna be sliding down that side of the queue. They're trying to get the kill to Aeons. That's what they will do. Baki still on the top side. Gets the flank onto Crucial Gaming, and Shuku will get knocked down. Meanwhile, Rod's trying to find a perfect angle to climb up the hill, but Chopper is gonna get him right from the bottom, and that's gonna be FFQ wiping Crucial Gaming out.
That's some really lucky run for F1 that Darley is still on the bottom side so that he can still go in for the pickup, but CG alongside with AROV now. AROV was lucky, CG was not. You know, they went on that goose chase, and they went towards the same direction as well. And now we're seeing some nade warfare between Bapak as well as Mega. Yoodo Gang's eye shots also by the other corner as well. So this is trying to land that Kobe three-pointer shot, and boom! Is almost connect.
For a moment, I thought it landed because the kill feed actually came up, and I was like about to scream because that was just insane angles coming in from Bapak Esports. But nope, it's not gonna land on eye shots. It's gonna remain there in the sniper's nest. You got Mega Conquerors lurking around as well. EVOS gonna taking stage on this top of the hill where they're gonna run, or rather find themselves pinned in between ILLUMINATE the Murderer and Purple Moon. Has to be careful about his positioning. Meanwhile, circle update. Oh, and it's gonna close all the way onto the west coast. Talk about unfortunate for the side of Yoodo Gang.
But for AROV, they're definitely laughing their way out because they're being stuck right below, and they're still hugging on tightly on towards that position while EVOS Esports trying to take down ILLUMINATE the Murderer. Well, ILLUMINATE only down to 2 men as well. That's going to be Stone taking looking onto Zuli, while iShots is still pretty much safe in the sniper bunker, but this is lob number 2. Nga still got more bombs intact, and it may just connect. Does it connect? Oh, nope. That's not going to be the answer. But Darley, look at Darley, though.
Yeah, sooner or later he has to make a move along that coast, and he's gonna run to members of Mega Conquerors. But now not taking a little bit of a hit, has to be careful. Mega Conqueror, they won that compound, and look at iShot. He's stuck in between Bapak Esports and Mega Conquerors. It's a tough position for himself. But Team Secret, look at iShot. He's got the Mini 14. He can actually spray right onto that, and that's what he's gonna do. Baki gonna get the first knockoff onto Potato. Meanwhile, look at Purple Moon. They're spreading themselves so far apart.
Still 14 teams left on the table on the span of 23 minutes as we see Purple Moon trying to cut across those terrains, as we see a lot of trees for them to work with, but these vehicles are really vital for their survival, as we see Mega also coming up pretty closely with iShot still trying to push over on the side of Team Secret, and we understand iShot's got nowhere to even move around because of Nga holding on towards that same position with those nades being primed at the same position. So only 2 teams being taken out, CG as well as Superstars, Ryu as well as Yoodo Gank. They are still surviving, and now we're looking at Team Secret trying to drive by.
It's an insane final circle, and look at all the regions that FFQ are working with. It's not the best of spot, but at least they have the coverage on the side of hill. Meanwhile, Alexer, Team Secret, they have an accident of their own. They've only got 2 members running for now, but now, look at Mega Conquerors. They're going right down on the side. Can they actually make it into the zone?
I'm not too sure, and even Yoodo Gank, they will have this problem cutting by as well, because it's only down to iShots, and it's going to be Senior getting taken out by Kong. Wow, that's going to be a big pickup. While we see Maskaka already knowing Team Secret's there, they're going to be lobbing a little bit of names, and oh my, RQ falls short on 40 plays.
AMPLFY were the ones to knock them out once again, coming on top, but EVOS driving it hard into the middle of it, and Jones took notice of that. That's going to be Aura on the floor. Meanwhile, Jones on the side has to rescue Guda. Where's the rest of the members? There it is. Jaxi on the floor as well. Foxy and Jackie trying to fire towards Jones, but can they actually find the anger? That doesn't matter though. AMPLFY, we talked about them. They're fighting members of Team Secret.
Whoa! Jones
with the DP spray, he gets the kill. That's gonna be Bapak getting out as well. Meanwhile, NFT taking their time in the middle of it. But look at AMPLFY. They just knocked down RRQ, but is it enough? FFQ gonna be falling off 10th place as we speak, and coming down to the real-time survivor. Only AROV, NFT, and SnowLynx have 3 members standing.
Oh, nades after nades, and he will connect those shots over on 104. This is a perfect spray for Lynx. Oh my goodness! I came, I saw, I conquered.
Talk about a firing squad. All the members were at the bottom, and Mega Conqueror instantly got wiped out. If place for them, but all respects to SnowLynx, they put themselves in there and they found 3 sweet kills.
That was that perfect sweet spot for I. And now all they have to do for SnowLynx is get the heck out of that coast and in towards the circle. And we're talking about Purple Moon already close by, but it's NFT under control, and they're trying to push out AMPLFY Pure Skills at the same time.
NFT, they're in the middle of all of it, but they are in the circle itself. This means that they are going to be the center of attention. But look at that, you got on the north side, Drone trying to fire against AROV, but no, SnowLynx, they are biting back. Jenny gonna get a mini 14 spray on the Hazel right there, and it's all down to SYX as well as I. You talk about him coming to conquer, but AROV, they are holding this course and they're not willing to let go of it.
We're looking at Jenny still trying to negate those movements for the side of SnowLynx, and he's trying to shoot it over on the side of 6 as well as I. And I feel like Hazel is definitely a gunner. No time to even save him right now because Circle is already pushing everyone snugging outside.
Look at that, the members of SnowLynx, they took note of that. But here comes Drone, he's being burning in the smoke and he gets to knockdown. There's Jenny coming up as well, he's got to spray. He gets a third one, can he single-handedly do this? He spots out Loki.
Yes!
Oh, yes! He gets a 4-man kill! And Ryu, from the side of Drone, it removes AROV. Oh my goodness, what a player!
The Tigers has entered the Dragon, and there we see that one-man army, Drone, removing them like a Terminator, and that's just him getting taken out by Meow, and he just fell short on the hands of a cat.
It doesn't matter though, because Meow, he's on a second firing spree. He spots out Liquid from NFT, tries to take him out, but I'm pretty sure that they are just proud of him. He took out the entire AROV by himself, but now NFT in the middle of it. Purple movement zooms, the DP spray coming in. They managed to get one knock into Cole. Liquid tries to fight back. Purple Moon finds 2 members on the ground. Can CZL actually come to rescue of his teammates? I'm not too sure. He's right behind the house.
It's going to be really tough for CZ to rescue at this moment. Zooms will be taken out by Papoy, so NFT still got his zone secured, but here comes Meow. Meow spots him out, and AMPLFY pure skills. They're here in the top 4. They're trying to secure 2 chicken dinners in a row, but Liquid's on the rescue as well. He knows where he's at, but this also AMPLFY, knowing that he's on for that rescue, they can burn down the vehicle and take them all out, but they are just smacked in towards phase number 8.
Talk about one-man army, and Jones will enter your head, and he is still up and running for the side limit the murder. Meanwhile, Liquid already reviving Papoy, but he's drawing so much attention from every single one of them. Look at that. Purple Moon's firing onto him with an AMPLFY fighter. That's gonna be a vehicle explosion, and Liquid for the second time on the road gonna be knocked out. And Purple Moon now in. He's hiding behind the trees, but Mel spots him out.
This is gonna make a really long run, already tanking the blue. It's gonna take this health, and Nowin is still surviving. And how on earth is he doing it? It's way too late, and it's only down to CZ. CZ making a run, and he does have the corner smoke. That's gonna be a blind spray from Alas, and now Archer's gonna be the next one to fall, leaving only AMPLFY pure skills and NFT.
I'm not sure if Mel can actually make it in the zone. He's trying to crawl right out, but the zone is taking so much of his HP. He's probably going to bleed out, but they still have Alas. It's going to be a 1v2 because I don't think Alas can get to his teammate. Meanwhile, Liquid and Papoy are going to be healing up. Look at that. They've got tier 3 helmets as well. It's going to be really tough for the member of Alas. He's up against 2 members on the side of NFT, and NFT has this vehicle to work with. There he goes. Here comes the spray. They know where Alas is. Pure skills. Can they actually do it? No, they can't. NFT. They're on the side. They try to spray out as well. They know where he is, but they have got the vehicle right in front of them, providing so good of a cover.
Oh my goodness, they're all by the edge, and Alas already sliding down in terms of health. No time to even recover. Oh, there we go. This is another first victory, and it goes to the hands of NFT Esports of Indonesia.
3 teams have managed to pick up their first winner chicken dinner of the day. We're speaking about Ryu, AMPLFY, and finally NFT. Look at that.
Look at all these boys. They are definitely having huge smiles and sending cards back to Indonesia with such a big flank of the century. They even have enough time to use those vehicles in that very final moment, which made things worthwhile. And AMPLFY pure skills, they look like they have the numbers, but when that circle closed in, it was down to that 2 versus 1, and NFT Esports got this win. Well, I gotta say, today's rounds, there's a lot of firsts in the hand, and we've seen the Kings of Pochinki defending the title. We've seen so many of these players all out there trying to snatch up and contest for that top 16 spot, and we end week 2 with a lot of history being made in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Split 2019.
I mean, NFT, I can't really say they were underdogs in that fight, but that was perfect positioning coming from them. They took shelter behind that vehicle that blew up, and even with all these teams bowing out, they look so happy. I mean, they're just probably looking forward to the day off tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a little bit of that day off that we did mention. 6 days of grueling matches back to back, and EVOS Esports looks a little bit defeated because today was such a rough ride for EVOS, getting taken out pretty early, but it was all spotlight on NFT Esports.
Man,
boy, that circle, they already were smack in the middle, but nobody expected it to zoom it right back in towards the main.
Like, it was against the coastline, and we saw that a couple of teams had a really good spot. Like, in particular, one team that came into my mind was AROV. AROV had the coastline. They had 4 members still surviving. They were doing really well against Snowlings, and then, I don't know, out from nowhere, they got removed.
Yeah, you know, like, there was a lot of all these Rock Caesars paper moment where AROV tried to take down Snowling members, and then when AROV tried to cut across, It was Drone of Ryu. He terminated every single one of all these members of AROV. I could not believe it.
And then you saw Mel from the side of AMPLFY take Ryu out, and then after that you have NFT coming in from the side to remove that. Like, what was going on?
It's like a game of tag, you know, like
it's like dominoes.
Oh yeah,
it's like a game of dominoes.
One after another, you see all these soldiers all fall down, but you know, triumph for the side of NFT because they played it so well and they fought tooth and nail to finally clinch this title. We were talking about a lot of all these rising teams, and these guys consistent throughout the run, somewhat similar to what AMPLFY Pure Skills have achieved, and down towards that few moments there. I would say that NFT Esports, well, they already know how to work things out, and look at how much bravery they had for Liquid to go in for that drive and wrap around alongside with Meow, and that sort of vehicle protection gave them enough time, enough room to actually fight off against Alas.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in that final circle, or rather the second final circle, we saw NFT and I was saying, like, they were so far away from each other, and then you talked about Liquid, he drove to his teammates, and because of that car, that exact reason is why they won the fight, right? You gotta give it to them. With that being said, let's take a look at the scoreboard at the end of match number 6. Let's see what the teams got out of Erangel. We're gonna have CG all the way at the bottom with only 1 point. Superstars and EVOS both 15th and 14th place respectively, both with only 2 points. You got Yoodo Gang with 3 points, RRQ with 4 points, Team Secret with 5, Bapak with 6, and Mega Conquerors in 9th place with 7 points.
Wow, all these big names on the lower brackets instead. Now we're looking at the top 8 and AROV members. They got 3 kills off for sure, and FFQ 6 kills. These are a big volume of kills, but they did not survive for all too long. 8 points as well with AROV. Purple Mood 2 points for kills, 8 points for rank, and that will tally up to 10 at 6th place. Ryu, we gotta highlight once again, Drone was the only guy of the team to secure those kills, and he walked away with 11 points and top 5 finish for Ryu. Oh, that's a big stunner right there. SnowLynx with 5 kills, 11 points as well. Illuminate Murder, 16 points with 6 kills. And now, on our top of the table, we have NFT Esports with 27 points, 7 kills, alongside with AMPLFY Pure Skills with 7 kills as well. But they are walking with 21 points. So that was the result, and Meow was definitely the man of the match. We saw those crazy sick snipes, and we saw a lot of pickouts there coming in from AMPLFY Pure Skills, and he managed to put out a high volume of damage of 875. So you gotta look out for those snipers because he's coming for you by the end of week number 2. With that being said, we're still gonna be having a lot more of these scores being tallied up. So by the end of A versus C, these are your top 16.
Yeah, we're gonna see Superstars all the way at the bottom with only 19 points, Bapak Esports with 21 points, EVOS with 23 points, and 30th place we got Crucial Gaming with 27 points, AROV with 34 points, Team Secret with 36, as well as FFQ both getting 36 points. We got Yoodo Gang in 9th place with 48 points.
That's right, and now we're looking at the top 8 of the table. NFT Esports with the final chicken dinner of week 2. They're coming up on the front page with 53 points in total, followed by Purple Moon on 7th place with 56. The 8th will be SnowLynx, very consistent on those double digits. And Mega Conquerors, these guys may not get that chicken dinner today. They get 63 points for those kills. And same goes to Illuminate Murder with 68 on 4th place. Now, these are your top 3 for today.
Wow.
And look at that. Ryu on 3rd place and AMPLFY Pure Skills on 95. And look at RRQ.ATHENA back to the top with 132.
AMPLFY and Ryu, these are 2 names which we would not expect coming into the top 3, but hey, fair play to them. They're gonna get so many points out of today. And let's look at the total ranking at the end of week 2, halfway through the league done so far. We've got XForce all the way at the bottom of 24th position, 155 points. In 23rd place, we're going to have Crucial Gaming with 159 points. Finally overlapping XForce, we got Superstars from Vietnam with 22 placing, 185 points. Freaking Zoo, 280 points. VIP Squad, they're gonna slide down one spot with only 240 points. Bapak Esports climbing up 242 points for themselves. We got AROV 256 points, Snowlinks 264 points, ReaperKillers with 2 winner chicken dinners 279 points, Team Secret only 1 but they have 292 points. We have Esports.CG 308 points and Yoodo Gank, unlucky number 13 or maybe lucky 13, we'll find out, with 310 points.
Yep, that's right. And we see all 5 Malaysian teams on that lower side of the bracket, and overall, not top shelf, skyrocketing their way. It's AMPLFY Pure Skills and NFT moving up the charts into its 12th as well as 11th place. 322 for NFT. A1PS will come up with 313. And Boom ID. Boom Esports are on your top 10 with that triple 3 digits right there. And Box Gaming, by the end of the day, a lot of all these teams are really catching up, and it's Ryu to knock them down. 344 points for themselves. FFQ will be on 7th spot with 386. Purple Mood is on 6th place with 418, and shared with EVOS Esports. Not a stellar performance coming from EVOS, but they are still in your top 5 of the rankings. And RRQ.ATHENA, 8 chicken dinners in the bag by the end of today. They are currently sitting with 592 points. And MGC alongside ILLUMINATE hasn't moved too much from 2nd and 3rd with 685 as well as 596 for 2nd to 3rd. And of course, on the top of the table, we have Bigetron Esports, 353 kills, 15 chicken dinners, and a total points of 807. And that is your kings to beat in the PMCO C League currently.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, but at the end of it all, I want to find out who is the sharpshooters of the week. It's so close, because coming into the first day, ILLUMINATE the Murder did really well, and then we saw Bigetron with an insane day number 10, picking up 5 Bigetron, or rather, yeah, 5 Bigetron winner chicken dinners, and then ILLUMINATE took over in day 11 with 4 of their own. But before we get to that award, let's take a look at the highlights that we have coming in for game number 6.
And that's right, we see Bapak starting off with those snipes, as we see a little bit of trade between superstar members, and there's a little bit of back and forth here, but Bapak definitely got themselves all the kills that they were looking for. While ILLUMINATE the Murder, they got picked up by Snowling members, and Team Secret was battling against RRQ, but that's a little bit of accident to take down members of RRQ.ATHENA as well. FFQ, they spot out CG on the lower side of the coast, and Bapak, we see them flushing towards the side of Yoodo, leaving only eye shots behind, fighting off against FFQ. And this is a perfect spray from Eye of Snowlinks to take down Mega Conquerors right down below. And AROV fought back, trying to take down the LYNX, and it was thrown from Ryu to eliminate every single one of these members of AROV. And that means there's only gonna be that 6 teams, and this was such a perfect moment that was captured by all our producers. And A1 definitely get a little bit of run for the money, but NFT got this chicken dinner. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much to all the casters. Fantastic work here. All the games has concluded here, but the final chicken dinner of the day secured by NFT Esports. Here with me, I have NFT Liquid. How are you?
Very good.
Great stuff here. Was it a tough one for you to get a chicken dinner?
Yes, really tough.
Okay, for the first time ever you've guys gotten this chicken dinner in this league here. You know, it must be a tough run here. But before that, I got you gotta introduce yourself. Your team here, NFT Esports. You have yourself, Liquid, Masgaga, Papuy,
Cole.
and Cole. Okay, so I gotta ask this. You know, for those of you who do not know them here, in one word, I would like you to describe your 3 teammates.
Okay.
Starting with Papuy.
Papuy is a really shy guy, I guess.
One word, shy?
Shy.
Okay, fine. How about Masgaga?
Confident.
Confident?
Yeah.
Okay. Cole?
Annoying. Annoying. really annoying.
Okay. Don't make me ask you, Liquid. I gotta ask. How old are you?
15.
What?
I'm really 15.
Wait. You're telling me you're 15 years old?
Yeah.
You're telling me you're 15 years old, you're playing on a professional level, and finally getting a chicken dinner?
Yeah. I'm so nervous. Sorry, camera. Sorry, live.
He's nervous, but I'm like, okay, you're 15 years old. Okay, tell me, okay, since you're 15 years old,
Yeah.
I gotta ask, how long has NFT Esports been together as a team?
It's from February. It's now September, so it's 7 months, I guess.
7 months and you're already playing against the top competition here. Okay, since it's been a long run here, it's your first chicken dinner, I have to ask this in respect to your all the teams as well. For the past 2 weeks, it's been a long run for you guys. What did you guys do to come into this stage, finally securing the final chicken dinner of the day?
Every match after we review the match and change strategy, playing at a lot of scrim. Yeah, guess that's it.
Okay, last but not least, you know, a little bit more in depth to this game here. Can you explain to me how you guys secured that final chicken dinner, that match? How did you win it eventually?
It's because we got a good spot.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the lower ground and we used the advantage of the TPP mode.
Okay. So in that last match here, we saw you 2 versus 1 against AMPLFY. Like, they had the numbers advantage. How did you guys manage to pull it off?
I don't really know where he is, but Papuy know where he is, so he shot him and we got the chicken dinner.
Okay, nice here. Liquid, last but not least here, I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are here to support you guys. Anything you want to say to the people watching, especially to keep supporting you guys?
Can I speak Indonesian?
Yes.
Jangan lupa support NFT terus. Kita akan kasih yang terbaik buat Indonesia. NFT juara.
Alright. That is NFT looking for you for his voice. And 15 years old. I should be ashamed of myself, but thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the interview here. But as of now, stay tuned, stick around, be sure to take away. But let's take a look at what all the casters have to say about that interview.
Well, thank you so much, Terrence, for that interview. And boy,
15 years old.
15 years old prodigy.
Man.
What were you doing when you're 15?
I was playing with something else, and I can't even mention it on screen, and it's insane. He's 15 years old. He's playing on the, I would say, almost like regional level. It's crazy. Do you just figure out?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm still at school when I'm 15 years old, and I don't even think my parents would have allowed me to, you know, go on an adventure, follow your dreams. Like, you say, you must be a doctor, you must be an engineer. Like, you know, that's our pressure.
You must be an esports player.
Yeah,
you got to be a professional PUBG Mobile player.
You can be a professional esports player, and you just got to train really hard, analyze every situation, and of course, there's a lot to learn. And PUBG Mobile definitely taught us a whole lot, and we gotta give big ups to our organizers as well as our sponsors, Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as VSPN for bringing us PMCO Southeast Asia 2019 Fall Split. And not only that, we got our title sponsors, Vivo, for those amazing stellar performance on those Vivo V17 Pro, and it's seamless, uninterrupted gaming time with that Vivo V17. Do check it out, and of course, today's games were absolutely beautiful, if I must say.
It was insane. 6 games, 3 new winners, and with that, it's bring us to 19 unique winners thus far coming into the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Split. We are slowly trying to get to that 100%. It will be interesting to see at least every single one of these teams can go back and say, we got a chicken dinner.
That's right, and there's definitely chicken dinner for all. And I'm also really happy to know that, you know, the Kings of Pachinki are back on track. Now it's time to tabulate things up and see the rankings once again, as we will try to compare them between all of these ranks. And on the top 8 for this week, we have Box Gaming. They are the few without the chicken dinner alongside with Purple Mood to make up the top 8. And they're walking away with 203 points with 95 kills. And NFT Esports, they're on the top 7. 1 chicken dinner for today and 205 points.
And then we're gonna have Purple Mood with 85 kills. No chicken dinners for them, but they still get 240 points. AMPLFY, pure skills. My oh my, getting 226 points. So many points in that last 2 rounds. We've got Mega Conquerors in 4th place with 2 chicken dinners, 296 points for them. We've got RRQ.ATHENA, 301 points for them. Illuminate the Murder with 7 chicken dinners with 378 points for them. But hey, with that being said, all the way at the top, Bigetron, 168 kills, 7 chicken dinners, 380 points. Look at how close it is for Illuminate the Murder and Bigetron.
Wow.
It's 2 kills. And with that being said, we finally found our sharpshooters of the week.
Definitely, and we're talking about the gunslingers of the week, and I'm pretty sure Bigetron Esports will possibly be on top, but let's break it down. The details after details, and starting off from the bottom, we have XForce here on the bottom alongside with SS. They do have those high amount of volume, but it's not as high as the rest of the teams here. CG on 22nd place, coming out with pretty good kills throughout the week, and Team Secret with 37 kills and 10k 779 points. And Orange CG 20th spot alongside with Bapak. Bumadio with 18th place, VIP Squad 7th place with 12k of damage being done. But it's AROV with more kills being secured, though they did less damage than VIP Squad. Freaking Zoo 15. Who would have thought? They are right above all these other teams. And SnowLynx, by the end of today, they secured 16k damage in total. And on 13th place, we have FFQ, 52 kills, 16k, 122.
But as we look onto the top half of the leaderboards for the Gunslingers ranking, there it is. That's going to be your official announcement. Bigetron will walk away with 168 kills and a total of 35,703 damage done to the entire of the competition. But let's not forget about the other teams as well. We've got Yoodo Gang, RK, Ryu, EVOS, all coming in 12th, 11th, 10th, and 9th spot respectively. You got NFT in 8th place with 76 kills. AMPLFY with 82 kills in 7th place. We got Purple Moon with 85 kills, 17,000 damage done. We got Box Gaming 5th place, not too bad, 95 kills for them. But the top Thai teams will occupy 4th to 2nd place. RRQ.ATHENA 123 kills for them. Mega Conqueror 133 and Illuminate the Murder 145 kills. Man, those Thai teams are just cooking the entire competition up.
Yeah, they definitely are cooking up a storm as we speak. But Bigetron, they are still on the top as the top dogs, not only hailing from Indonesia, they are the team to watch out for week after week. This is week number 2. Winner, chicken dinner. First day's match are all finished. Let's congratulate all the teams for winning that Gunslinger of the Week. And of course, we got to thank all our sponsors as well as organizers, Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, as well as VSPN, and the title sponsors, Vivo, for offering us that Vivo V70 Pro. And now it's time for us to crown the victors of this week, and we're gonna pass it back to our lovely host. It's gonna be us if baby want to. Go ahead, take it away, and we'll bid you good night for now from the caster's desk.
Thank you so much to all the casters here. This coming week has all finished here. All the matches has begun. We've seen a lot of crazy plays coming from all these teams. But first of all, I would like to congratulate from the first place all the way to the 8th place of this week's rank itself. They are all going to be receiving the second week's bonus of the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Split. Now, without further ado, on the 8th place, I would like to welcome all the way from Box Gaming. And of course, I would like to invite the chief referee to present the mark check. Thank you so much, Louis. Congratulations. Looking forward towards the next matchup here. However, the next team I'm going to be inviting as of now on 7th place, the winner of the last chicken dinner for today, none other than NFT Esports. And I would like to invite the chief referee to also present the mark check. Congratulations, keep up the good work here for the following weeks to come.
Next up, on 6th place, I would like to invite Purple Mood. They will also be receiving their Medal of Honor, and I would like to invite the Chief Referee to present the box check as well. Congratulations to Purple Moon, and would like to keep up the good work. Next up, on 5th place, I would like to invite none other, the MVP, one of the MVPs for today's match here, Team AMPLFY. Would like to invite the Chief Referee to also present the mock check, and they'll be walking away with $800 from this week and also the Medal of Honor. Congratulations to Team AMPLFY, keep up the good work. Next up, on 4th place, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mega Conqueror. Would like to invite the Chief Referee to also present the mock check for 4th place with $1,200 and the Medal of Honor. On line 24, doing his stunts. Thank you so much, Mega Conqueror. On 3rd place, we have none other than RRQ.ATHENA. Would like to invite the Chief Referee also to present the mock check for 3rd place. And look at that Medal of Honor on Ernie. Very handsome. Congratulations to Team RRQ.ATHENA. On 2nd place, I would like to invite ILLUMINATE. And would like to also welcome the Chief Referee to come up on stage to present the mock check. 2nd place, Goddard. Gotta be smiling. He's a professional singer as well. Love his videos. Congratulations to ILLUMINATE. Last but not least, the 1st place for this coming week in the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Split 2nd Week League. Ladies and gentlemen, Bigetron Red Aliens! I'd like to invite the Chief Referee to also present the mock check for 1st place with $2,000 and also the Medal of Honor. Congratulations to Bigetron Red Aliens. Next up, now, the moment that we have been waiting for, the Gunslingers of the Week. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gunslingers of the Week for the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Split 2nd Week. We have none other than Bigetron Red Aliens! We would also like to invite the Chief Referee to present the mock check. Congratulations to Bigetron Red Aliens. First and foremost, I gotta do this. 2 weeks in a row, Laxi. What are your thoughts on this week's performance from Bigetron?
We wanted to 4 weeks in a row.
Whoa, that's pretty impressive. 4 weeks in a row? Is that like a statement to all those teams here?
Yes.
All right, Bigetron Red Aliens saying yes. Last but not least here, anything you want to say to all the fans who's been supporting you throughout all these 2 weeks here at the PMCO stage?
Terima kasih itu yang dukung kita semua, yang udah nonton kita semua dan dukung tim Indonesia. Thank you for support.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Bigetron Red Aliens. You may proceed here. Thank you. Thank you. Such a fun bunch, ladies and gentlemen, here. Now we have finished all the matches for this week. Once again, This match is authorized by Tencent and PUBG Corp, titled by Vivo, official partner with Nevo TV and XL King Card, and hosted by VSPN. Who's ready to beat out anyone on the battlegrounds? It's time for seamless and uninterrupted gaming time with the Vivo V70 Pro. Remember to play PUBG Mobile with Vivo V70 Pro that brings you that immersive, that powerful, that outstanding performance to get you that glorious chicken dinner. The players will have a 1 day's break, and after the break, we will proceed into the third week of the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Southeast Asia Fall Split League. So be sure to come back. See you guys after the break.